Alright. Apparently OBS tried to do the thing again. Where it was like, oh, you don't want that. But happy Friday, Spectres. We're going to see how far into Danganronpa we can get today. Apparently my Spotify's all, we're going to play a lot of Dark Sarah today. Okay. Don't push that button. I didn't even set up anything yet. Look at my little ghost. I wonder if anyone saw that lunar eclipse last night. I got sent photos of it. It was pretty amazing. Also, if Frosty, otherwise known as the Frostback, ever looks at this, I am still questioning why you had to remind me about that ghost last night from the RP server. But I am sorry you went through that. Okay. Apparently, my PS5 is like, oh, we're going to slow down a bit. But I gotta make sure I turn myself offline on my PS5. People have a bad habit of messaging me on PlayStation while I'm streaming. If they see my little green dot, they want me to play my GM on WWE 2K25. And while I would love to play it, we have games that we are working on stream. And I'm already behind schedule as it is because of all my conditions and stuff and the people I take care of. And technically, we are, with my schedule, we are supposed to be on Final Fantasy X, and we are supposed to be playing main code right now for Fridays. And we are playing Final Fantasy VII Remake, and still on this one of Trigger Havoc. So, obviously, I'm way behind schedule. But this is also good proof that sometimes people with unknown conditions and everything are unable to keep scheduled plans, and please be patient with them. This is leading into the fact that in May I will be raising money for the Lupus Foundation of America. I'm announcing this now. I'm needing to remember to eventually sign up for GoTel. But if not, we are still going to raise money for the foundation. And yeah, just be patient with your streamers. Be patient with your friends. You never know what they're going through. And it might be bothering them even more that they can't stay on that schedule. They might be very actively excited about this game, and their body might be just saying no. So please be patient with them, and we'll just see what it goes. But okay, Hollywood Undead. I'm gonna interrupt you because we want to play some Danganronpa. Oh, are we really gonna do this right now? Okay. OBS is like, you took too long. OBS, did you not just hear my speech? That sometimes you take too long on things. Or life happens. We gotta be supportive. Alright, let's get into it. Alright, we're going to the data center. I made my way into the after-hours school and headed for the data center on the 4th floor. Eventually, I wound up at the data center, but when I arrived, Kyoko's not here. That's weird. She said she'd meet me. Is she maybe inside already? I put my hand to the door, and with a certain amount of force, it didn't open. I tried again, but it must be locked. What was it Kyoko said? The data center on the 4th floor.
What's this?
Oh ho, what are you doing up, mister? Hi, Monokuma.
Damn it!
Breaking into a locked room is incredibly prohibited, don't you know? Oh well, you're trying to tell me you didn't actually bust in yet, right? But
Hey!
I can see that you don't. Don't waste my time telling me crap I can see for myself.
Unbelievable.
It looked like you might break it any second, so I just thought I'd give you a friendly reminder. Thank you, Monokuma. Or are you gonna try and tell me you were sleepwalking or something? I don't know. No. Nothing like that. It's 3 o'clock in the morning, for crying out loud. Even I get tired, you know. Stop being weird and go back to bed. What's wrong now?
Just a second.
Why are you out here making a racket? Kyoko? Now you too? Oh, sorry, Monokuma. I didn't mean to take away your thunder there.
You guys?
Whatever. The two of you just get back to bed. I'm positively exhausted from the class trial.
It's true.
Sure, you got it. Come on, Makoto. Let's head back. What? Kyoko? Did you use me as bait again?
Hey,
Didn't you hear me? We're leaving. I have no idea what's going on. You're being constantly used as bait, Makoto. Okay, so far, Makoto doesn't have the brain cell still.
shall we go?
Don't worry about it, let's go. Okay. Yeah. Go on, get out of here. Shoo! Shoo! So we left and went back to our rooms. And then,
Goodbye.
so, goodbye. Kyoko! Hold on! Listen, what was all of that about just now? She woke me up. She made me go to the data center. which just so happened to be locked. And then she shows up late, and we leave without checking a single thing. She owes you an explanation, Makoto. What was the point of all that?
Whew.
Don't worry about it. I figured that would be the end of our conversation, Mako, just like always, but...
Goodbye.
Well then, good night. Sure. And then, that was all. But as I turned to leave...
Mukuro Ikusaba.
Who's that? Kyoko was right next to me once again, whispering into my ear.
Mukuro Ikusaba.
You keep saying that name, but I don't think Makoto knows who that is.
The 16th student, lying hidden somewhere in this school.
Oh.
The one they call the ultimate despair.
Oh.
Watch out for her.
Okay, Kyoko. I forgot we didn't actually finish chapter 4. We didn't get this time. 7 more question. You received the Alter Lump present.
Mukuro Ikusaba. Mukuro Ikusaba. The 16th student, lying hidden somewhere in this school. The one they call the ultimate despair. Watch out
Yep.
for her.
Okay. Kyoko told me to watch out. Mukuro Ikusaba. That was 3 days before the next incident. 3 days before we faced with another murder. 3 days before the worst thing so far would reveal itself. A 100-mile dash, pain of a junk food junkie. In the meantime, the day after Sakura's class trial, that morning, in the dining hall. So, let's begin the usual post-trial investigation. Hey, you didn't make small talk or anything. You never just get straight to the point like that. If you want to keep up with me, you must refrain from pointless small talk. Okay, Byakuya seems to have the brain cell. Jeez, how high is that horse of yours?
Well?
He just acts like that to hide own insecurities. That's what I like to think. Regardless, if you want to defeat the mastermind, you need to follow my lead. They creep around the school like a mouse. The mastermind's pride is as bloated as a cow's udder. That's not an image I wanted to think about. At all.
In the name of my family.
And no matter what it takes, I will rid this world of them.
Huh?
Toko's just staring longingly at Byakuya. Can you not interrupt that hero? Hey Toko, you've been pretty quiet. Man, you're so bored. You sit there. Like a mushroom. You're gonna start calling me Miss Mushroom. Hero! If you can't say nothing nice, don't say anything at all. Hiro needs to stop coming up with nicknames. Who put him in charge of nicknames? See, you
What's
made her
your
mad.
deal?
She didn't snap back at you. Her talking makes things difficult, so I told her not to open her mouth without permission. What? But if she can't open her mouth, she can't eat or drink water. I don't care. Yukuya! You need to revise your rules there a bit. You need to be, as long as it's... Okay, never mind. That's your guys' day now.
How about that?
And you're okay with that, Toko? Jeez, how low is that rock you're hiding under? I believe this is the small talk Byakuya warned us against,
Come on.
and yet, I let myself get involved. But it is now finished. I will never allow you to drag me down to your level again.
Let's go.
We are going to begin our search. Stop running your mouths and start moving your legs. Pressured by an obviously irritated Byakuya, we all started our exploration. To the fourth floor. Turn around. Go up the stairs. So here I am, on the fifth floor of Hope's Peak Academy. The fifth floor has been opened up to us, and it's totally different from all the floors we've seen up till now. For some reason, it feels unpleasant. Nighttime secrets, no more. Be silly. Stomp, stomp. Be so dirty. Yes, I would like to leave the area. Haha, catch me if you can. Wait up. I'm gonna punish you. Oh, it's Makoto. Huh? Does she want to talk to me about something? Toko, what's wrong? Is she trying to say something? I think she's almost. Just a little more and I might get it. I'm sorry, but I have no idea what it is you're trying to tell me. She just let her shoulder. She looks so sad. I guess she gave up. You know, there's a loophole. You could have got her to write it down. Makoto, you really don't have the brain cell. This floor feels different compared to all the others. I'm not sure what it is. There's some reason for that. I hope it's not anything too creepy. Well, we'll find out. What the hell is this? Eye for an eye. The grotesque horror of the room struck me hard and fast. What I saw was bad enough, but what I smelled, it was sour, pungent, impossibly rank.
I see.
It smells awful, doesn't it? It must be at least vaguely familiar to you. After all, you've been around your fair share of corpses. Are you saying, it's the smell of death, their flesh and fat and blood? There was no surprise in his voice, no shock. But he was right. I had experienced the smell more than once before. It was the smell of death and despair. The smell here is strong, condensed. It's the smell of a battlefield. Monokuma must have...
Hey!
What?
Come on
My fault
now.
again. Stop trying to blame everything on me. Yeah, stop trying to blame everything on Monokuma. If you hadn't done what you did, this never would have happened.
Unbelievable.
No, it's quite the opposite. The opposite?
Now then.
Yep, let me give you a itty bitty iggy squeaky little hint. As far as this room goes, I don't know a thing. I just left it exactly how I found it. Thank you, Monokuma. What?
Yes, indeed.
How's that for a hint? Better than those stupid hints you get from NPCs in those mean old RPGs. It's about as helpful as those hints.
Uh-oh.
But it's pretty scary, huh? Blood all over the walls and junk. Of course, even the outside world. People die bloody, gruesome deaths every day.
I can't wait.
So it's
I
not
can't
really
wait.
a big deal. Just keep your chin up and keep on living, soldier. What's he talking about? He just left it the way he found it? What's the meaning of all this? Byakuya, about what Monokuma just told us. It's like I'm not even here. He must be lost again. Is he really thinking that hard? Or is he just flat out ignoring me? There are white chalk outlines drawn all over the floor. How many bodies were there? I've seen this kind of thing on detective shows and stuff like that. You always see it at the scene of a murder. I wish I could say I don't believe it. There's blood all over the place. I want to shut my eyes forever against such a ghastly sight. It appears all the blood stains are dry, and their color has changed. I think it's safe to assume these stains are considerably old. This is all real blood? Really blood? Of course. I wouldn't find it interesting otherwise. And it is interesting, I assure you. What on earth happened in this classroom? He seems like he's enjoying himself. No way can I keep up with someone like that. I'm just leaving the area. Okay, there's a wall that way. It's locked. We came all this way just to be tonight here. The sign in the hall says biolab. A biolab that we're forbidden from seeing into. It kinda sounds like something out of old cheesy horror movie. Okay, what's this one? I want to go in here first. A suit of armor is on display. It's extremely Japanese. Oh, thank you. Even though this room is totally enclosed, there's a cherry tree planted here, and it's in full bloom.
Hey,
It's quite elegant. This is what you consider elegant?
indeed.
I lived overseas for a long time, so this kind of Japanese style scenery is refreshing. But considering our situation, isn't it kind of out of place? It's a straw post used for sword practice. Did they use it for training here too? Box. There's a bunch of wooden lockers in here. The wooden lockers and keys remind me of super old school public bathhouses.
Hey, indeed.
Okay, it's just the same thing, so... That target seems pretty far away. Gotta say, pretty proud of my eyesight. Got 109 monoclones. What Kyoko told me yesterday. What the heck did it mean?
Mikuro Ikusaba. The 16th student, lying hidden somewhere in this school. The one they call the ultimate despair.
Okay.
Watch out for her.
Kyoko? I'm not gonna say anything. Huh? I can't say anything. Kyoko narrowed her eyes. Her gaze darted up to the surveillance camera.
Hey,
You understand why, right? She was trying to tell me that whatever it was important. The mastermind couldn't find out. But how did Kyoko get her hands on information that could be that important?
so then,
We are finished here. She made it very clear that our conversation had come to an end. And just like usual, I didn't understand anything any better than before. Well, thank you for, nothing, I guess? Hira.
Yo!
At first I thought I saw these guys. It turns out, they just painted the walls and the ceiling.
You know?
Oh, but the plants are real. It's been a while since I've smelled vegetation. It helps me relax.
What the heck?
That's not what you're thinking, is it? Huh? Why is that bad? Don't you get it? Don't you realize the true horror of plant life? It's there, just beneath the surface. Beneath their calm exterior, they're always watching and waiting. Okay, Hiro. I'm gonna need you to go get replaced with Mondo, Taka, anyone but you. Please and thank you. And when they decide they can't leave us in charge of Earth anymore,
The end is nigh!
they'll put their plans for global human extinction into action. The plants will? Okay, Hiro.
Well?
I'm serious. I believe you. I believe that you're serious. And that you believe this. There's some kind of control panel set here. Does it control the air conditioning or something? It's for the sprinklers. Oh, Anakuma. Please be gentle to the poor Makoto who doesn't have a brain cell. Sprinkler. Makoto. There is a roof. They can't have the sky, which means they can't get rain. Do you want to go water all these flowers? On top of dealing with the class trials and the investigations. Yeah, it controls the sprinklers in the garden. The sprinklers are set to go off every morning at 7:30. Don't you dare change it without permission. Of course, the settings is panel is locked, so you couldn't change it if you wanted to. So that means sprinklers go off at 7:30 a.m. every morning. Yep, you got it. It's super user-friendly, which sucks. So if you get here too early, you'll get drenched. So, watch yourself. But you're not a little kid, right? You're too old to go running through sprinklers anyway.
Yes.
Or do you have some kind of water fetish? Monokuma, I don't think that Makoto will know what you mean. So, I'm gonna tell everyone. Is this a chicken coop? What's a chicken coop doing here? This place even has chickens, huh? They are just regular chickens, right? Like, they don't eat people or lay bombs inside instead of eggs, something crazy like that. Okay, now you're starting to sound like Hiro, Makoto. It seems safe. It's a chicken. It's really alive, right? There's no mistake. Let's check all the chickens. Check it. It doesn't have like a second form, right? It's a chicken. It really is. Right. But I can say that for sure. We gotta check all the chickens to make sure. It's not expecting to be fed like humans, is it? It's a chicken. It's not gonna like lay a bomb, is it? Okay. I have successfully checked all the chickens. Give me a second. Step away from the chicken. Yes. Oh, you like chickens too, Makoto? Yeah, I love these little guys. They are seriously cute, right? And there's exactly 5 of them here. Exactly? 5. You know, the number that comes after 4 and before 6. At least in terms of natural numbers. Anyway, whenever the number 5 pops up, that's a good omen. It contains the mysteries of the cosmos.
I'm at least 30%
It's a number
right.
with power. A refreshing number on par. With hand squeezed, all natural lemonade. He never lets me get a word in edgewise. That might be a good thing. Just to be sure, I should take a look at that tool shed. This place seems totally disorganized. From a lawnmower to fertilizer, flower pots to farm tools. And leaning back against the back wall. Is that a pickaxe? It's not. Oh. Huh. There's something carved into the handle of this pickaxe. Crazy diamond. I feel like I remember seeing that somewhere. There's a lawnmower here. Even with this here, who's actually going to take care of the lawn? I don't know. So many flower pots, big ones, little ones, any size you need. I've got a lovely bunch of coconuts. There they are, standing in the road. Big one, small one, some as big as your head. Okay. Maybe I'll grow some flowers to put in there. There are different kinds of gardening tools here. Are they trying to get us to become self-sufficient? Bags of fertilizer. There are so many different kinds to choose from.
Hey.
Don't you believe me, Clara? It's there, just beneath the surface. Beneath their calm exterior, they're always watching you. And when they decide they can't leave. Earth doesn't
The
longer
end is nigh.
put their plan for global human extinction.
Well,
I don't think I've seen everything there is to see. What do you mean it? This is one of the monitors. No, it's pretty cool. Seems pretty useful. Actually, no, it's totally useless no matter what. Oh. What is this? This thing is super weird, super creepy. Flowers aren't supposed to get this big. Is this thing real?
Watch out!
Okay, Monokuma. What? That's a Monokuma flower. I came up with the name myself. Try and touch it and you're in for some real excitement. Your heart's all like, whoa, and the plant's all like, snap. And your flesh is all like, I'm dead. I love your description, Monokuma. In other words, it's a monstrosity. It's pretty freaking amazing if I do say so myself. You did amazing, Monokuma. A student at Hope Peak added improvement after improvement and created this miracle creature. The ultimate botanist. Although, they don't go here anymore. They died during the tragedy.
Actually,
By the way, despite how it looks, that flower is super practical. It can eat paper, plastic, and even people. So it's totally good for the environment.
well,
Such an
done.
eco-friendly creation is vital for the future growth of a healthy society. Not that I know anything about that myself. Of course not, Monokuma. Spouting more and more nonsense, Monokuma eventually disappeared. Whatever it is, I'd better keep my distance. No matter when and no matter where, surveillance cameras are everywhere. I mean, they're absolutely everywhere. How many cameras does this place have in it? I'm not going and counting, Makoto. I guess I've seen what there is to see up here for now. But once again, nothing I found seems to make any real sense. I need to head back to the dining hall and find out what the others turned out. One after another, everyone made their way to the dining hall. And before too long, it would appear everyone has returned. But still, it's just the 6 of us. That's barely enough for a decent volleyball team.
Just a second.
Hey, don't be a sourpuss. We gotta think positive. Besides, even if one more person dies, we can still field a basketball team. Is that all you guys are caring about right now is sports?
Hey.
That's like reverse positive thinking. Anyway, there's no time to be depressed. For the sake of everyone lost, we have to do our best. Can we stop all this group hug nonsense? We need to find out what everyone discovered. Okay, Hina. Since you went in the room, I checked all the windows on the 5th floor, front to back. That used to kind of be Sakura's job, but anyway, no dice. There were metal plates on all the windows, just like everywhere else.
Correct.
Which means no chance of escape on the 5th floor. Again, 5th floor, high jump. I don't think they're gonna make it. But when I was looking around, I realized something about the layout of the school. What do you mean? What exactly did you notice about the layout of the school?
Just a second.
You took a good look around the 5th floor yourself, didn't you, Makoto? I want Hina's words, please, Kyoko. Huh? Why do you ask?
So then,
Because if you did, you must have noticed the 5th floor is lacking something every other floor has. Something on all the other floors, but not on the 5th floor. Are you talking about stairs? Oh, Makoto, are you getting the brain cell? There aren't any stairs leading up from the 5th floor. That's what you're talking about, right? Does that mean the 5th floor is the end?
correct.
We are finally starting to get a clear picture of the school. All that's left now is to solve the underlying mystery.
But
That's the hardest part.
Okay.
Even if it's hard, we still gotta do it. Yeah, Hina's right. Everything will be okay. As long as we work together, I'm sure we'll make it out of this. No, not I'm sure. We absolutely will make it out. No matter what it takes. Okay, Kyoko.
Hey,
My concern with the bio lab. That was the only place on the 5th floor that we couldn't access. Bio lab, huh? I wonder what's in there.
could it be?
If this were like a cliche horror game, it'd be some kind of creature. Final boss, or tyrant, or...
But
We're not in a horror game, though. Either way, we don't need to worry about it at the moment. Don't bother thinking about something that can't be understood, no matter how much you think about it.
Naturally.
Your tiny brains can only do so much. So focus on utilizing them efficiently.
Well,
I don't really like how you said it, but what you said is probably right.
What?
No, how I said it is right too.
You know?
Well, there's a big garden up on the 5th floor, and I found more than one thing to be worried about. A stupidly large plant. Monokuma said that was called a Monokuma flower. Even touching it seems dangerous, so we have to be careful.
You're serious?
It's totally a man-eating plant. I'm pretty sure it's different from the one that lives in the pipeline. Anyway. Are you talking about the Mario plant? Hero! I'm going to take away your access to Mario at this point. That thing must benefit from the sprinkler just as much as anything else. Oh yeah, apparently the sprinklers come on every morning at 7:30 on the dot. Yeah, remember that. You don't want to get drenched and catch a cold.
yeah.
Well, you don't have to worry. They say idiots never catch colds, you know. Of course not, because idiots never get wet. Alright, Hero definitely doesn't have the brain cell. I think you're thinking of ducks. I'm starting to worry about you, Hero. Can you tell me what 10 plus 10 is?
What the heck?
Hey, come on. You don't always have to call me dumb. I mean, she was insulting you before and it went over your head. So, I may have been held back 3 times, but that doesn't make me stupid. Sure. But if we'll make you happy, I'll answer your dumb question.
Huh?
So, what was the question again? Don't worry about Hero.
Ah,
Don't worry, you just answered it.
You know?
Eh,
You know?
there was a bunch of chickens in the chicken coop, right? That's right, 5. 5 chickens. I love chickens. Let's raise them up big and fat. Then we can make fried chicken. Oh, or barbecue. Decisions. Or how about raw? Because there's nothing fresher than raw, right? Hina, I just counted all those chickens, and I don't know if they're actually chickens. I might need to go double check. You might need to count. I'm pretty sure that code.
You know?
What's... You noticed it too, huh? That pickaxe.
What?
Huh? What about the pickaxe? Well, there was a pickaxe in the tool shed, and the words Crazy Diamond had been carved into the handle. Haven't we seen that phrase somewhere before? Crazy Diamond, yeah, that does sound kind of familiar, I think. Come on, you guys. Someone have a brain cell?
It's true.
I don't just think I know. We've definitely seen that phrase before.
Huh?
Where? Hina, don't interrupt. Oh, that's it, I remember. It was on Mondo's uniform, on the back of his jacket. Mondo! His jacket said the same thing, right? Crazy Diamond.
I see.
You are absolutely right. But why would that be on the pickaxe in the garden?
Could it be?
Mondo must have snuck it in there and done it right.
Not possible.
But we didn't have access to the garden until today.
that's right.
Then maybe Mondo brought it with him when we first came here, and Monokuma confiscated it? Whatever the reason, that's what stuck out to me about the tool shed. Pickaxe connected to Mondo. Well, what stuck out to me wasn't the pickaxe at all. Huh? Then what did?
Yo!
What I noticed was the lawnmower. I'm thinking maybe we could use it to call for help. I'm afraid to ask how. Because coming from you, it's not going to be a great idea.
Huh?
Thank you for Hina asking for me. How are you going to call for help with the lawnmower?
What the heck?
I don't know, maybe I can use it to make crop circles or something. It's a roof. It's painted. You even said so yourself. Yeah, that's it. I'm going to make crop circles.
Well,
and we can use those to call for help. What the heck's happened to you? You weren't like this in the beginning, you know.
you know?
Well, back then, my personality hasn't quite solidified yet. I didn't think it was possible, but I'm more disappointed in you now than I've ever been. Okay. Toko! Hey, Byakuya, it seems like Toko wants to say something.
What?
So why are you telling me? Because you have to give her permission?
Hey.
Oh, because you told her to zip it or whatever? Ah, I'd forgotten about that. You... Byakuya! You can't just forget things like that. Jesus, man, I know you like torturing her, but come on. Well, Toko, if you want to envelop us all in your future breath, I won't stop. You honor me, Master. And don't worry, I took care of the odor problem. Seriously, you're just gonna take it? Hero, it is not our place to judge the dynamic. Okay? Shut up and don't interrupt when Master and me are talking. Okay, so what did you want to tell us? Well, I was in a classroom on the 5th floor, and something caught my attention. It was this. A knife. Whoa, that thing is huge. It's like Rambo size.
What?
It's a survival knife, sometimes. But what was it doing in the classroom?
Well,
No.
Very suspicious.
What are you gonna use that knife for? What are you planning to do to us? Hero! I think if she was gonna use it, based on how the class trials have been, she wouldn't tell us about it. I'm not gonna do anything, I just picked it up. I didn't want to leave a knife just laying around.
How about that?
I'd rather have it laying around than in the hands of a serial killer. Don't compare me to her. I'm nothing like her. Listen, more important, now that we have the knife, what are we gonna do?
You know?
We can't let Toko keep it, that's for sure. We don't know what she might do.
what's your
don't-
problem?
Want it anyway, it's too dangerous. So what to do?
So then,
Why don't you hang on to it, Makoto? Why? Huh? Me? Oh yeah, I totally trust Makoto to take care of it. Why, you guys? Makoto doesn't have a brain cell. He might even... Oh. That's why. He might forget about it.
Okay.
Then that's that. Hold on, don't I get a say?
It's all clear now.
It just shows how much they trust you. You should do as they ask. Are you sure it's trust? I feel like they're just using you. They might be. Okay, so here you go, Makoto. They're acting like I already said yes. But fine. I guess there's nothing I can do. I'll just keep it in my desk drawer for now. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say. Hey, Toko. Do I still have bad breath? Sorry. I'm sorry it stinks. I'm sorry.
That's fine.
You made a valuable discovery. Good job. Huh? Did Master just praise me? Hey, good for you. I'm dreaming. I must be dreaming. That I would ever experience such a dream. So strange, really strange. No. Whenever I look at Toko these days, it makes me feel sad. Alright, Byakuya. By the way, did any of you find it? The other strange room. On the 5th floor. Well, no. Strange is a massive understatement. The smell of flesh, fat, and blood. The white outlines of countless corpses. It was more dreadful than anything I've encountered here so far. What the hell are you talking about? The smell itself was horrific. Far beyond any normal murder scene. Everybody's body smell concentrated.
Huh?
God, I'm glad I didn't see it. I feel like I'm gonna barf just hearing you describe it.
But
I mean, what the hell happened in that room?
So, in other words,
I can only think of one thing. A large group of people died right there in that classroom. A bunch of people were killed in there? Stop, seriously, I'm gonna throw up.
It can't be.
Perhaps it was meant by the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. Huh? You are thinking the same thing. Then my theory is the mass murder that took place in that room is the incident said to have happened 1 year ago. The awful scene in that room. That was the tragedy that happened a year ago.
In other words,
Precisely. The tragedy is another name for the genocide of student body at Hope's Peak Academy. If that's true,
it's all clear now.
that would explain why Hope's Peak was forced to close its doors.
Hey.
I mean, I guess that all makes sense, but it's just all just so awful. Not just awful, super awfully awful. You're right, it's beyond awful. It's terrible, tragic, hopeless, but still. How is it not one of us ever heard about something like that happening? Does that mean they really did cover it up? Well, I think that's all the new information we have for now.
Yo.
So now what do we do?
Hmm.
Well, starting today, you're all under my command. But before we proceed, I need to figure something out.
No way.
Jeez, how cocky can you be? You're gonna bust through the ceiling if your head gets any bigger. So, what is it you want to figure out? Kyoko's identity. Huh?
Well,
Kyoko's identity, but Kyoko is Kyoko, right? Yes, but who is she? Best of us have a clear, definable reason for having been selected to Hope's Peak, to attend Hope's Peak Academy. Hina's the ultimate swimming pro. Hiro's the ultimate clairvoyant. Even Makoto is the ultimate lucky student. More unlucky than lucky these days, but... So what about Kyoko? Can anyone tell me what she is? Now that you mention it, she's never told us. Well, Kyoko doesn't really like talking about herself anyway, right? It's not a matter of what she likes or doesn't like. This is a matter of trust. Can you trust someone who's unwilling to reveal their true identity? We need to avoid raising any more unnecessary suspicion. So Kyoko, it's time you told us. I can't. What? What? Why won't you tell us?
Wrong.
I didn't say I won't. I said I can't.
What the heck?
What do you mean?
So,
Because I don't remember. Remember. What? I have no memory of what I did. You have no memory. I mean, amnesia?
What?
If I thought you had sense of humor, I'd say you were joking. But if this is a joke, I'm not laughing.
this is
You
very
can't be serious
suspicious.
right now, can you? I knew you wouldn't believe me. That's why I didn't say anything.
however,
But it doesn't matter. Either way, the truth will make itself clear before we're done.
What?
So you have no intention of telling us. Then I can no longer stand by and do that.
hey,
What are you gonna do? Torture me? Nothing so barbaric as that.
It's all clear now.
I will simply limit your options. I can't allow you to engage in any further suspicious activity.
what?
Limit my options.
Just give up.
Give me the key to your room. But if she gives you her room key, she can't go to sleep in a room. She'll be breaking a school regulation. And if she doesn't want that, she'll talk. It's easy. All she has to do is tell us about herself. Just hold on. A threat like that.
That's fine.
Fine. I understand. Good. You are finally in the mood for a conversation. Without saying a word, Kyoko walked right up to Bayukuya and held out her room key to him.
It can't be.
You damn fool. Why do you refuse to talk?
Because,
Whether I want to or not, I can't. All I can do is keep telling you that.
So,
Maybe she really did lose her memory. If you really think about it, it doesn't sound totally impossible. This is the worst school ever. Where only the worst stuff happens, right? Amnesia would fit right in.
however,
The worst school, where only the worst things happen. Do you really mean that? Huh?
hey,
Can you really be sure that life here has been filled with only the worst things? What do you mean? Perhaps I've said too much. Kyoko then turned her back on us, and without a word, began to walk away.
Come on.
Where do you think you're going?
Goodbye.
Just don't worry. I'm not going to do anything to hurt any of you. Those were her last words as she left. Kyoko's last words. The dining hall was silent. The only sound was the door opening and closing as Kyoko left the room.
What the heck?
What's her deal?
But
I think you went too far, taking her room key like that. But for her, that wasn't far enough. Well, maybe she gets off in the attention. I can't believe her. Enjoying getting yelled at?
Stop talking.
You're getting noisy again, Toko.
Come on.
Sorry, I can still hear you. The sound of your breathing. Of your heart beating. It grates on me.
Hey!
Are you telling her to die? I mean, I know how you feel, but what's Kyoko gonna do now? Plus, the situation. It's just like before. It's no different from when everyone started accusing Sakura. And I'm no different either. I still can't stop it. What? What the hell? Why are you yelling all of a sudden?
I mean,
'Cause look. Hi, Monokuma.
What?
It's you. How long have you been standing there? I'm very.
Now I'm really angry!
Okay, we made the bear mad. Angry at what? As a thief. Yes, that's right. I'm very sad to have to tell you. There's a thief in your midst.
Huh?
What?
Hey!
My precious. They stole it. You're precious.
Your teacher had such faith in you. And this is how you repay me? With betrayal?
I'm sorry, Monokuma. Reality is filled with so much hardship, isn't it? No wonder people run away into their fantasies. But what the heck is your precious? So, I hope all of you get stuck in the hiring freeze and die penniless on the street.
What the heck?
And he's gone. What the heck was that about?
so,
He said something about his precious getting stolen. Does anyone have any idea what that might mean? It likely has something to do with Kyoko. Huh? Who else other than her would be willing and able to steal something from Monokuma? Did Kyoko really steal something from Monokuma? But if that's true, what was it? And why would she do it? And when?
This is a school announcement. It is now 10 p.m.
Okay.
As such, it is officially nighttime. Soon the doors to the dining hall will be locked, and entry at that point is strictly prohibited. Okay then. Sweet dreams, everyone. Good night. Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite.
Uh-oh, we need to get out of here.
You know?
We can talk about this more tomorrow, and about Kyoko. However, after what just happened with Monokuma and Kyoko, I feel like there's something in the air. I would suggest you take extra precautions tonight. Stay in your rooms. Don't go wandering around.
well,
Not like we need you to tell us that.
Goodbye.
Well then, let's disperse. I'll see you all tomorrow. Following his lead, each of us went back to our rooms. Ah, that's right. I need to put away the knife that I got from Toko. I think the safest place for it will be in my desk drawer. But anyway, is Kyoko really gonna be okay? She can't get into her room. What's she gonna do? Isn't there something I can do? Something I can... As I opened my eyes, I realized I'd fallen asleep without realizing it. But more important, did I hear the doorbell? Kyoko?
Hey.
I'll be waiting for you in the dressing room. See you later. Hey, wait, Kyoko. Without acknowledging me, Kyoko disappeared into the depths of the darkened hallway. I know we're not supposed to go out during nighttime, but I can't just not go. I mean, you can.
Hey,
Sorry for asking you to meet me, so it's okay, I'm used to it.
correct.
Indeed.
So then,
Well then, let me get straight to the point. It's something you can't talk about in front of surveillance cameras, right? So does that mean... Does this have something to do with whatever it is you stole from Monokuma? Monokuma told us earlier that someone had stolen something from him. Was it you?
indeed.
That's right. Thank you for admitting it, Kyoko. So I was right. But what did you steal?
So,
I stole this. A key. But looking at it, I couldn't tell. I could tell it wasn't just any key. It was shaped like Monokuma. It was probably the only key of its kind on Earth. Where did you get this?
so,
From the headmaster's room. What? You snuck into the headmaster's room? But wasn't it locked?
however,
The lock was broken. What?
correct.
It was Sakura. She did it for us. She did.
Indeed.
Remember what she said in her note. I'm not gonna just lay down and die. I will fight you. So Sakura broke into the headmaster's room for us.
That's right.
That's right. So that we could uncover whatever secrets might lay hidden within. She did that for us. She violated the school regulations to help us. She'd already decided to die, so her last act was to defy the rules of this place.
Indeed.
I noticed the room was open after the class trial was over yesterday. But if I just strolled into the room, Monokuma would have noticed right away, which is why I used you as a decoy. Of course you did! So you asked me to meet you at the data center in order to...
Correct.
I wanted you to draw Monokuma's attention. I took that opportunity to sneak into the headmaster's room, and as a result, I found this key. Wow. Then what you told me about yesterday, did that come from the headmaster's room too?
Mukuro Ikusaba. The 16th student, lying hidden somewhere in this school. The one they call the ultimate despair. Watch out for her.
Did you find out about this Mukuro Ikusaba while you were in there?
Indeed.
I did find a file in the headmaster's room that talked about her, yes. I don't know all the details yet, but one thing I do know is that Mukuro Ikusaba is dangerous. Dangerous?
In other words,
She may very well be the mastermind. But didn't Alter Ego say that the headmaster was probably the mastermind?
wrong.
No. The headmaster isn't the mastermind. I'm sure of that. What? I don't have proof yet, but I have no doubt that I'm right. To make such a strong statement without proof, that's not like Kyoko at all. But, if it isn't the headmaster, does that mean Mukuro Ikusaba really could be the master?
Anyway,
This key is the one big opportunity waiting to get our hands on. Now that we've grasped it, we can't let it go, can we? Sure. But I mean, what's this key even unlock?
so,
I don't know yet, which is why I need you to draw Monokuma's attention again while I go and find out. Wait, so you plan on sneaking back in again? I can't. That's way too dangerous. And you want me to draw his attention, but we don't actually know there's just one mastermind, right? There's more than one person watching them.
is that right?
But they didn't catch on last night, right? Maybe we just got lucky.
Hey,
Or maybe the mastermind can't monitor us and control Monokuma at the same time. She might have a point, Makoto. Huh? Like I said, we didn't get caught last night. But as you said, maybe it was pure luck. Which is why we're going to run the experiment one more. And if we are successful again, then what may have just been a lucky guess will be proven true. As Kyoko talked, she was calm and collected as ever. I couldn't help but just stand there and listen.
Hey,
If it's true that the mastermind can't watch us and control Monokuma at the same time, then there would have to be a period of time where the mastermind is vulnerable. What we need to do is find out for sure if that's actually true, and if we can exploit it. Maybe, but no matter what the reward, the risk is just too high. When I think what might happen if we fail,
why is that?
I don't think you need to worry all that much after. With minimal restrictions, you are free to explore Hope's Peak Academy at your discretion. No restrictions have been placed on our efforts to solve the mystery. Am I wrong? Even when I took the key, I didn't break any rules as far as I can tell. But if the mastermind decides to do something, all the rules in the world won't matter. He could just kill us all, without a second thought.
I see.
In that case, even if the plan fails, we'll still be able to prove or disprove that hypothesis. What?
Correct.
In a moment of crisis, will the mastermind break their own rules, or adhere to them no matter what?
In other words,
We gain something whether we succeed or not. Now there's no reason not to do it, right? But
if you spend all your time trying to avoid danger, you'll never move forward.
she's got a point. We know the danger. But if that risk means solving the mystery, we have no choice.
Hey,
Am I wrong? At that moment, I finally realized I had never seen the slightest hint of fear or despair in Kyoko's eyes. Her gaze was firmly fixed on the mystery ahead, the enemy standing before us, and with that in view, she just smiled. I can't change how I feel, and wouldn't if I could. Then Kyoko took something from her coat pocket and held it out to me. Huh? What's this?
it's true.
Consider it a symbol of my determination. Don't open it yet. Only open it if something ever happens to me. If something happens,
However,
I'm not planning on dying. But there's always a chance of it. And a death without meaning is unappealing.
hey,
Please, I want you to hold on to it for me. Fine, I'll hold on to it. Just because you asked me to. But I'm gonna give it back at some point. You can be sure of that.
indeed.
Yes, of course.
Hey,
Oh, and one more thing. You can't tell anyone else about what I've discovered. Sure, because then there's a chance the mastermind might find out, right?
indeed.
Well, there's that too. Huh? You mean there's something else?
Well,
It's nothing. Forget I said anything. I can't just forget that easily.
so then,
Okay then, shall we begin?
Makoto.
I'm counting on you, Makoto. I just have to get Monokuma's attention, right? Well, I'll give it my best shot.
Goodbye.
I'm going on ahead. The rest is up to you. Her curt goodbye was no different from any other time. And like every other time, she moved at a brisk pace as she left. What wasn't like every other time was the sudden knot I felt in my stomach as I watched her walk away. No, everything's gonna be fine. I know it. Because it's Kyoko. Talking to myself helped shake off some of my anxiety. And then I got to work. Okay, listeners. Hey, Monokuma, you can see me, right? Get out here. I've got a bone to pick with you. Then a few moments later.
Monokuma appears!
Hi, Monokuma. Well. This is a surprise? You being the one to call me out.
Hey!
Hey, by the way,
Most
what
suspicious.
were you and Kyoko up to? Going to the bathhouse? Just the two of you? In the middle of the night? Monokuma? Definitely a hot and steamy moment, wouldn't you say? So warm and wet. So wet and warm. I bet you guys. Removed to conform with local and international censorship laws. All over her, didn't she? Not gonna talk, huh? Sure, I get it. Well, whatever. Unlike you, I have absolutely no interest in late-night bath scenes. You seem very interested, and you seem very sad that you don't get to know. Because I like to maintain a healthy life of observation, far away from X-rated exploits. Oh, so is that why there's no surveillance cameras in the bathrooms? Wow. Bullseye. Or is it maybe because the lens gets all fogged up and you can't see anything anyway? I think you got on the head, got the nail on the head there, Makoto. Sounds like that's the bullseye too.
You need something?
Anyway, you went to all that trouble to get me up here. Now, what do you want? Oh, well. There's just something I wanted to confirm with you.
Say what?
Whether I'm a mademoiselle or a dude fella.
Actually...
But in the Bear Kingdom, there is no middle. Actually, there is. Seriously?
My
where am
entire
I?
existence!
Uh-oh. Why'd you do this, Makoto?
This is kind of
That's it.
depressing.
I'll get stuck if I think about it too much. So what did you really want to ask me? Oh, well, you told us earlier that your Precious had been stolen. What's this Precious of yours?
What are you thinking?
Listen, I'm sure this is a silly question the way it's possible and all, but is that seriously what you dragged me out here to ask me? You gotta be kidding me. You gotta be 100 megaton freaking kidding me. You're not gonna ask something useful like how to get the best honey or earth-sign breeding tips? No. This is just crazy. Are all pubescent teen boys as nutty as you? Sure.
What the heck?
God, you're so annoying. Fine, I'll tell you. There was a key in. Monokuma? I could think of a bunch of words that were going there, and none of them are going to think. There is 6 stars. I agree. It was the key and boobies. That's it. What was that second thing? It's a blank, stupid. A secret. Fill it in yourself. I did. Boobies. Making me trudge all the way up here for that. I'd like to see what's going on in that room. One second. And the next time you summon me for something so stupid, I'll open up your skull and find out. Dropping more than a few swear words, Monokuma stormed off. Phew. I hope I kept him distracted long enough. Now all I can do is wait and hope Kyoko makes it out okay. No, she'll be fine. It's Kyoko after all. I'm sure she's fine, right? I went back to my room and laid down, doing my best to settle my nerves and get back to sleep. Monokuma theater time, woo!
Monokuma Theater, brought to you by Spike Toonsoft Company Limited.
I don't have to read? What was that? This super stylish, super fashionable game was created by Spike Chunsoft. Then we've got to buy it now.
Then you guys have to recommend it to your friends, too!
Sure.
Good morning, everyone! It is now 7 a.m., and nighttime is officially over. Time to rise and shine! Get ready to greet another beautiful day!
My body feels so heavy this morning. It must be because I was up so late last night. Anyway, I need to get to the dining hall. And here is the survival knife that Tofu found. Okay.
What?
You are 1 minute late. Good. How do you explain this? I checked to make sure the knife was still hidden. Sorry, I'm not feeling so great.
What's your problem?
You really think a tired excuse like that is gonna work? Are you allowed to talk again? I don't recall giving you permission. Huh? I just thought. I mean, since a day had passed, maybe reset. Sorry. Please don't hate me. Whatever my punishment is, I'll accept it. I'll hang a sign from my neck that says "Bad Girl." I'll clean your bathroom with my toothbrush. If you stop making disgusting comments like that, maybe I can forgive you. I won't make any more disgusting comments, I promise. If I do, you can stuff my mouth full of trash. As long as it's you and no one else, I don't mind. It's no use, she's disgusting to the bone.
So,
Anyway, where's Kyoko? I haven't seen her this morning.
Could it be?
Not cool. This is worse than being late for lunch. For a date? For your wedding? For anything. Maybe she's mad about what happened yesterday, and she's not going to show up anymore. I can't tell the others why Kyoko might not be here. The best thing to do right now is just keep quiet.
Very strange.
Whatever her reason, curious to know what she's doing. I know she's not in her room, so...
You know?
Oh yeah, you still have a key, right?
What's this?
Ah, are you looking for Miss Kirigiri?
What?
What do you want now?
Hey! Hey!
I'm right? You're wondering where Miss Kirigiri is, right? Do you know where she is?
Ooh.
Well, it's hard to say.
Huh?
Huh? You don't know either.
What?
It's because he doesn't know. That's why he's here. To try and prod us for information. Hey, don't you hate it when you ask someone what their favorite movie is, and they name some indie bullcrap?
this is very
I feel like I'm
suspicious.
getting whiplash. The way he changes subjects like that. Thank goodness. It looks like Monokuma really didn't notice. So I guess our plan went off just fine last night. Which could mean
Hey,
maybe the mastermind can't monitor us and control Monokuma at the same time. Could she have been right about that?
Hey! Hey!
So was I right? You're looking for Miss Kirigiri. Any idea where she might have gone? We have no idea.
What the heck?
And even if we did know, we wouldn't tell you.
What the heck?
We're serious. I see. Well, fine, whatever. I don't even care anymore. Sayonara, suckers. As soon as he was gone, we all glanced around at each other. So, what was that just now? Does that mean Monokuma doesn't know where she is either? It would seem that way.
You know?
Where the heck could she have gone? Don't you think we should all go look for her? And how would you suggest we approach the task? Even Monokuma can't seem to locate her.
Very suspicious.
Yeah, how can he not know where she is?
Yeah, totally.
So strange. Kyoko must have used that key to sneak into some unknown part of the school. But somewhere even Monokuma knows. Where could it be? I'm taking a sip of my coffee. We spent the rest of the breakfast talking about where Kyoko could have gone. Afterwards, we returned to our rooms. Phew. Breakfast didn't help me feel any more upbeat, that's for sure. I feel like this is more than just me staying up late last night. Free time. That means store time. Yes, I would. Okay, so 19 points. That would have been perfect for Celeste. Ooh, a second item. Okay. I love when they give me extra items. Ooh, an old radio. Goodbye coins. I should probably leave them. Okay, let's look at the presents. Okay, Hina.
Okay.
Even if it's hard, you have to endure.
Well,
That's a quote from the famous American Samuel Ward. But every person's endurance has a limit.
Yeah,
I think we need to change the pace. And when I think of change of pace,
you got it.
I can only take 50 laps in the pool. Really? I changed my pace with Hina in the pool. Hina and I grew a little closer today. Would you like to give Hina a present? Yes. Thanks. Does that mean she liked it? There's something wrong, Hina. I've reached my limit.
Just a second.
I'm stuck in here. Can't do any sports. Can't do anything. I'm sick of it. I want to get out under the sun and do some laps. Run a marathon. I want to do some real sports. Hina, calm down, okay?
Heck?
I can't do anything in here if I can't move around. I'm gonna die. Like a bunny rabbit. But I always heard rabbits die from loneliness.
That's terrible.
Whatever. I'm gonna die if I can't get some proper physical activity. Don't you think that's a little extreme?
What the heck?
You think I'm kidding, don't you? But I seriously can't sit still, you know? Why else would I have enjoyed 6 sports teams in a school? Hina, I think you're overdoing it. 6?
That's right.
Yeah, track, basketball, softball, volleyball, tennis. And the big one. The big one. She got to her main sport. Ran out of juice. I think it's gotta be swimming. Your main sport is swimming, right? Yeah, you got it. Yeah, I don't even care what stroke it is. Just get me in a pool under the blue sky. But isn't it hard to do that many sports, even for you?
Well,
If I can't move, I'll just shrivel up and die. And I need a challenge. More and more new stuff to try. A challenge?
because
What I really love about sports isn't winning, you know? It's having to fight and struggle and give it all you've got to reach the top. It's that excitement, that fear that you might suffer heartbreaking loss.
but
When you finally reach that goal, it's just lonely. It's lonely at the top, you know. I never really got into sports, so I couldn't really relate to what she was talking about. But I could tell that the reason Hina was so amazing was how hard she could fight and struggle. So that's why I want to push myself as hard as possible when it comes to swimming. I want to aim for the highest, very highest mountaintop. The highest mountaintop?
okay.
I'm talking about the gold medal, of course. Aim for the gold, even if it means a super gold spaz. Did she just call herself? Okay, but if that's what you want, isn't that all the more reason? If you have a goal, why are you standing around making excuses?
Huh?
Excuses?
Just a second.
Hey, when did I ever make any excuses? Sure, maybe we're stuck in here right now with no way out. But if you really want to make an effort, shouldn't you try to see what you can do in here?
Oh!
That's a challenge. You just made an official challenge.
Yeah, totally.
But I think you're right. If I want to get that gold medal, I have to make every effort I can. I want to become a genius of effort. I bet Ian Thorpe said something like that.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't go around making excuses just because we're stuck in here. Alright, I think I'm gonna go do some push-ups on my own. Like maybe around 1,000 or something. Almost before she was done talking, Hina took off like a bat out of hell. She recovered exactly as fast and strong as I would have expected. Hina's report card had been updated based on your experience with her. Your maximum number of skill points has increased, and I look at you go. Once we were all done, I headed back to my room for a little while. I feel even worse than I did this morning. My body feels like lead. Now I'm getting chills. This is bad. I think I might be getting sick. You're sick. Maybe I should make you sleep. Actually. Hina. A person's ability is measured by the power they display at the point where pressure is applied.
Yeah.
That's a quote from the famous baseball player Kenji Jojima.
Yeah, totally.
I think what he means is that you only really see how strong a person is when they're under pressure. I wonder how strong I can really be. Should I talk to Hina?
You got it.
Okay, let's go to the pool. Swim time.
But
Oh, but don't stare, okay? I don't actually have a swimsuit, just a shirt. And when it gets wet, it's kinda embarrassing.
huh?
Although I wasn't embarrassed before, but now I kinda am. I wonder how come. I went swimming with Hina, who seemed kind of embarrassed. Yes.
Aw.
No, okay, Makoto. I'm so tired. Yeah, you look pretty tired. What happened?
Well,
I woke up earlier than normal this morning, so I decided to do a push-up, sit-up, squat set. I ended up doing 1,000. Stop! Well, that would explain it. Tired, so tired. I want something sweet. I want those things you get when you mix flour, sugar, butter, and eggs, and then deep fry them. So what you're looking for is donuts. Oh, I know, you want some donuts. Right? Don't tell anyone, but there's actually a bunch of frozen donuts in the warehouse.
okay.
Throw those in the microwave for a few seconds and just imagine. Imagine the warm chewiness of that donut. You know what I'm saying, right? You'd eat the crap out of that, right? You really do love donuts, huh?
Just a second.
Is there anyone who doesn't? Who on earth? No. Who in the whole universe can say they hate donuts? Coconut. Think about the sensation of biting into a donut. First the sweetness floods your mouth. Then the soft dough cushions you. Next you get that hint of egg and butter, right? Your whole body starts to melt. Now I want donuts, Hina! You feel like you're falling into the center of the donut itself. When people start talking about the donut effect, that's what they're talking about. That's absolutely not true. I can't take it anymore. I'm drooling like Niagara Falls over here.
Just a second.
Get out of my way, Makoto, or I got an uppercut with your name on it. I'm not in the way. Wait for me, God of Donuts. Almost before she was done talking, Hina took off like a bat out of hell. Whenever I'm around her, I feel like I'm soaking in the essence of human vitality. Hina's report card has been updated based on newspaper. Maximum number of skill points. That's great. After I watched her run off, I went back to my room. I'm getting the chills. I feel kind of dizzy. I can't help it. I need sleep. Nighttime wasn't for a while, but I felt like my body had reached its limit. As I dropped onto my bed, I felt like I was falling into a bottomless pit. I was unconscious before my head hit the pillow. Well, that's not quite true. I didn't pass out completely. It was more like my consciousness went dim. I weaved back and forth between sleep and wakefulness, which is all to say. Poor Makoto. I was restless. At some point, I found myself wandering through a strange dream. And within the dream, a voice echoed across the walls of my mind.
I understand.
You understand what? That voice. It's so familiar.
I understand.
It's me.
I understand. I should understand everything.
Okay.
My goal isn't to get out of here. It's to stay here.
Huh? What am I trying to say?
Hope. This is all for hope. And that's why I have to stay.
What are you saying, Makoto?
I have to stay here.
Makoto?
My dream just now. What? So strange. Huh?
Run, Makoto.
Kyoko? What the?
What are you doing, Kyoko?
What did you say?
Just go back to sleep, Makoto. Oh, marking with Ida. Every day is peaceful. Every day is joyful. Happy days. From the time you wake up to the time you go to sleep. Wishing only for those unchanging, unending happy days. Days of boredom, beating forever and ever. No abnormalities as far as the eye can see. Life without the tiniest speck of abnormality.
If the world were like that, I'd consider that pretty damn abnormal.
Fair. Ow, ow. Ooh. I'm out of coffee.
Good morning, everyone! It is now 7 a.m. and nighttime is officially over. Time to rise and shine! Get ready to greet another beautiful day!
It took longer than usual for me to open my eyes. I let out a deep sigh to bring myself up to the rest of the way. The chills, the aches, the unfathomable lethargy, they had all disappeared in the night. All that was left was me, drenched in sweat. It wasn't just because of whatever bug I caught, either. It was also the dream I had. What the hell was that? I mean, was it even really a dream? I was desperate to recall it. I scrambled to grab onto the fragrance of the dream and reel them up from the depths of my memory. That's right, I remember it last night. I came down with a fever and couldn't quite get to sleep. And I heard a voice I didn't really understand. And then all of a sudden I was awake. And there was a strange person standing next to my bed, wearing a mask. And they were holding a knife. I want to say I fought them off, but I don't actually remember. I felt like my mind had been detached from my body, burning up with fever. I was somewhere far away, watching my body move on its own, and because of that, I don't remember what really happened, but still, I feel like I resisted them desperately, feverishly. After that, things go black again. The next thing I remember, Kyoko was there. But what would she have been doing in my room? What a strange dream. No. Was it really a dream? How can I possibly find out either way? I opened the desk drawer. Huh? It's empty. There's nothing inside. Wait, nothing inside? That's strange. Because it definitely wasn't before. I'm positive I put the knife I got from Toko in here. Wait, that means... the knife they told me to keep safe. I knew it. I just had a feeling. It wasn't a dream after all. But if that's true, this all makes even less sense. Why would someone have wanted to attack me? And who was that behind the mask? And why was Kyoko? What the hell is going on? Well, I don't think I'm gonna figure it out on my own. I should head to the dining hall. Then I can talk to everyone else about it. Okay.
Hey, Makoto.
Ah, Makoto, yep, that's Makoto. Shares the sky's blue. Hey, Hina. I'm gonna go quickly get some water. I'll be back. Watch, I'm now gonna get him like right after this battle. We're just gonna walk around as a Muko for a bit. Like, come on. You get to be a Moogle. Do. Koopa, Koopa. 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 Do. There we go. All the chocobo racing has led me up to this point. Not the best, but it led me up to this point. Alright, my mistake. I'm not getting on. Oh man. Floor 47. Oh man. You again. I'll pass. How did you get up that many stairs so fast? That's just what I want to know, is how did he get up that fast? We're at floor 38. Lock, can you slow down? Lock. Why did you walk down the stairs? And then back up the stairs. Lock. Lock. Yuri takes my hand and gives the wound a closer look. She stares at it and noticeably fidgets. If you're squeamish, I'll go wash it off now. Without warning. Yuri puts my finger in her mouth and licks the wound. Am I into this? I think I'm into this. Oh, wild one. Who might thou be? Thou? Thou. Oh no. Why did you start? Thou. Okay. Now I'm back. Alright. You really had me worried. What happened to you? Worried?
Cause, I mean,
Yeah, right after night comes home. You know what to get. You were having me wait for doorbell. She never answered. We thought maybe you'd been, you know. I mean, not that that actually happened. I mean, nobody here would wanna, you know. So anyway, what were you doing? You didn't feel good, so I went right to bed. I had no idea you guys even showed up. But why did you come to get me? Did something happen? Well, lots of stuff actually. I'm not sure I can really explain.
okay.
Let's go meet up with everyone else, and they can tell you all about it. So is everyone waiting somewhere else or something?
That's right.
Oh yeah, we all stayed up the whole night. The whole night? I lost at rock, paper, scissors, so I had to come get breakfast.
Okay.
So you got here just in time. Come on, help me carry it. Okay, sure. Everyone's in the gym. Hurry up. I'll meet you there. The gym? Why is everyone in the gym? In the entire night? Okay. Ready to the gym. You're right here. 1 second. Just needed a quick little cool down. Ah, there he is.
Huh? Oh, hey, Makoto.
This is worse than being late for your own wedding, the birth of your son, and your own funeral. All at once.
What?
Geez, to show up now like it's no big deal. You made us stay up all night while you slept like a baby in your bed? It's just like Hina had said. Everyone was there, besides Kyoko. And then I noticed. They'd formed a circle around something. As soon as I saw what that something was. What the? Before I could catch myself, I'd cried out. Spread out in front of them were the remains of Monokuma.
What are you doing?
What does it look like? We're dismantling it to see what makes it tick.
I can see that. Why?
Dismantling? But I mean, that's Monokuma you're messing with, right?
Yeah, that's right.
She's not even phased.
I love how Toko's just holding the legs. Relax, there's no danger. You say that. What is this? What are you guys doing? It looks like it's been professionally disassembled. How is that possible? Tearing apart something like that isn't dangerous? Seriously, what are you thinking? How can you say tearing apart something like that isn't dangerous?
Hey, come on.
Well, I guess I'll handle this. I'll explain it to you. Because that's how much I like you. Bayukuya found this little fella playing around. Then we tore it apart. That doesn't explain anything.
What?
Just before we went to bed last night, I came to the gym to try and talk to Monokuma. Okay. I wanted to see if he had any new information about Kyoko's disappearance. And I found him here, just like normal. However, When I found him, he was no more than a regular toy. He didn't react, didn't say a word. Saying he wasn't moving at all? I waited there until nighttime officially began, but still, Monokuma lay there motionless. I gathered everyone up as quickly as possible, and they could take a look. Even then, he still didn't make a move, so I immediately initiated the disassembly process. It was Master's stroke of genius and a chance to find out what made Monokuma tick. One thing we discovered is that he's quite a sophisticated machine, which leagues beyond any normal remote control toy. Who has enough free time to invest in something like that anyway? But besides that, what I'm wondering is, why did he stop moving all of a sudden? I thought maybe he'd malfunction, but we didn't find any cause as we were taking it apart. So if he didn't break down,
So in other words,
then maybe something happened to his puppeteer, the mastermind. Something unexpected. I can't imagine any other possibility. Something unexpected? They were probably so scared of Master they ran away into terror.
Could it be?
Or maybe they got sick or something. But Monokuma made his announcement this morning, right? Who was that, if not the mastermind? Oh, I'm sure that's a recording. It's set to a timer, and plays as necessary. That's true. He says the exact same thing every day, right?
Hey,
Hey, guys, I don't think now is a good time for the light
you
conversation.
know?
I just found something. What is it? What does it look like, Hero? Oh boy. It's what? A bomb. There's one installed in every Monokuma robot, I'm sure. Bomb? That's super bad. We need to get rid of it. Roger that. It appears the bomb has a motion sensor. Any sudden movements, it's sure to go off. Motion sensor? If you're serious, I'm starting to get all shaky. Well, don't drop it, Hero.
Just a second.
Hey, get it together. You're a man, aren't you? I'm fine. I'm totally fine. You are so not fine. You're all we get it, Hina. No, I probably should have mentioned. The motion sensor is off right now. That would have been nice, Byakuya. You just wanted to see him freak out. Jeez, don't scare me like that. God, you're like the world's most spineless worm of the century.
Don't be mean!
Hey, come on. The century's just getting started. Don't call the race already. Whatever, just hurry up and put the bomb down. Hanging onto it. It's not gonna do anyone any good. Yeah, good call.
Well?
Okay, it's down. Everything's all good. Hiro put the bomb down, but that wasn't my main concern. My eyes were glued to Monokuma's remains. He just stopped moving, all of a sudden. Was it really because something had happened to the mastermind that they weren't expecting? But what could that have been? When I thought about it, I couldn't help but think back to the night before. Being attacked by that master figure.
Just a second.
Hey, Makoto?
Hey.
Don't us. Did you hear a thing we just said? Huh? Sure, that's a no. What are you? Some kind of brain-dead farm animal? Hey! Some of them are very intelligent, Toko. Sorry. You were saying, since we're done dismantling Monokuma, what should we do now? And we've decided to continue our offensive assault.
it's all clear now.
To try and uncover the mastermind's true identity. We're going to break into the headmaster's... really?
Naturally.
Since the mastermind appears to have stopped all activity, now's our chance. Wouldn't you agree? But if the mastermind comes back, well, in that,
What?
if you're scared, you're welcome to stay here by yourself. Or go live in the chicken coop with all the other chickens. You can be chicken number 6.
Such ignorance.
This is a battle, a fight to the death, between us and the mastermind. We don't have time to deliberate.
But
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to have to kill each other or anyone else, but we have a chance now.
Come on.
So, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna run away? Or are you gonna fight? You're right, I'll go with you.
It's all clear now.
Okay then, we're gonna break into the headmaster's room. Everything comes down to this moment. Anything can happen, so prepare yourselves. I'll follow you anywhere, master, to all the ends of the earth. Sakura, if you can hear me, lend me your strength.
How about that?
I can do this. I'm a man, and I can do this. I got the will of the entire universe on my side. You were just freaking out about a bomb like 5 seconds ago. We each found determination in our own ways, and when we were ready, we left the jail. Our target was the headmaster's room on the 4th floor of the school. It's locked as expected. So, what are you gonna do?
What?
Isn't it obvious? We're gonna tear this door off its hinges. Wait, but the rules say we've seen that the mastermind isn't watching us. Those don't matter anymore.
But
Like Makoto said, if the mastermind did show up while we were in there,
So, in other words,
then we'll just have to finish our business before that can happen.
hey,
Okay, sure, but
what?
we've come this far. We can't back down now. We agreed that this is what we have to do. So we have to do it. So beautiful.
I mean,
We're serious.
what the heck?
We don't have any choice. We're desperate.
Okay.
Let's do it. Let's rip this door down.
actually,
Okay, but how are we going to do that? This thing looks pretty sturdy. Then we'll need something sturdy of our own. Oh, what about that one thing? The thing in the tree.
oh, so then.
Oh, yeah, the pickaxe.
I see.
Interesting. That could very well be exactly what we need. Now then, Toko, what time is it? Well, when we left the gym, it was just before 9 o'clock. So it's probably 9 on the dot now.
It's all clear now.
Okay, go get the pickaxe and be back here by 9:01. That's straight up unreasonable. I by myself?
Naturally.
Surely you like to have your me time once in a while, right? Well, if it's me and you time, Master, then yeah.
What?
You know how much time it took you to say that? 10 seconds. Takes you long and I'll erase your existence from my consciousness. Unacceptable! Bye, Toko. With that, Toko ran off, loud as a herd of rabid elephants.
Hey,
We're serious though. Are we just gonna knock this door down? No problem is solved by running away. Find your stones and be a man. He's right. You can't move forward by always avoiding danger.
If you spend all your time trying to avoid danger, you'll never move forward.
We know the danger, but that risk means solving the mystery. We have no choice.
Hey.
Am I right? Even if it's dangerous, we have to overcome the challenges in front of us.
maybe.
Maybe, but I'm still super stressed. I'm so tense I can hardly talk. I'm all no. I'm totally flapperset. Pap sauce? Gross, where did that come from? Wait, genocide, Jill. Where'd you come
You
from?
called for me and so I appeared.
It's the wondrous, murderous fiend. Here to greet you with a razor-sharp smile. Where's the pickaxe?
Come on.
What about the pickaxe? Where is it? Thank you, Byakuya. I was supposed to pick an axe? No, you stupid imbecile. The pickaxe. Sleeping imbecile. Oh, master, you wound me with your executive level bar. What's wrong? Here comes the bloody nose. Seriously, did you really forget the pickaxe?
Give it a rest.
Omega-3 fatty acids. That's what you need. Great for the old memory factory. But I think we already established that the memory doesn't carry over when I switch.
Not possible.
This is a level of uselessness I find difficult to tolerate.
Yes, yes.
Ah, the light bulb just went
I
off.
see.
That's why I went to the garden, right? I was supposed to get the pickaxe. Alright, we've solved one mystery. That means there's just one more mystery left. One more mystery?
Have you reached that certain age?
Now we just need to figure out the identity of Object X.
So,
Now what are you talking about? Did you already forget what we were talking about? You're like, missing out on life.
You've gotta be kidding!
I'm not missing out on life. In fact, I found one in the garden. What did you find? Corpse.
You SOB!
Did you hear me? I said corpse. A corpse?
Yep.
That's right. I found a corpse in the garden. You found a corpse in the garden.
What did you say?
Well then, before we enter the headmaster's room, it appears we have something else to look into.
Come on.
We're going to the garden. Okay. As soon as we entered the garden, I saw it. I didn't want to, but... I saw someone laying on the ground, with a mask covering their face. And there was a knife, buried in the stomach, up to the head. What the? Are they really dead? For sure, but who is it? Investigation time.
Danganronpa.
Just to make things clear. Last night, I was attacked by someone wearing a mask. And whoever that was, now they're... I don't know why, but now they're laying dead. But I told you there's a corpse hanging out here.
No way!
Are they really dead? Is this really a dead body?
What?
You need to begin looking around. However, be ever so careful. There's no telling what you might find. We need to find out who this actually is. But there's no way to tell with the mask covering their face. And the white coat they're wearing makes it impossible to tell anything about the man itself. The victim is a total mystery. But one thing I do know is that whoever this is, they attacked me last night in my room. But why? How did they wind up dead in here? Their heart isn't beating. They're not breathing. All signs of a life have come to a complete stop. Thanks to the knife that's driven into their stomach, their clothes restrained right there. Is anyone else noticing that there's no body announcement? It appears the bleeding has stopped, but the blood that's there is still wet. Be careful you don't touch it and get something. How can you be so calm at a time like this? Who is it? Their face and body are all hidden, so I don't have a clue. I'm pretty sure it's a girl at least. Huh? How can you tell?
Well,
I think I see the outline of her chest, and just the general shape of the body. Yeah, the more I look, the more I'm sure it's a girl. Really, then it could be... Okay then. Let's just tear the mask clean off.
Come on.
Wait, don't. But by the time he called out, it was already too late. Toko's hand shot out toward the mask, and in the next instant, there was a blinding light and a deafening roar. The body blew. It blew up, 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 it blew up. I may have missed one there. My vision started to darken. I prepared to pass out.
Come on.
Hurry up, put out the fire. As my consciousness attempted to float away, that voice reached out and pulled it back up. Someone pressed something with my hands. It was a bucket of water. Come on, dump the water on. Oh, okay. The upper half of the body was on fire. I took aim and tossed the water as hard as I could. Thankfully, that was enough to put out the fire. It died down, leaving behind only the unpleasant smell of the burning. I guess that took care of it. What the hell, man? It exploded?
What did you say?
I had a bad feeling about that, but I never imagined it would explode. And now the body... It's burnt to a crisp. That's beyond well done, man. Don't compare it to a steak. I'll never be able to eat steak again. Now that the body's charred, I really have no idea. How are we going to find out who it was? Who isn't here right now?
What?
If we consider who's not here, that will quickly narrow down who it is. There's only one person missing. It's Kyoko. Kyoko? That dead body. Is Kyoko? No, that can't be right. Calm down. I didn't say it was Kyoko.
But
I mean, who else? There is one other person.
In other words,
The mastermind. But
what?
the mastermind.
What the heck?
Come on, there's no way. The mastermind got charboiled? Well, get serious. I agree. Normally the idea wouldn't be considered. But I have reason to believe it may be true. The mastermind being dead would explain that other matter. Monokuma can hardly move around. His master is dead, right?
But
And that would explain why the body was found. No. But that corpse is a girl, right? It doesn't make any sense. Who said the mastermind had to be a guy? I mean, remember all the ego said. So that same person may very well be the mastermind who planned all this out. May. Hero, may. And according to the files, the headmaster is a man in his late 30s. It seems possible, even likely, that he's somewhere in the school right now.
what the heck?
He said the mastermind is some middle-aged dude, right? So the corpse is obviously isn't. Alter Ego said may. Then could that mean the mastermind isn't the headmaster? Is it the teenage girl Kyoko told me about? The ultimate despair. What? Mukuro Ikusawa, the 16th student at Hope's Peak.
what?
What are you talking about? The other day, Kyoko confided in me. She said there was a 16th student here in the school.
What?
I think you'd better tell us everything you know. Well, all Kyoko told me was,
Mukuro Ikusaba, the 16th student, lying hidden somewhere in this school.
yep,
The one they call the ultimate despair. Watch out for her.
it sounded like Kyoko thinks Mukuro Ikusawa is the master. No, the headmaster isn't the master, I'm sure. What? I don't have proof yet, but I have no doubt on that.
I see.
There's another student here, and it's a female. That would match the body's characteristics.
So,
And that phrase, the ultimate despair, it sounds super masterminded, doesn't it?
Could it be?
Okay, so the mastermind is this girl Mukuro. and she's a student here. And she's the ultimate despair. Yes, hero, keep up. But if she's been hiding here from school like some teenage Bigfoot, how'd she wind up burnt to her crisp? None of this makes any sense. To just suddenly show up and die? I think we better take a closer look at the body. There may be some clues to help us figure out exactly who it is. Hey, wait.
What?
Aren't we forgetting something, Toko? Oh yeah, she got totally blown up, huh? Forget about her. I'm sure the explosion vaporized her. Hi, Toko. Oh, she survived. Oh, she survived. Don't be too disappointed now, Byakuya. What just happened? Faster?
Stop talking.
You declared for the whole world to hear that you would never again inhale a single molecule of oxygen. Oh, then I don't mind breathing in the carbon dioxide you exhale. That's enough for me to live.
What the heck?
This is the strangest back and forth I've ever seen. Right now I have to focus on the body. I should take a close look at the body. Watch yourself in photo. She may be dead, but she's still a girl. Don't worry. I don't plan on touching the body all that much. I'm not Kyoko after all. Hold on, there's something on the ground. It's a key. Is it what Kyoko took from me? What did you see? Stole this. But looking at it, I could tell it was just shaped like one. It's probably the only key it's cut. That's right, the key she stole is shaped like one too. This isn't anything like that. Then this key is...
What?
What is it? Did you find something? Yeah, it's on the ground near the bottom. I've never seen this key before. What could it possibly go to? So even you don't know then. Makoto, I'm going to give you a very important task.
I see.
That key might give you access to certain areas you thought were unlocked.
So, in other words,
The biolab, the data center, the headmaster's room, and the dorm rooms on the second floor. It's in your hands. So I'm your errand boy. No, I'm going that way. The biolab is definitely locked before. Okay, let's give it a shot. When I went to insert the key, it found it. Good. Into the keyhole. The key isn't close to it, which means the key doesn't go to this room. The key looks like a data thing. The door to the data center was definitely locked. Okay, let's give it a shot. When I went to enter the key, it found it. It fits. Then this is the key to the data center. I'd managed to unlock the data center. That's great, Makoto. Open the door. I guess all that running around paid off. Open the door. I have to go tell me. I immediately headed back to the... Or don't head to open the door. We're just gonna send you back down. So you're back up. I found out which room the key goes to. It's the data center, down on the 4th floor. Then we can get into the data center now.
I see.
Interesting. But why did the now deceased have that key on them? I suppose we'll just have to go to the data center and find out. Yeah, I think you're right. Here we are. Looks like the door's still unlocked. Hey, so, when you open that door, there's not going to be another huge kaboom like before, right? You're asking that question now? Don't worry. Yeah, Makoto. I am not bait!
In other words,
It's in your hands. Again? It means I trust you. That's an absolute lie. I'm just being used. I reached out and put my hand on the door. I closed my eyes and tried to clear my mind. With a silent prayer, I slowly opened the door. Nothing happened. After making sure I was still alive, I slowly opened my eyes. In a word, the room was strange. I mean, all the rooms up till now were strange. But this room had a special kind of strangeness. It wasn't like a surface fear like the rest of the school. Here, the fear was looking beneath the surface. The room was filled with that kind of dread.
What?
Hey, that's... Hero extended a trembling hand and pointed. Look at all those monitors on the wall. Look what they're showing. Each monitor displayed a different section of the school. The dorms, the classrooms, every part of the school is covered. This is...
what?
It's the direct feed from every single surveillance camera. All the cameras in the school feed back into this room. And they're displayed here on these monitors.
So that's it.
So the sole purpose of this room is to watch us. Watch us? And this room is
It's all clear now.
the mastermind's private room, without a doubt. The mastermind's room. I guess that makes sense. So the mastermind was here, watching us. And then I think this settles it. The body in the garden. If they had the key to this room, it can only mean one thing. That was the body of Mukuro Ikusawa, and she was the mastermind. Then the mastermind is dead. Like, really, really dead. It would seem so. For serious? It's too bad they had to go and die. But the master could kill them himself. The mastermind is dead. Could that really be true? Does that mean it's all over? Because I mean that body. Whatever happened, they obviously didn't die naturally. So he wasn't that.
But
If the mastermind really is dead, that means we can finally get out of this hell.
how about that?
We gotta hurry up and find the exit. Come on.
That's enough.
No. We have to check this area first. Huh? But what about the exit? If the mastermind truly is dead, we can leave whenever we decide to. But right now, we need to find out why the mastermind set up this life or death game in the first place. And I'm bothered by the fact that the mastermind was obviously murdered.
What?
Murdered? So you think so too? The state of the corpse makes it plain as day. There is absolutely no doubt. The mastermind is murdered.
But
Why's it gotta be that way? I mean, who could have even done it?
Such ignorance.
That's exactly why I said we need to investigate the purpose and identity of the mastermind.
I'm telling you!
Now do you understand, you useless insect? You are banned from talking to Master ever again. The mastermind's purpose and why they were killed. This room may very well hold the answers to those questions. After all, the mastermind must have spent Who knows how much time? Okay then. Let us begin our search. It's time to uncover the identity of the mastermind. There's nothing showing up on the screen. Hey, look, next to that TV. Isn't that a TV antenna?
How about that?
It is. It's just like one of the one my grandma uses. It's totally one of those high-def antennas. Wait, so if we hook up that antenna, we could watch TV? Did someone say TV?
You know?
Well. Saturday morning Hina's here. Are you talking about me?
Okay.
Anyway, if you can watch TV, let's do it. Come on.
You know?
You're all starved for info from the outside world. Alright, let me work my magic. And you'll be quantum leaping it your way into TV land before you know it. I mean, I get the reference, but what's he talking about? There's a bunch of computers all lined up. They look like high-performance PCs. Nothing like the ancient laptop Alter Ego was installed on. They're all on, but they seem to be locked. So what? We can't do anything? Just use your fighting spirit to force your way. What century are you from? The mastermind must have been using these to monitor the network. And Alter Ego. You may well be right.
What?
There's no point in thinking about it now. You're right. There's really a ridiculous number of monitors here. The mastermind's been using them, all to spy on us. As long as I have this. Look at Master. It's like a feast of the eyes. How much is monthly membership? This door is kind of cute. It's got a picture of Monokuma on it. Why does he gotta be locked? No, the door is locked now. What if you use the key to open this? Let's give it a try. Nope, no good. It won't even fit in the keyhole.
Yeah.
Well, don't worry about it. Everything's fine. The mastermind's dead, right? So nothing's gonna happen to us. Yeah, I guess you're right. I can't stop thinking about that door with Monokuma's picture on it. But worrying about it isn't gonna do me any good. Hina's right. The mastermind's gone, so there's nothing to be afraid of anymore.
You know? Huh?
Oh. What's up? Good news for you, all you Saturday morning kiddies out there. I think I got the TV working. Really? Now all we gotta do is switch it on.
What?
Then do it. Freaking idiot. Mastermind. All you guys need to cut you free from your regrets of the outside.
What the heck?
And they were sitting here watching TV the whole time? They really thought they could get away with it?
Huh?
Huh? This is... It's the feed coming from the surveillance camera monitoring this room,
What the
isn't it?
heck?
Huh? That's weird.
Come on.
Hey, what are you doing?
Huh?
That's really weird, huh? You're weird. Weird in every way possible. And not just weird, super weird.
But
This TV isn't hooked up to anything but the antenna. So how is it showing the camera feed?
Well,
Did you try changing the channel? Oh, good idea. Let's give that a try. Hero went through each channel one by one. But on every channel, it was just us. It was a live feed of us standing there in the data center. What the heck? Give me 1 second. Is it broken or something?
could it be?
No, there must be some kind of trick to it. Some weird setup. A trick? What kind of trick? Monokuma!
Actually,
I'm not sure, but... Huh?
what?
Been a while, you frickin' bastards. Monokuma? How? You're supposed to be dead. Me? Dead? Don't be freaking stupid.
What?
Hey, you're acting kind of strange. Something seems different.
Of course.
I'm different. Evolution is perfectly natural. After all, I've been hibernating for 2 years already. Not even, it's been like half a day at most. How are you alive again? Oh yeah, that's it. The look on your faces right now is sublime. That's what I wanted to see. The moment you went from hope to despair. Don't tell me you pretended to be dead. All for this moment. Why would a bear pretend to be dead? You're the ones who should pretend to be dead when you see a bear. I mean, it's totally laughable. It makes me laugh. I'm gonna laugh now.
Well now.
And that's that. Well, it's almost time to cut off your past. So full of hope and begin to despair at the future ahead of you. I want you to all up. Way more fun in this country. You can't be serious. You have to keep going.
Let me
No,
out of here!
you're supposed to get out of here. Get out of here? Are you still obsessed with getting out of here?
Unbelievable.
How do you not get it? There is no getting out of here. And besides,
Yeah.
this life isn't all bad, you know. I mean, there's stuff that you won't like about life, no matter where you are. Are you serious? This place is the worst. If it's the worst, does that mean you're in despair?
Well now.
I'm pooped from all that laughing. I guess I'll just get to the point now. The point?
Hey,
You guys really struck gold when you found that TV. Yes, indeed. That TV is an essential part of your school life here.
What?
I knew it was hiding a secret of some kind.
What the heck?
But I connected the antenna, so why is it showing? That's the surveillance feed. Look how attentive they are now. Well then, I'm gonna let you in on a blood-gushing secret and tell you about it. That TV is absolutely, without a doubt, displaying the signal coming in on the antenna.
Huh?
But what does that mean? It's displaying the signal, but it's just us standing here.
Unbelievable.
You're so stupid. Don't you get it? Fine. I'll just tell you. Thank you, Monokuma.
Thrills, chills, kills!
This killing game is being broadcast live to the entire world. It's the most popular thing on TV. What?
Extreme!
This killing game is being broadcast live to the entire world. It's the most popular thing on TV. Do you understand him now, Makoto? It doesn't matter how many times he said it. I don't know what it's supposed to be. Okay, nope, Makoto doesn't have the brain cell. I mean, even if I understood the words, I'm not sure I'd understand it deeply. Broadcast live to the entire world. What kind of bad joke is this?
But that's...
It can't be. Have they taken over the airwaves somehow? The camera feed is being broadcast? No way, that's impossible.
Phew.
That kind of overconfidence is a major weakness in the crisis management system. You know that? All you need is one weird trick that I found. And hijacking the airwaves is easy mode. Are you being serious right now?
Of course.
I heard a kind of creaking. But the sound was coming from my own mind. Like a boat, tossing in the ocean. My mind began to creak and groan.
Hey,
Everything has a meaning, you know. All those hints I gave you, all those tantalizing tidbits about the school's mysteries, even me letting you here, right now. Why would I do any of that without a reason? It was all for my captive audience, to show them true despair, like they'd never seen it before. I became the director of a despair-based production. This is the ultimate reality show. The best in despair entertainment.
What are you saying?
You're lying. If this was on TV, the police and everyone else would be going crazy. Yeah, there's no way they wouldn't try to come and rescue us.
Actually,
What if they already did? Huh?
yes indeed.
But then again, it's not really any of their business, right? Sure. Some people might yell at the TV to try and warn you. But who would actually come here to help? Don't you think that's possible? I don't really know personally though, so whatever.
This can't be!
But to take control of all communications like that, you'd need an astronomical amount of resources. Yep. So how could things have come this far wrong? That's a secret. There's something you all need to do first, remember? What?
Of course.
Yeah, duh. There's the little business of it. There it is.
A body has been discovered.
Thank you, Monokuma.
After a certain amount of time, which you may use however you like, the class trial will begin.
Huh? Class trial? Do you mean...
It's the Monokuma file!
I'll leave the next Monokuma file. Everyone give it all you've got, okay?
Heart-pounding excitement!
Okay, things are gonna get pretty crazy from here on out. You're in for a heck of a ride.
I can't wait! I can't wait!
Okay, Monokuma. And then, he was gone. Reality was incomprehensible. The truth hopelessly out of reach. All we were left with was despair. We stood there for I don't know how long, frozen in place. I couldn't think. It took everything I had just to keep myself standing upright. I don't understand any of this. What's despair entertainment, and how is he still alive?
I'm sick of this.
I thought that finally we could get out of here. And plus, what did he say about a class trial?
Stop talking.
Well, that part's obvious. The class trial is the class trial. What it means is that, at this point, we have to figure out who the culprit is. Figure out who killed Kyoko. What?
What the heck?
What are you talking about? I thought Mukuro Ikusaba was the one who died. The victim was female, right? Kyoko certainly fulfills that condition. And if Monokuma is still alive and active, that means that the mastermind, Mukuro Ikusaba, isn't dead. So naturally that body can't belong to her. So it must be Kyoko. There is no other possibility. The body is Kyoko's? Kyoko's been murdered? No, it's not possible. Because I don't know anything about her yet. I don't even know who she really is. To have it end like this. I don't believe it. I refuse to believe it.
Quiet.
Whether you believe it or not doesn't matter. The truth is the truth. If you refuse to believe, it's your responsibility to uncover the truth for yourself. Myself. Anyway, we'd better begin.
But
If we're gonna have a class trial, then that means the killer.
That's right.
Correct. It must be someone participating in our school life. Wait, so you're saying one of us killed Kyoko? Well, that's not precisely what I'm saying, no.
Huh?
What you just said.
Stop talking.
I don't have time to explain. There is a veritable mountain of issues I need to confirm. So I'm going to begin my search. If you value your lives, you'll put everything you have into this. That is how this game works, after all. Well, I'd better start by checking out the Monokuma file. Due to the explosion, the victim's identity was unknown. They were, however, dead before the blast. The victim had been stabbed a single time with a knife, which went completely through the body. They had also been struck in the head with an about as thick as metal pipe. Body was covered with other leaves. These were at least several days old. So even the Monokuma file doesn't tell us who the victim actually was. The unidentified body. Could it really be Kyoko? Or I have no choice. I have to investigate. I have to uncover the truth for myself. No matter what. I have to find out what happened, or we're all dead. I need to go back to the scene. Back to the garden. Monokuma file number 5 has been added to the bullet section of the handbook. Okay, time to get started. I need to check anywhere that might be important, from one end to the other. I just need to do what I always do. If I check the body more thoroughly, maybe then I'll find out for sure if it's Kyoko or not. There's something weird about this body's fingers now. Oh, these are fake nails. They're really long. They seem like they get in the way more often. Fake nails has been added to the truth bullet section. There's also something on the back of her leg. Is this a tattoo we got burned? So I can't make out the whole thing, but it looks like it's a picture of a dog. Or something. I've never seen anything like it before. Tattoo on the right hand has been added to the truth bullet section of the handbook. The lower half of the body didn't get wet at all. After the body blew up, the top half got set on fire, so I dumped a bucket of water, which explains why the bottom half isn't wet. There's nothing strange about that, right? The white jacket victim was wet, totally wet. There's only one place. The upper half of the body got set on fire, so it's totally black. Also, the top half of the body is wet. That's because it got set on fire, and I threw water on it. Since I only threw water on the part that was on fire, the top half, the bottom half is still dry. In other words, there's nothing strange about the top half being wet. There isn't. Exploded body analysis. Add to truth. Yeah, step away from the dead body. This is the panel control. They're set to turn on at 7:30 in the morning, and Monokuma said the time positively couldn't be changed. So the sprinklers turn on at 7:32. Then if the body was here before, the sprinklers should have gotten it, which would mean the murder must have taken place. Sprinklers have been added. These look like they're all burnt, so it can't be really sure. I feel like I've seen something. Wait, is it there? I'll have to double check that. I don't know what you're talking about, Makoto. Fragrance near the dead body. There's a knife on it. Is this? It must be the knife that was stuck in the body before it exploded. The force of the explosion must have broken it open. The Monokuma file said the knife went all the way through the body, from front to back. Does that mean this knife is what caused the failure? Either way, this knife. It looks really familiar. Wait, it's this one. That's it. It's the knife that person was holding. This is getting really weird. There are just too many strange coincidences. Whoever the person in the mask was that attacked me last night, they were holding that knife. And that same knife was used to stab that same masked attacker we found here. So maybe this masked person got stabbed first. When they attacked, I was in a kind of trance. Maybe I reacted by grabbing the knife. And maybe then I... And if this really is Kyoko, it would mean Kyoko is the one that attacked her. Why the mask? I just don't know. I don't remember anything clearly from last night. No, it can't be. There's no way. Knife at the crime scene has been added to the truth bullet section of the handbook. I remember there was some chicken. I count 4 chickens. Huh? 4.
Yo!
What's going on, Okoto? Oh, I'm glad you're here. Listen, do you remember how many chickens there were in here? Of course, there were precisely 5. Yeah, right?
Huh?
What's wrong? There's only 4 chickens here. We're 1 short. That's so weird. I wonder when it disappeared.
But
I was down here just before nighttime last night, and there were definitely 5 chickens here.
what?
What are we gonna do? Going from 5 to 4 is gonna have an impact on the structure of the world.
Conspiracy!
It's like a jigsaw puzzle. If even a single piece disappears, the entire world will remain untouched. Okay, Hero. I mean, you're actually making sense right now, and I think you're growing on me. I did my best to ignore the problem. Why did one of the chickens disappear? Could it be related to the case? Chicken coop chickens has been added to the truth bullet section of your handbook. Just to be sure, you should take a look at the tool shed. The room is dusty and disordered. Oh, a pretty stereotypical tool shed. Is this a tarp? Wait, was there a tarp in here before? I should probably look into that. It could be related to it. The top is wet and covered with mud and grime. But the undesirable, it's totally clean and completely dry. One side of the tarp, that tarp is wet. Something about that bothers me. The tarp isn't added to the truth bullet section. Okay. That's the one thing in here that concerns me. So who is that body belong to? Whoever it is, nothing. Don't want to finish it. Listen to that. Do you remember how the body was before it blew? If I remember right, it was wearing some kind of mask and a big white coat. And there was a knife sticking out of its stomach, and the area around it was stained with blood. Apparently the wound had stopped bleeding, but the blood on the body was staying. Bayukuya said not to touch it, to avoid getting all bloody. But for how much blood there was in the body, I didn't see any on the ground around it.
Okay.
Wow, thanks, that was a big help. Now that you explained it, I totally remember how it looked. Well, having to talk about it like that helped me remember a lot better too. So thank you, too. The body before the explosion has been added to the truthful section. It's 11 o'clock. Okay.
You're serious?
Oh, well, I was just thinking about when we first found the body. When the body was found. I should look back at what I did to help me remember when it was. Monokuma's announcement will be at 7 o'clock. And I headed for the dining hall pretty soon. Once I got up there, I met up with Hina. That was right around 7:30. Then I headed to the gym, where everyone else was waiting. Next, Toku went up to go get the pickaxe, and that's when she found the body. Tiny secret. Now then, Toko, what time is it? Oh, well, when we left the gym, it was just before 9 o'clock, so it's probably 9 on the dot. That's right. It had to have been right around 9 o'clock.
You know?
Ah, now that you mention it, I think you're right. So I think we can say for sure that the body was found at 9 a.m. Okay, my job's done. That's a pretty small deal. Okay, Hiro, you were helping before. And now you're not. When the body was found has been added to the truth bullet section of the handbook. Okay, bye, Hiro. Good timing, Nico. I wanted to talk. What do you want? What do you want to talk about?
So, in other
I'd
words...
like to hear your alibi.
In other words...
Correct. I'd love to hear where you were when nighttime began last night. Well, I was 6, so I was asleep all night. So why are you asking about that now? And what's nighttime back to you?
Naturally.
Isn't it obvious? This murder took place after nighttime. How can you know that for sure? Because just after nighttime began, I came to the garden. I was going around looking for arrows so I could tell them about Monokuma. Hiro's been spending most of his time in the garden the last few days, so I figured he'd be here. And I can confirm that when I arrived last night, there was no body.
In other words...
So the murder could have only taken place at some point during nighttime, after I left the garden. However, Toko, Hiro, Hina, and I were in the gym together the entire night last night. What? Once I found Hiro in the garden, we immediately went to Toko and Hina's rooms together. At that point, we all went to the gym and began dismantling the Monokuma. As a precaution, we made sure not to go anywhere else. We even went to the bathroom in pairs. In other words, all 4 of us had airtight alibis. The only ones who don't have alibis are me and Kyoko.
That's right.
And if the victim really is Kyoko, then I'm the only one without an alibi. Also, when we went to go get Hina and Toko, we stopped by your room.
What?
But you never came to the door. So where precisely were you? Passed out cold. I'm telling the truth as I meant it. But I was dead asleep. I had a fever, so that's hardly an alibi. I know. So what now? You seem to be at quite the disadvantage here. I'm the only one without an alibi. That's really bad, isn't it? Yeah. I'm glad you figured that one out. Byakuya's account has been added to the Truth Bullets section of your handbook. I think I've checked everything I need to in this area. But I'm not done. There are other areas I need to check. Specifically that fragment I found before. There's somewhere I need to go in order to confirm my suspicions. And I still need to find out more about Kyoko. Is that corpse really Kyoko? If that's true, was that also Kyoko who attacked me last night? If I can find out more about her, maybe I can answer that question. Kyoko was never the kind of person to talk about herself all much. Maybe if I can get into her room, I'll be able to find out more. But the key to her room,
It's all clear now.
I will simply limit your options. I can't allow you to engage in any further suspicious activity.
What?
Limit my options.
Just give up.
Give me the key to it. I don't have a choice. I have to see if you'll let me work. Hey, Byakuya. If you do come up with an alibi, I'd be happy to hear it. Later, with the class. Oh no, it's not about that. You have the key to Kyoko's room. I was hoping I could borrow it. I'm afraid I can't take it. You are the prime suspect.
What?
Of course, if I were to go with you, that would be a different story. Then Will, you. Sorry, I have my own agenda to take care of. Find me again later. We'll see.
Goodbye.
Depending on my mood, I may do it. Right. Come back later, huh? Okay. In the meantime, I should look around. Maybe I should check out that one. Can you be more specific about that one area? Like, why did I gotta look at the map just to find out where the exclamation mark is? Monokuma's laying to sleep. I figured it would be.
You know?
I just found something. What is it? It's...
Huh?
It's what? A bomb. There's one installed in every Monokuma.
What?
A bomb. And that bomb went missing. There's no doubt about it. That the fragments I found in the fragments near the dead body. Okay, I've checked everything else I could. All that's left now is healers. I should head back to the garden and ask for fire creep. Okay, back into the garden we go. Byakuya! It's time! You think you can go soon, Byakuya?
Let's go.
You wanted to check out Kyoto, right? Very well, let's go. Wait for me. Byakuya walked off for a second glance, and I hurried out, on our way to the doors. Well then, here we go. Byakuya took up the key, slowly into the keyhole. And it's open. Looks like it. So this is Kyoko's room. There's something on the table. It's a woodblock decoration.
What?
What's that? What purpose does it serve? I think it's probably a key. Walkers at the really traditional public bathhouse. Walkers. For their lockers. I wouldn't know. I've never gone to a public bathhouse. That doesn't really surprise me. It's hard to picture Byakuya doing something like that.
It's certainly possible.
But if it is a key, I think I might know what it unlocks. Really well. Unless I'm mistaken. I'm pretty sure I saw something in the dojo that this might go to. The dojo. Woodblock key is unlocked. 2 bullets. Here's a bed. I don't see anything interesting here, at least not as far as the case is clear. Here's the bathroom. She might have certain articles saying that, but I better not that.
Such ignorance.
Yeah, I think it'd be wise to look around a bit.
What?
Can't you be helpful? You wanted to come here, right? So what is it? Nothing in particular. Just thought we would find some kind of clue. Clue that might help us understand.
Come on.
You can't be serious. That's why you made me take time out of my search to come here. Sorry. This is why you could have just gave me the key. Regardless, if you plan on poking around at that, no matter how much time you take, surely give something more concrete. Something to give us some sort of direction here. More concrete. Oh, wait. Earlier, Kyo could give me something. Concrete.
It's true.
Consider it a symbol of my determination. Don't open it. Don't open it. If something ever happens. I'm sure I have it here found. Found it. What's in the envelope? Kyo gave it to me. She said if something ever happens. Well, something has certainly happened, so open it. Okay. I opened the envelope inside. Inside was a single piece. Under the sheets.
What?
That's all that was in there? Yeah, it looks like it. Under the sheets, that's what it is. What is the only thing with sheets, Makoto? But could something be hidden under the bed sheets? Part of me didn't expect that. But as I lifted up the sheets... What's this? I found a crumpled up piece of paper. Class number 78 student. Mukuro Ikusawa.
I see.
It appears to be Mukuro Ikusawa's profile. Yeah, that's probably the other thing Kyoko stole when she snuck into the headmaster's room, along with the key. Oh. So it wasn't what I thought before? I feel silly. God, so final touch. It was a key and... It's not that this must be the blank that Monokuma was talking about. Kyoko said at death. Vote meaning was unappealing, and this is what she left behind. I don't have time for your sentimental indulgences. Hurry up and finish your search. I made an effort to pull myself together, then looked down at the profile sheet. Name: Mukuro Ikusawa. Sex: female. The ultimate soldier. Although small for her age, she was a military specialist, trained in every weapon type imaginable. She showed an interest in military from childhood, and soon found herself completely absorbed. In elementary school, she won a survival game tournament and began writing for military magazines. Just before entering middle school, while she and her family were on vacation in Europe, she disappeared. The story of a young Japanese girl being kidnapped quickly took over Japanese media outlets. An intense international investigation turned up, no information, and she was never found. However, she reappeared in Japan 3 years later, alone, and completely unannounced. She revealed that she had joined a mercenary group known as Fenrir for those 3 years. She insisted that she hadn't been kidnapped, but she'd received battle training of her own creation. However, she never revealed why she decided to return home when she did. Mukuro's profile had been added to the truth section. The ultimate soldier, a mercenary. This doesn't feel real. The world I grew up in. It's like a completely different dimension. It's like one's non-fiction and the other is sci-fi. There's no way to even compare the two. That's how different this is. That was how I saw things as just an ordinary person. Then,
I see.
I never imagined I would hear the name Fenrir in a place like this. Huh? You recognize it?
Naturally.
The Fenrir Mercenary Corps is a collection of battle-crazed warmongers. But they do have the uses, and they always get the job done. That's worth remembering. This is all part of a world totally removed from the one I live in. I have to say I'm intrigued. Every rumor I've heard says that Fenrir is ready.
Found it!
Whoa, I feel like our hero is becoming a bit player, and a bit player is becoming our hero. I felt like that for a while ago, Monokuma. Ah, it's you.
What?
Huh? What have you got in your pretty little hand there?
What?
Uh-oh. You found her profile. So what if you did?
Hey!
Don't freak out on
Come
me.
on
I'm not going to hold it
now.
against you. And in case you were wondering, I don't hold it against Kyoko either, even though she stole it and hid it. After all, there's no rule against stealing, is there? But who I can't forget is Miss Ogani, who broke the rules and busted into the headmaster's room. Maybe I'll drag her corpse out and slice it up and devour it. Bears are omnivores, you know.
What?
Are rule violations really so unforgivable? You are quite adamant about those regulations. Of course I am. A proper school life is built on the dedication to organization of life. Which is why even I, as the school headmaster, have to follow the regulations myself. Oh, so you're saying you have to follow, you know, Swamp.
Of course!
Absolutely. I can't have you complaining about how unfair it all is, now can I? In fact, on the subject of fairness, would you like to know something interesting? Interesting. It's about the one writing all the rules. They are actually one of the participants in this killing. I don't think I ever actually told you how many participants there actually were, did I? I was thinking I should probably clarify that.
Hey,
When you all first got together in the main hall, way back then, when? There were 15 people there, right? I think that first meeting may have led to a little misunderstanding. A misunderstanding, you say?
In other words,
That's right. There were actually 15 of you.
yes, indeed.
The total number of students taking part in this game was actually 16. 16.
Yukiro Ikusaba, the 16th student, lying hidden somewhere in this school.
Yep.
The one they call the ultimate despair. Watch out for her.
The 16th student, Mukuro Ikusaba. She's part of the school, so the one making all the regulations is.
Why?
Huh?
Did you say something? Why are you telling us this? Well, because, like I told you, this killing game is desperately popular. You wouldn't believe the ratings. And since we've got so many viewers now, we wanted to make sure everyone was on the same page. I don't want to wake up to a hurricane of complaints and hate mail.
Yes, indeed.
Make sense?
Well now.
Okay. That's all you get for now. Oh, actually, I do have some revenge to get, so I have an extra bonus. Revenge? I want to get back at that sneaky Miss Kirigiri, so I'm gonna share a little secret with you. Seriously?
Hey,
You know how she wears those stupid gloves day in and day out all the time? Well, don't tell anyone I told you that. She wears them to cover a bunch of hideous scars that she didn't want anyone to see. What? Okay, now that's all you get. Monokuma's account has been added to the Truth Bullet section of your handbook. Kyoko wears those gloves to cover up a bunch of scars. Wait, so on the back of her hand... tattoos. Wait, but no. Monokuma specifically said they were scars, right? And that's why Kyoko wears those gloves, to hide the scars. Which means... those fake nails in the corpse. Are you thinking about Kyoko again?
What?
Forget about her. What matters right now is uncovering Monokuma's trap. His trap?
Such ignorance.
God must have really hated you to make you so well. Come on, Makoro. Don't you remember what Monokuma just told us? He said there were 16 students, right? Which means Makoro was right. Obviously, Monokuma was trying to tell us that Mukuro is the one who created the rules for the game. But why would he tell us that? And why not? He said he wanted to make things clear, so there wouldn't be any complaints about it. But the mere fact that he said that proves that Mukuro is connected to this case. That's why Monokuma revealed the existence of a 16th student. He needs to make our investigation fair. Mukuro is related to this case.
It's certainly possible.
Perhaps she's the one who killed Kyoko. What? That would explain why we would have a class trial, wouldn't it? If she's a student, she killed someone. That would make her part of the school killing game. Mukuro is the killer? She killed Kyoko? Anyone should be able to come to that conclusion, don't you think? In fact, that's exactly what I thought when the investigation first began.
What?
But based on what Monokuma just told us, I've changed my mind.
It's all clear now.
Mukuro Ikusaba isn't the culprit. Huh? What makes you say that? We thought Mukuro, the ultimate despair, was the mastermind's true again. But if that's true, Monokuma's behavior makes no sense. Why would the mastermind go out of the way to reveal themselves to us? That's a good
So, in other words,
Mukuro giving us information that raised questions about her would be bold, to say the least. It makes more sense then to assume that Mukuro isn't the culprit. So that's the trap. They want us to suspect Mukuro and come to the wrong conclusion. That's what makes sense to me. The way you say it, it definitely does seem possible. If that's really true, if Mukuro isn't the killer, then who is? Well, then I believe our work here is finished. Let's move on. I'm sure there are other places to do the investigation. I should find out if that key in the dojo really are connected.
let's go.
Well, are you coming? We're gonna be right back. Yes. That's a yogurt. There are wooden lockers here. They use woodblock keys, just like at those super traditional stuff like that. It looks like the key we found focuses really good.
I see.
Makoto, do you see the walker furthest to the right?
Very strange.
That's the one that doesn't have a key in it. You understand what that means, right? I should probably use the key we found on the locker, right?
That's right.
Well, just try it. Okay. Check out the woodblock key into the metal. Locker's metal lock. The locker eagerly accepted the key in it. There are arrows in here. It looks like 10 arrows in total. It looks like they're made of titanium, which means they're quite strong, despite how thin they are. Of course, without a bow, they're nothing but strong little sticks. Strong sticks. Titanium arrows has been added to the truth bullet section. Oh, there's something else inside the locker. It's a watered up ball of duct tape. I wonder what this is. Is that a bloodstain?
I see.
If it is, that means it must surely be related to the case. This duct tape is related to the casing. But how could it possibly be involved? Bloody duct tape has been added to the truth bullet section of your handbook. I think that's all the locker has off. There's something
Very
wrong.
strange.
It's very odd, don't you think? The locker was hiding items that were clearly related to the case. But how did the key to a locker room wind up in the victim's room?
Why?
Or perhaps... Bayukuya? Forget it. Come on, we need to continue on to the next location. Huh? What next location?
What?
There's still something we need to look at. We need to do more research on Fenrir. You mean the mercenary group that Mukuro is part of. But how are we supposed to find out about that? Isn't it obvious? Where in the school would you go to do research on something? Are you talking about the archive? That's right. The archive has all kinds of info there. The general public doesn't have access to it.
Let's go.
We only have so much time before the trial begins. Let's go. I believe there was a file related to Fenrir somewhere. Bayukuya seemed to know the archive, like the back of his hand, and went straight to a shelf in the back. Ah, here we go. He quickly returned with a file.
I see.
Take a look at this. I have no idea what it says. What language is this? How did you make it all the way to high school without learning a single word of French? I'm pretty sure most high schoolers can't speak French. Well, whatever, I'll read it for you. But I expect you to repay your debt 100 times over. What do you know about her? That's it. That's all I know. Okay, I can kinda understand it, but I can't read it. But it's been so long since I've seen that family member. So, 100 times. Isn't that kind of extreme? Fenrir is an elite fighting unit based out of the Middle East. Unlike military contractors, they are a fierce group of soldiers who engage in direct combat. They claim that as a single member is equivalent to an entire company of regular soldiers. Just like Fenrir, the Wolf of Ragnarok, their mere presence is enough to strike fear into any enemy. They have been involved in countless military battles, and operations, most of which are highly classified. However, some time ago, they completely ceased all activity. At present, their continued existence cannot be confirmed. There are unconfirmed reports that the key members of the group were all neutralized. Rumors indicate they were killed to keep them, revealing the many state secrets they had acquired. Some, however, believe there was mounting internal tension within the group, and they simply imploded.
What?
What is it? This all just sounds like some kind of alternate reality. Well, it isn't. This is our reality. The only reality. These people are part of our world. Their battlefields aren't much different from ours here. An unpredictable, unimaginable war. That's what makes it all so exciting. Exciting definitely isn't the word I would use. So did anything jump out at you? This may be your last opportunity to let it go. Now that you mention it. The report said something about where the name Fenrir comes from, right? That's right. It said Fenrir is the wolf of Ragnarok. Speaking of which, would you like to know something interesting related to that? Show that you're a member. They're a member of the team. Each soldier that joins the squad would get a tattoo representing Fenrir somewhere on the body. What? They got a tattoo of Fenrir? Could that mean Mukuro Ikusawa's profile had been updated in the truth?
Time is utterly silent, and yet it constantly assaults us organisms, the Earth, natural phenomena. It damages us little by little until the end. You should really think about that.
Okay.
Anyway, it's time to begin the class trial. So, please meet up in the usual spot. See you later.
Then the time has come. All we can do now is try to uncover the truth during the class trial.
That's right.
It would seem that way. Let's go. Class trial time. Whoa. Byakuya and Makoto showed up together. Where the heck have you two been? You just disappeared without a word. We were investigating, of course. How could you not figure that out by this point? Makoto's ranked high enough for you guys to go off together, just the two of you?
Huh?
What? Are you jealous?
Hey.
Or are you making up some kind of creepy fantasy for yourself?
What?
Stop talking and brace yourselves. He'll be here any second. Any second. He could show up at any time. When I imagine what was about to happen, I immediately tensed up and prepared myself. We stood there for 5 full minutes, waiting for something weird to happen. And then 5 minutes became 10. What's going on here? Why hasn't Monokuma showed up yet?
Could it be?
Maybe he died again? What should we do? Should we keep waiting here? Or what?
What?
Jeez. Did I scare you?
Come on.
Monokuma, I demand an explanation. Why did you waste my time and make me wait like that? What? I made you wait. You got it all backwards. You are the ones making me wait. Huh?
In other words,
I'm waiting for everyone to arrive. We can't start till everyone's here now, can we? What are you talking about? Everyone is here. We've all been waiting for you. Sorry, but you're wrong. But I've been waiting 10 minutes now, so it's okay if I punish the one making us all wait, right? If we all agree it's a violation, I'll arrange a punishment right now. If it's me you're waiting for, I'm here. When we heard that voice, we all spun around to look.
Hey,
I'm here and no rules. Kyoko. Kyoko, you're still alive. That's a ghost. Stop talking. If If you want to fight, do it at the class trial. You need to save some of the fun for later.
What?
But is it okay that there's no particular penalty for being late?
Is that right?
I made it here just fine. What school regulation did I violate? And I know. You're so selfish. So spoiled. You're right, there's no penalty. Officially. But I bet you'll be sorry later. No, I'll make sure you're sorry. Anyway, hustle your butts onto the elevator. Oh, we just want to step ahead of you. When Monokuma was gone, we all rushed up to Kyoko. So you really didn't die?
Indeed.
Of course I didn't die. Thank God, I'm so glad. Perhaps, but that's not necessarily a good thing for us. You're right. Now we've got to deal with a ghost. I told you, stop talking.
Let's go.
Come on, let's go. Just go. Whatever we need to discuss, we can do it during the trial. Without ever looking directly at Kyoko. Byakuya stepped into the elevator. Master, wait for me. Recall. Who knows what might happen to us if we take too long.
But
I'll be happy when this trial is all over. One after another, everyone piled into the elevator. But I couldn't help myself. I had to talk to Kyoko before the trial started. Listen, before we get started, I have to ask you. Where have you been this whole time? You used that key of yours to go somewhere, didn't you?
Correct.
I went to investigate the second floor of the labs. The second floor?
That's right.
There aren't any monitors or cameras up there. So I was able to avoid Monokuma completely. Of course, I also missed his announcement.
Whew.
I had no idea a body had been discovered. Then when did you find it?
So,
Just now. I finished my search and came back down, just in time to hear the class trial. I took some time to go over the crime scene first. I can't go to a trial completely uninformed, can I? So that's why you're late.
however,
I'm sorry I kept you all waiting. But if you were on the second floor of the doors, then that's what the key you found goes to.
wrong.
Actually, to be precise, not quite.
In other words,
I used Monokuma's secret tool, which can open any lock in the school. What? Kyoko's account has been added to the truth bullet section of the handbook.
just a second.
Hey, what are you two doing? Hurry up before we get in trouble with Monokuma.
Makoto,
We can go over all the details after we get through with the trial. Okay, Makoto? Right now, I just want to focus on surviving our current situation.
it would seem...
Because this is probably the single most crucial moment so far for me. For her. That's a strange way to put it. Class trial is important for everyone, right? So why would she say it's a crucial moment for her?
Goodbye.
Well, if that's all. Seemingly unconcerned, Kyoko made her way to the elevator. I'm just overthinking what she said, right? Just get on the elevator. Being the last one left, I stepped into the elevator. And the doors slid shut. This time the clunking was loud enough to hurt my ears, and the dread began to consume me once again. I can't imagine ever getting used to the mental pressure that comes of preparing for an execution. In that dusky darkness, nobody said a word. We just stood there silent and still. After an immeasurable period of time, the doors opened without warning. A dazzling light penetrated every depth of my eyes, but it wasn't the illuminating light of hope. It was the blinding light of despair.
I can't wait! I can't
Bring
wait!
this voice. I feel like it's been forever since we got together like this. The time for pointless jokes and jabs passed.
Thrills! Chills! Kills!
Let's get on with the show. And so, the curtain opened for the fifth time. A deadly judgment, a deadly deception, a deadly betrayal, a deadly riddle, a deadly defense, a deadly fate, a deadly class trial. Memory slow back. Kyoko's gone and a mysterious mask. Make sure that I have all my skills. Class trial.
Let's begin with a basic explanation of the class trial.
Why do you do this every time,
So,
Kuma?
your votes will determine the results. If you can figure out who done it, then only they will receive punishment. But if you pick the wrong one, then I'll punish everyone besides the blackened, and the one that deceived everyone else will graduate. Okay, well, I'll leave the rest up to you.
Well then, let's discuss the specifics of the victim. First, we need to clarify who exactly the unidentified victim is.
It's Kyoko. There's no other explanation.
Hiro, she's standing right in front of you.
But Kyoko's standing right there.
No, that's a ghost.
Hiro, stop talking.
But she has legs and stuff.
Well, that's just because
Hiro, stop talking.
she's like the latest evolution in ghost technology.
There's a limit to how much ridiculousness I can tolerate.
Same, Bayukuya.
Okay. So I just have to prove that the corpse isn't Kyoko, right?
She's right there.
Then let's compare Kyoko's traits to the traits of the dead body.
Her traits?
I got it! I'm talking about her gloves. They'll give us some insight into the mystery.
In that case, I think it would be helpful if someone explained why she actually wears those gloves.
And would you happen to know the answer?
In fact, Monokuma told me. Apparently you have scars on your hands you don't want anyone to see.
Oh, you know, now that I think about it, the corpse wasn't wearing any gloves, right?
They probably just got burnt up in the explosion.
Hiro, I just said, stop talking.
I'm not convinced. The ghost is just trying to fool us all.
There's no way that corpse was Kyoko. But if I can't prove why, we're gonna be stuck here, and the case won't move forward. So I don't have any choice but. Make your ID.
That Kyoko there is just a ghost.
Impossible.
Okay, then prove it. Prove she's not a ghost.
The dead body wasn't wearing gloves.
They got burnt up in the explosion.
Then she was wearing gloves before the explosion.
Well, yeah, she must have been wearing gloves. Because that corpse is absolutely Kyoko.
This entire discussion is idiotic.
I know that body is a Kyoko, so I know I can prove it.
That Kyoko... Go there is just a ghost.
Impossible.
Okay, then prove it. Prove she's not a ghost.
The dead body wasn't wearing gloves.
They got burnt up in the explosion.
Then she was wearing gloves before the explosion.
Well, yeah, she must have been wearing gloves. Because that corpse is absolutely Kyoko.
This entire discussion is idiotic.
That Kyoko there is just a ghost.
Impossible.
Okay, then prove it. Prove she's not a ghost.
The dead body wasn't wearing gloves.
They got burnt up in the explosion.
Then she was wearing gloves before the explosion.
I think.
Well, yeah, she must have been wearing gloves. Because that corpse is absolutely Kyoko.
Okay.
This entire discussion is idiotic.
That Kyoko is just a ghost.
Impossible.
Okay, then prove it. Prove she's not a ghost.
The dead body wasn't wearing gloves.
They got burnt up in the explosion.
Then she was wearing gloves before the explosion.
Well, yeah, she must have been wearing gloves. Because that corpse is absolutely Kyoko.
This
I don't think it's
entire
big enough.
discussion is idiotic.
I need to get comfy. Yes, I know that you can prove it.
Kyoko there is just a ghost.
Impossible.
Okay, then prove it. Prove she's not a ghost.
The dead body wasn't wearing gloves.
They got burnt up in the explosion.
Then she was wearing gloves before the explosion.
Well, yeah, she must have been wearing gloves. Because that corpse is absolutely Kyoko.
This
Excuse
entire
me.
discussion is idiotic.
I know.
That
Shush.
Kyoko there is just a ghost.
Impossible.
Okay, then prove it. Prove she's not a ghost.
The dead body wasn't wearing gloves.
They got burnt up in the explosion.
Then she was wearing gloves before the explosion.
Well, yeah, she must have been wearing gloves.
No, that's wrong.
Oh, it is fake now.
No. There's no way the corpse was wearing gloves. Whoever it was, they were wearing fake nails, remember? I imagine trying to wear gloves over nails like that would have been
Very
a pretty
true.
big pain. Besides, Kyoko wears gloves to hide her hands, right? It'd be pretty weird for someone who's self-conscious about their hands to wear fake nails. Don't you think?
Jeez, man, you don't know women, huh? They're complicated like that.
Do you? I don't think you do
Anyone
either.
doesn't know women, it's you.
Thank you, Hina.
Well, Kyoko, any thoughts?
These gloves were custom made to the size of my hands to make sure they don't interfere with my daily life. If I wore fake nails, the gloves wouldn't fit properly.
Exactly.
Then that's that. The dead body doesn't belong to Kyoko.
Which should have been obvious since she's standing right here.
I know. I don't know why we had to do. I'm just as speechless as you, Bayakura.
Okay, so then, who's the real victim? First, we need to figure that out.
We could have been trying to figure that out if you didn't go on this ghost hunt.
That's the first thing I said. You're the one who's been dragging us around in circles.
For anything, we have to identify the victim. Everything's fine.
If Kyoko really is still alive, then who died?
There's gotta be some way to figure it out. I don't think so. The face was scorched beyond recognition.
Oh, face.
Shoot!
I need to think about it. I'm sorry.
If Kyoko really is still alive, then who died?
There's gotta be some way to figure it out. I don't think so. The face was scorched beyond recognition. And there wasn't any description in the Monokuma file. Well, if we can't identify the body...
Yes, we can.
That's wrong. There was one clue left behind that we can use to identify the body.
Mm-hmm.
What? For you're lying, we'll die a cruel and unusual death.
Toko, let Makoto explain.
Oh, an unusual death. This I gotta see.
Can we not get sidetracked?
She's just being stupid. Ignore them, Makoto. Tell us what you're talking about.
The key to figuring out who it was is the tattoo on the back of her hand.
Oh, yeah. The design's pretty strange, huh? Is this a dog? Her master must have made her get it. To be like, you're my bitch.
Sure, Toko.
Seriously? They really did something that
Hiro,
humiliating?
why are you encouraging her?
No, that's not it. The identity of the victim is hidden within that tattoo.
Thank you, I agree.
Oh, really?
If you compare the tattoo to other information,
Fenrir Mercenary Corps. That's the name of the military group Mukuro Ikusaba belonged to.
Okay, so...
To show that they're a member of the team, each soldier that joins the squad would get a tattoo representing Fenrir somewhere on their body.
Fenrir?
The image that represents Fenrir. Why?
Now I understand.
Why did you make me do a hangman's gambit for that?
The representation of Fenrir is a wolf.
Fenrir, the Wolf of Ragnarok. It's from Norse mythology. A huge, world-ending wolf beast. He's the child of the trickster god Loki, and a female giant.
Man, after all this time, we finally got a glimpse of the literary all-star.
A wolf tattoo. And that means...
Exactly. The body we found had a tattoo of a wolf. Which means that person must have once belonged to Fenrir. So it must have been Mukuro.
What?
Hold on. Isn't she the one that was behind this whole thing?
You sound surprised, but you're absolutely right. Yes, indeed. The trial this time is to solve the murder of Mukuro Ikusaba.
Are you saying the mastermind is dead? And now we have to have a last trial?
No. It means we were wrong in thinking that Mukuro was the mastermind at all.
But I mean, being the ultimate despair seems like a pretty mastermindy title to me.
Maybe we shouldn't have been thinking of her as the ultimate despair in the first place.
Exactly.
After all, looking at her profile, I didn't see anything that would fit such a description.
True.
All it said was that she was the ultimate soldier. If I remember correctly, that other information came from Kyoko. That's what you told Makoto, right?
So that means Kyoko got it wrong?
Then who was she? Who was Mukuro? She's been gone this whole time? And when she finally turns up, she gets killed. Usually when there's a scene where an important character dies, it has a lot more detail.
Okay.
So you're saying she wasn't an important character? Which would mean she was the same as us. Just another participant.
Then who's the real mastermind?
It must have been the Hope's Peak Academy headmaster after all.
No, the headmaster has nothing to do with it.
But how can we trust that? We already know your information about Mukuro was wrong.
My information was not wrong.
Okay. We're in the middle of a trial right now. Figuring out who killed Mukuro is first and foremost.
Okay, Monokuma.
Please limit all future prattle, chatter, and chit-chat as much as possible.
Fine. Uncovering the identity of the mastermind will have to wait. But remember this. No matter what happens, we will find out who you really are. I stake my family name on it.
I have officially decided to completely ignore all such attempts at provocation. Now then, just so nobody's confused, let me state this one more time for the record.
Okay,
The
Monokuma.
reason we're having a class trial is because a murder among the students has taken place. Hammer that point straight into your big ol' brains!
Alright, Monokuma.
What you're saying is that both the victim and the culprit are part of the student body?
Then, one of us killed Mukuro?
Wait, no! There's a chance that there's some mystery 17th person who's been hiding all along!
Nope! There are only 16 students in total that have been taking part in these events.
Seriously? Then one of us killed Mukuro?
Who did it? Who's the killer this time?
Get a hold of yourself. We've already narrowed down the list of possible suspects.
Huh?
I'm sure you realize who I'm talking about, right, Makoto? Who the evidence points to?
Based on what we know, there can only be 2 suspects.
I got it! You've narrowed it down to Kyoko and me, right?
Why do you say that?
Allow me to explain. Just after nighttime last night, I went to the garden, so I can confirm that at that point, there was no dead body there. So, the murder must have taken place after I left the garden. However, Hiro, Toko, Hina, and I were in the gym the entire time.
The gym?
That's right. The 4 of us were there trying to dismantle Monokuma. The whole time, we were very careful not to go anywhere alone. We even went to the bathroom in pairs. All of which is to say, the 4 of us all have alibis. The only ones without alibis
Are me and Makoto. That's why you're able to narrow down the list of suspects.
Yep.
exactly so.
So the only suspects now are me and Kyoko. Yeah. Somehow
I have something I'd like to say regarding the whole alibi thing.
Are you thinking of raising an objection?
Well, before that, I just want to try and get a better idea of what time the murder took place. Doing that might reveal some kind of clue.
Whatever you want. Somebody go ahead and help him out.
Me and Byakuya can both confirm that the body wasn't in the garden at... Well, it was after nighttime for sure. I'd say it must have been around... So the murder must have happened after 10 p.m.
Then I guess we can say the time frame for the murder was between then and when we found the body?
Is that true?
Oh, but what time did we find the body?
The one who saw the body first was Toko, right? And she went to go get the pickaxe.
Exactly. At 9
I
o'clock.
got it! The body must have been discovered at 9 a.m., since that's when Toko went to get the pickaxe.
Now then, Toko. What time is it? Well, when you left the gym, it was just before 9 o'clock. So it's probably 9 o'clock on the dot now. Okay, go get up the pickaxe and be back here by 9 a.m.
He's right. It had to be around then.
So we can be totally sure the murder happened sometime between 10 at night and 9 in the morning.
For me, I was already asleep before nighttime hit, so I don't have an alibi after 10 o'clock. But I'm sure I met up with everyone else before 9 this morning.
We ran into each other in the dining hall, right? That was around... Oh, yeah! Right around 7:30. I remember checking right before I went in, so I'm totally sure about it.
Which means from 10 p.m. to 7:30 a.m., you don't have an alibi.
The murder happened between 10 p.m. and I don't have an alibi from 10 p.m. to 7:30. Okay, then it looks like the game is begun. If I can't provide an alibi for that period, then I just have to prove the murder didn't happen during the time I don't have an alibi. Come on, Makoto, you can do this. Time to pull out the brain cell.
We've established a time frame for the murder. It took place somewhere between 10 o'clock at night and 9 o'clock in the morning.
Yep, and Makoto doesn't have an alibi for most of that time.
Yeah, from 10 o'clock to 7:30.
That's more than enough time to commit murder, I should think. So Makoto, if you have any objections, now would be the time.
The incident took place in the day. You can remember, there's something that happens there.
We've established a time frame for the murder. It took place somewhere between 10 o'clock at night.
No, that's wrong.
Bye, Pia. I just wanted to listen to everything. Have to say first.
Actually, the murder couldn't have happened anywhere near 10 o'clock. It had to have taken place way later.
And what makes you say that?
because of the sprinklers in the garden. The sprinklers are set to go off right at 7:30 every morning, right? So if the body had been in the garden before 7:30, then it should have been completely soaked.
Oh, hold on. I remember this part perfectly. The body was wet. Dripping wet, in fact.
Sorry, Toko, but you're wrong.
I'm wrong? How? Are you saying only the mouth down south was wet? How dare you spew such a
That's not what he's saying at all, Toko.
No, I'm saying that the body was wet, but not because of the sprinkler.
What do you mean by denying the sprinkler? Are you trying to deny my entire existence?
Man, you're totally wet.
If you really think it was, you'd better tell.
You need to prove that it wasn't the sprinkles that got body. All I have to do is hit Toko certain evidence. And that's it. Oh boy.
I admit nothing. No! That's enough! Are you trying to blame me? I admit nothing. No! That's enough! Are you trying to blame me? I admit nothing. I'm right about this. I admit nothing. No! That's enough! Are you trying to blame me? I admit nothing. No! That's enough! Are you trying to blame me? I admit nothing. I'm right about this. I admit nothing. How can you say it wasn't the sprinkler? No! That's enough!
Come on.
Are you trying to blame me? How can you say it?
This should prove it. Just remember what the body was like after the explosion, and you'll see why it wasn't the sprinklers.
Exactly.
The top half of the body was wet, yes, but the bottom half was completely dry.
Exactly.
If the sprinklers got the body wet, shouldn't the whole body have been wet?
So they only got the top wet? The bottom was completely dry? What a brutal maniac! I'm so sick of her.
I agree, Hina.
Let's just move on. The reason only the top half was wet was because while the body was still on fire, I doused it with water. But only the part on fire, the top half.
True, you did, Makoto.
Oh, then I guess the sprinklers really didn't do it.
Thank you, Toko, for admitting that.
So if the sprinklers didn't get the body wet, then the murder must have taken place sometime after the sprinklers turned on at
Exactly.
7:30 in the morning.
Which means she must have been killed sometime between then and when the body was discovered at 9.
But Makoto's alibi was only missing from 10 o'clock last night to 7:30 this morning, right?
Yep.
So there's no way Makoto could have done it. I guess you had an alibi after all. Good for you.
Thanks, Hiro.
In which case, the only one left without an alibi is Kyoko.
Kyoko's the only one without an alibi. Which would mean that Mukuro's killer is. No, I refuse to believe it. Kyoko murdered someone?
I'd just like to say one thing. If you vote for me and I die here, the mystery of this school will stay hidden forever.
Okay.
Which is why I can't let that happen.
So are you saying you're not the culprit?
Of course I'm not. I have no reason to kill anyone.
Okay.
This is a trap the mastermind has laid for us.
A trap?
I'm listening, Kyoko.
We're this far into the game and now you decide to blame me?
I mean, we blame you all the time. How is this different?
Stop wasting time! Stop wasting energy! You really think your little trick is gonna work?
Shut up, you!
You got it, boss! Shutting up now!
Anyway,
Even
Kyoko, you actually did.
Monaco
have a reason
listens to
kill her.
Byakuya?
Huh? She did?
What's this reason, Byakuya?
She thought Mukuro was the ultimate despair. In other words, the mastermind behind everything.
Okay.
So she killed her to try and put a stop to all this. Isn't that right, Kyoko? But you made one catastrophic mistake. Mukuro wasn't the mastermind at all, and as a result, we were forced into another trial. Something I'm sure you weren't at all expecting.
So, that was her motive?
If she had a motive and no alibi, well then,
Okay.
I think it's pretty clear Kyoko's gotta be the culprit.
I'm not the only one without an alibi. Makoto's explanation is still insufficient.
What's insufficient about it?
The sprinklers didn't get the body wet, but that doesn't mean the murder happened when he said it did.
What are you...
Because you see, there is a way the body could have avoided getting wet.
Interesting. I'm listening.
All it would take is covering the body with a certain something to keep it from getting wet.
Okay. A certain something that was used to cover out the body.
I got it! You're talking about the tarp.
You catch on quick.
Yes, Kyoko. I've learned a lot. He's apparently learned a lot from you and Byakuya.
You're right. All you'd have to do is cover the body with the tarp, and that'd take care of the water. In fact, that's exactly what the killer did. The dirt pattern on the tarp can attest to that. Only one side of the tarp got dirty, because that's the side that got covered in water. The side that faced down over the body, meanwhile, kept perfectly clean. This proves that the killer used the tarp to keep the body from getting soaked.
But why would they go to all that effort just to
Exactly.
keep the body from getting wet?
Most likely so they could cloud the issue of when the murder actually took place.
Okay.
In other words, to create an excuse exactly like the one Makoto just gave us.
Alright. Oh, so we're blaming Makoto again. Why would Kyoko say that? Why would she want to make me look like the killer? No. I can't think about that right now. That tarp. It was used the way Kyoko said. The tarp must have touched the body, right? But the body.
Wait. Something's not right.
There we
What
go.
might that be?
I can't worry about Kyoko's motivations. If I don't do something, everyone's gonna think I'm the killer. I have to refute what Kyoko said.
By covering the body with the tarp, the killer prevented it from getting wet.
No.
So the reason the tarp was only dirty on one side is because the sprinkler got that side wet.
But the underside of the tarp, it was totally spotless, right?
That's because that side was protected from the water. Since it was facing down toward the body, of course it didn't get dirty.
No, it's wrong.
Thank you, Hiro.
Actually, one side being clean is pretty strange if you think about it. Because
You tell him,
the
Makoto.
blood wasn't dry before the body got blown up, right? Byakuya said it himself. Not to touch it, or you might get some on you. If you put a tarp on a body in that state, it absolutely would have gotten blood on it.
Yep, it would have.
Well, maybe the culprit washed it, so nobody would know they'd used it.
If they had, they would have washed both sides. Just washing the one side wouldn't hide anything.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah, true.
Hiro, stop talking.
More than that, what if the very blood we saw on the body was meant as a kind of camouflage?
Huh? The blood was camouflage?
What if, after the killer used the tarp to avoid the sprinklers, They then covered the body in blood that didn't belong to the victim.
You mean someone else's blood? Where would they get something like that?
I know! They could have grabbed some of the blood packs from the nurse's office. That's what Hifumi did, right? When he pretended to be dead?
Yes.
No, that's not what happened this time. The killer got the blood from right there in the garden.
Gotcha. Which must mean...
I got it! Could it have been chicken blood?
Yes. I'm pretty sure.
What? Chicken blood?
When I checked the chicken coop before the murder, there were 5 chickens.
Yes. 5 chickens.
But after the murder, there were only 4.
So, you're saying someone killed a chicken and then covered the body with its blood? Man, that's messed up.
Killing a living thing just to do something like that is awful. They should have at least eaten it.
I wonder if the killer had to get the blood from the scene so they wouldn't be spotted walking around.
Maybe.
Anyway, there's no denying that a chicken went missing, which provides a basis for my theory.
Okay, Kyoko.
Perhaps, but even so, there's one thing that still doesn't make sense. You said the culprit used the tarp to avoid the water and then covered the body in blood, right? But if that's the case, then the blood should have soaked into the ground around the body. But that's not what we saw. Only the victim's clothing had blood on it. The ground was completely clean.
I have to agree, that certainly is strange. Maybe they didn't apply the blood at the scene. Maybe they covered the coat in blood beforehand.
They covered it beforehand?
When you discovered the body, was it wearing the coat like you normally would?
No.
I think so. Wait, no. The head was through the neck hole, but the arms weren't in the sleeves.
Then that settles it.
Sorry, I'm having a tough time keeping up.
Here's what happened. The murder took place before the sprinklers went off, but the body didn't get wet because the killer covered it with the tarp. Then, later, at the same time the killer was gathering up the tarp, they pulled the coat over the body, the coat they'd already covered in blood.
Okay.
This series of cover-ups was meant to disguise the actual time the murder occurred. They wanted us to think the murder happened sometime after the sprinklers had gone off, at 7:30.
If that's actually what took place, it certainly becomes possible that the murder happened earlier.
Okay.
But to pull all that off, wouldn't they have had to go back to the garden after the sprinklers turned off?
That actually wouldn't have been all that difficult.
Huh?
They already had the coat ready, so they just had to grab the tarp and pull the coat over the body. They'd be done in no time.
Maybe. But still.
Hina, after you met up with Makoto in the dining hall, did you two stay together from that point on?
Oh no. I headed off to the gym, and Makoto didn't show up till later.
Hina! Can't you help Makoto out for like 5 seconds?
Then he had plenty of time to spare, wouldn't you say?
That's not...
Don't bother saying it's not possible.
I must admit, Kyoko's reasoning is sound. Makoto's alibi is inadequate.
Really, you guys? And the suspicion falls back on me. But why? Why is Kyoko trying to entrap me? I don't understand. Disguised dead body.
Well then, it looks like we're back to square one. Makoto's alibi is no good, so once again, our suspects are him and Kyoko.
Poor Makoto.
For serious, man? Which one of them did it? Hey, why don't we let luck decide? Let's flip a coin. 50-50 odds.
Hero? No.
Oh!
See? Pretty good idea, right?
No, not that. I just remembered something super serious.
Well, don't just stand there. Out with it.
Yeah, come on,
You
Hina.
know that knife we found all black and burnt?
It's one we found stuck in the body before it exploded, right?
Oh, no, Hina, no. No, we don't need to...
According to the Monokuma file, the knife went all the way through, from front to back. So, what about it?
I'm pretty sure I'd seen that knife somewhere before. That's what I thought when I first saw it. I just remembered.
Oh boy. Listen, more important. Now that we have the knife, what are we gonna do with it? We can't let Toko keep it, that's for sure. We don't know what she might do. I don't want it anyway. So what to do? Why don't you hang on to it, Makoto? Huh? Me?
It's the knife we gave to Makoto?
Apparently.
You don't seem surprised. You must have noticed earlier.
Yeah,
Then why did you hide that fact?
it's not that I hid it. It's just...
Okay. I couldn't be sure what actually happened last night. I thought maybe I really did kill her.
Suspicious! Very suspicious indeed. The knife we found stuck in the body came from Makoto. Now I'm totally convinced he did it. 12,000%
boy.
convinced.
Considering everything up to now, I should be able to make it clear. I have to prove that I didn't murder anyone. I'm not the killer. And how are we going to prove that? Because I'm getting convinced that we're the killer.
The knife we found lodged in the dead body. It's the same one we gave to Makoto.
Yes.
It really is, isn't it? I was afraid of that.
If he did have that knife before, then that seals it. Makoto did it.
Just because I had the knife once, that automatically makes me the killer?
Well, getting stabbed is what killed her, right? So there's no question. You took that knife of yours and killed her with it.
What a horrible man you are, Makoto.
They used the knife to kill me.
The knife we found lodged in the dead body. It's the same one we gave to Makoto. It really is, isn't it? I was afraid of that.
If he did have that knife before, then that seals it. Makoto did it.
Just because I had the knife once, that automatically makes me the killer?
Well, getting stabbed is what killed her, right? So there's no question. You took that knife of yours and killed her with it.
What a horrible man you are, Makoto. The knife we found lodged in the dead body. It's the same one we gave to Makoto. It really is, isn't it? I was afraid of that.
If he did have that knife before, then that seals it. Makoto did it.
Just because I had the knife once, that automatically... makes me the killer?
Well, getting stabbed is what killed her, right? So there's no question. You took that knife of yours and killed her with it.
What a horrible man you are, Makoto. The knife we found lodged in the dead body. It's the same one we gave to Makoto. It really is, isn't it? I was afraid of that.
If he did have that knife before... then that seals it. Makoto did it.
Just because I had the knife once, that automatically makes me the killer?
Well, getting stabbed is what killed her, right?
No, that's wrong.
I don't know how that works, but
Wait, hold on. The stab wound isn't what killed Mukuro. That should be clear from the description of the cover-up we just heard.
True.
Lies!
Wait, what?
We never talked about what killed her.
No, don't you remember? The killer covered the dead body with the tarp, and then put the bloody coat on it, right? In other words, the victim never wore that blood-stained coat until after they were
Oh! Okay. Thank you, Makoto.
Okay, fine. So what?
dead. So, when we discovered the body, the knife had been thrust through the coat along with the body.
Okay.
Meaning, if she wasn't stabbed until the coat was put on, and she was already dead at that point, obviously the stab wound isn't what killed her.
Maybe you stabbed her twice. Once to kill her and once to cover it up.
The victim was stabbed.
I got it! The Monokuma file clearly states that there was only one stab wound.
Tell him, Makoto.
Oh yeah, it sure did. Totally forgot about that.
Hero, double check your evidence before you present.
And the knife...
Was just another piece of camouflage set up by the true killer. They probably stabbed her to draw attention away from what actually killed her. Exploding the body afterward was probably meant to do the same thing. The explosion severely damaged the body, making it impossible to know what really killed her. It was all the killer's attempt to destroy all evidence of their crime.
So they wanted us to notice the stab wound and then detonated the body afterward.
Yup. That's what happened.
They meant for us to latch onto the knife as the cause of death, then destroy any evidence proving otherwise.
Pretty much.
Oh, hey, I have a question. It kind of goes back to the beginning, but
Okay.
what's the deal with that explosion anyway? Why'd the body just blow up all of a sudden like that?
If you bothered to put that lump of gray matter between your ears to use, you'd know the answer.
Okay, bye.
Well, if you're so smart, just tell me.
I don't think you want him to do that.
I'll tell you. I bet some unknown quantum particle caused an atomic
Hero,
level
she was
spontaneous
asking Byakuya.
combustion.
That's all she was doing. She was asking Byakuya.
I might be dumb, but even I'm not dumb enough to believe that.
Thank you, Hina.
Go ahead, Makoto. Tell her or we won't make any headway on this.
Oh boy. Why is it gonna be me? Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do.
I got it! After the explosion, we found a tiny fragment of something on the ground near the body, right?
Right.
That fragment reveals the cause of the explosion.
Okay.
Huh? You know, I feel like I've seen something like it somewhere before.
You have.
That's only natural. Because, of course, we saw the same thing when we dismantled Monokuma.
See?
It's part of a bomb.
Oh! Then the explosion was because of the Monokuma bomb.
Yep.
Anyway, the culprit's motive is becoming more and more obvious by the minute.
Okay.
They wanted the knife wound to look like the fatal injury so that we'd suspect Makoto.
Thank you, Byakuya.
And the only one who would benefit from that is the only other possible suspect. You, Kyoko.
Hold on a second, Byakuya.
What's the problem?
Well, I just feel like we need to think this through. We
Makoto.
still don't know what actually killed the victim.
I think we need to face the fact that it might be Kyoko here.
That's true. It's definitely bugging me. What really killed her?
Fine. I have no problem with that. Let us continue the debate. It won't change the facts of the case regardless.
We need to determine what ultimately killed. I need to concentrate. Alright.
Then, shall we continue the debate?
Okay.
The victim's fatal injury has yet to be determined, correct?
The explosion didn't kill her for sure. I guess.
Well, well, yeah. She was already totally dead when that happened.
Exactly.
And it wasn't me because of the knife, right? And then there's only one other thing.
Oh, yeah. According to the Monokuma file, that's gotta be it. There was evidence that showed she was hit on the back of her head.
And more than that, the victim had suffered countless wounds across her entire body.
You know what these ones do?
Then, shall we continue the debate? The victim's fatal injury has yet to be determined, correct?
The explosion didn't kill her for sure.
Nope.
Yes.
Well, yeah. She was already totally dead when that happened.
And it wasn't me because of the knife, right? And then there's only one other thing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. According to the Monokuma
Hero, why are you being
file,
useful now?
that's gotta be it. There was evidence that showed she was hit on the back of her head.
And more than that, the victim had
Okay.
suffered countless wounds across her entire body. Then, shall we continue the debate?
Yes.
The victim's fatal injury has yet to be determined, correct?
No, that's wrong. Mukuro died because of the blow to the back of the head she suffered.
What about the
Okay.
wounds all over the rest of her body? They didn't have anything to do with it?
Nope.
The Monokuma file makes it clear that those weren't fresh wounds.
Really, Hero.
Oh yeah, good point. If they were old, I guess they don't really matter.
Okay, then we're safe in assuming the blow to the back of her head is what killed her.
Okay.
But then, what was the murder weapon? The Monokuma file says she was hit with a blunt object, about as thick as a metal.
Oh, I bet it was the pickaxe.
No.
How is that even possible? If you hit someone with that, it'd cave their skull in completely.
Exactly.
Well, maybe they held it the other way and hit her with the handle.
Why?
No way! The balance would be all off. You wouldn't be able to swing it
Thank
with
you,
any
Toko.
kind of power. I wouldn't mind testing it on you if you want.
Toko, no. Bad. Don't do that.
No thanks. I bet you just hit me with the metal end and call it an accident.
I'd love to scoop out that nasty brain of yours, throw it on the ground,
Toko.
and spit on it.
Toko, enough.
I feel the same way. Looks like we're on the same page this time.
That is enough, Toko.
Seriously?
Okay, you two.
We want to figure out what killed her, right? It just so happens we already know.
We already know? I knew we could count on you, Master.
Toko. Shh.
So what was it?
Go ahead and tell them, Makoto. Surely you've deduced the real murder weapon?
The real murder.
I got it! Mukuro was hit in the back of the head with something. And that's what killed her. And that something was the titanium arrow we found in the locker in the dojo.
Alright.
Arrow. That's what the culprit attacked Mukuro with?
Yep.
Indeed. There's no doubt about it.
Are you sure? That sounds kind of weird. Hey! How dare you backtalk, Master? You have no right!
Oh boy.
I'm not backtalking anything. I'm just saying what I think.
I don't blame Hina for doubting it. Because there's one more thing about that weapon. One more secret.
The titanium arrow. It was in the dojo locker, right?
Correct.
I have no doubt that was the murder weapon.
Are you sure?
You don't sound convinced. What's the problem?
Well, because in the Monokuma file, it said the weapon must have been about as thick as a metal pipe, right?
Right.
It seems like an arrow would just be too thick. Talking back to Master! You have no right!
Okay. We're getting a little bit... There's no doubt that the arrow is deep. There's more to it.
The titanium arrow. Dojo locker, right? I
Correct.
have no doubt that was the murder weapon.
Are you sure?
You don't sound convinced. What's the problem?
Well,
Okay.
because in the Monokuma file, it said the weapon must have been about as thick as a metal pipe, right? It seems like an arrow would just be too thin.
No, it's wrong.
See, I would have got that if I didn't miss the first time. Alright.
You're right. Just the one arrow would have been too weak. That's why the killer used another weapon.
Another weapon?
Inside the dojo locker, we also found a balled up wad of duct tape.
True.
The killer probably uses duct tape to bind multiple arrows together.
We probably did.
Bundling them together using the duct tape would easily create a single weapon as thick as a pipe.
Very true.
And that's exactly what the killer did.
You tell him, Makoto. I believe in you.
Similar to Aesop's fable about the bundle of sticks. One stick
Okay.
is weak, but put them together, and they become strong. It's meant to
Coco, are
teach
you saying something smart?
Damn, that's harsh.
How is it harsh? Are you even listening?
No, Hiro probably wasn't listening.
Anyway, that explains the murder weapon. As for who the culprit is that stashed the weapon in the dojo locker, it was you, Kyoko.
I've never been to the dojo.
Oh no, you absolutely have.
Exactly.
How can you say that with such confidence?
Because we have proof, of course. Don't we, Makoto?
Why are you making me do this? Why can't you answer?
What's the... Surely you don't intend to protect a murderer.
I might.
You know what will happen if you do, don't you?
I know what will happen. But I want to protect it, but I don't know about Makoto.
If you cover for the culprit, there's only one thing that can lead to. The death of us all, remember?
Of course I remember.
Then show us. Show everyone the evidence that proves Kyoko went to the dojo.
Alright. I have evidence. Evidence that Kyoko went to the dojo.
I got it! The one thing that proves Kyoko was in the dojo is right here. The key to the dojo locker.
I'm sorry, Makoto. I can't fail again.
And how does that prove anything?
Because I found it in your room.
It was in my room?
Yes, it was.
Don't bother trying to play dumb. That key is just the final piece of the puzzle.
Yes, it is.
Your non-existent alibi, your clear motive, your attempts to frame Makoto for the crime.
Mm-hmm.
This all proves that you are the true culprit. You can't
Hold on a second.
Whoops, I accidentally hit X.
Not this again. You really are dead set on defending her.
I accidentally made my curious shush.
No, it's not that I want to defend her. It's just there's one more thing I need to ask her.
Okay.
Kyoko, I want you to tell me something. Last night, you were in my room, weren't you? Why? What were you doing there? That's what I need to know.
That's what you need to know?
I was just protecting you.
You were protecting me.
What?
She was protecting me? Then does that mean she knew I was being attacked? And she came to my rescue. Could that be when? Which would mean that Kyoko, she killed someone for me.
That's enough. The time for idle chatter is over. A verdict is close at hand.
Wait. I'm warning you. Don't make this mistake. I'm not the killer.
I knew you were stubborn, but this is just getting ridiculous.
Really? But you should know better than anyone I didn't do it.
Really?
Can you tell me I'm wrong?
I should know.
What? Ryukuya should know better than anyone. What does that mean?
Those words you just spoke. What do you mean?
Exactly what I said. I'm not the killer. You should understand that more than anyone here.
Byakuya, what are you hiding?
Master would never hide something from me!
There's proof that you aren't the culprit. Is that what you're saying?
You stated a theory earlier. You said
Okay.
I hid the evidence of my crime in the dojo locker, and then left the locker key in my own room, correct? But could I... really have done that?
Ryukuya should know Hyoka did. But why him?
Those words you just spoke. What do you mean?
Exactly what I said. I'm not the killer. You should understand that more than anyone here.
Byakuya, what are you hiding?
Master would never hide something from me!
There's proof that you aren't the culprit. Is that what you're saying?
You stated a theory earlier. You said I hid the evidence of my crime in the dojo locker, and then left the locker key in my own room, correct? But could I really have done that?
Those words you just spoke. What do you mean?
Exactly what I said. I'm not the killer. You should understand that more than anyone here.
Byakuya, what are you hiding?
Master would never hide something from me!
There's proof that you aren't the culprit. Is that what you're saying?
You stated a theory earlier. You said I hid the evidence of my crime in the dojo locker, and then left the locker key in my own room, correct? But could I really have done that?
Okay, she's got a point. Ryukuya had the key.
Those words you just spoke. What do you mean?
Exactly what I said. I'm not the killer. You should understand that more than anyone here.
Byakuya, what are you hiding?
Master would never hide something from me!
There's proof that you aren't the culprit.
No, he's wrong.
Okay.
If I'm right, Hyoka wouldn't have been able to get into her room
Why not?
because she had given her room key to Byakuya.
True.
I see. So that's what you meant.
Yes, that's what she meant.
And if I had the key to your room,
Then obviously I had no way of getting it without my room key. I couldn't have possibly put the locker key in there, am I wrong?
it would appear not.
Then you're finally starting to understand.
No, that's not actually true. There was a clear contradiction in what Kyoka just told us. An obvious lie. But this just isn't like her, to try and save herself with such a desperate lie. Does she really feel that threatened? Because she's the killer? Or is it something else? Is there something deeper meaning hidden in what Kyoko said earlier? If you vote for me and I die here, the mystery of this school will stay hidden forever. Which is why I can't let that happen. This is a trap the Mastermind has laid for us. The Mastermind's trap. The Mastermind is trying to trap Kyoko. But What if that's not really true? What can I do? What should I do? What should I? The mastermind's trap. The victim was Mukuro, and Kyoko killed her. What does Kyoko really know? What am I supposed to do? Kyoko's lie. I'm the only one who knows it's a lie. I'm the only one who can expose it. But who can I trust? What am I supposed to do? The mastermind's trap. If you spend all your time trying to avoid danger, you'll never move forward. We know the danger, but if that risk means solving the mystery, we have no choice. Am I wrong? What do I do? I have to decide right here and now. Whether or not to expose Kyoko's lie.
There was a lie hidden within Kyoko's statement just now.
A lie?
Isn't that right, Kyoko?
You said it. The burden of proof is on you.
But Kyoko!
So let's
Help.
hear it. Where's this lie?
Kyoko is definitely lying, and it must be because there's some other deeper truth she wants to keep hidden. Okay, make your argument.
I didn't have the key to my room. Because I'd given it to Byakuya.
Yes.
There's no doubt about that, right?
No, there's no doubt about
You are
that.
correct.
So I couldn't possibly have gotten into my room.
No. it's
Lie.
wrong.
Stop lying to me, Kyoko. You've used me as bait enough.
No. Kyoko could have gotten into her room.
Okay.
You said so yourself, didn't you, Kyoko?
Actually, to be precise, not quite. I used Monokuma's secret tool, which can open any lock in the school. What?
Monokuma's secret tool?
Kyoko stole it from the headmaster's room. It lets you get into any room in the school,
There we go.
which means she could have used it to get into her own room.
Then I guess that's it.
You're giving up just like that? You admit to killing...
No, I'm simply recognizing that I lost.
What are you talking about?
Like I said, this was a trap, and I wasn't able to escape it. So I lost. That's all this means.
Then, are you saying you really didn't, Kyoko? You really aren't the killer?
Okay, time's up.
Oh boy.
Huh?
I'm sorry to say, but your time is up. All done, all finished. The class trial is all over.
Mm-hmm.
But that's ridiculous! Since when is there any...
It's because you were late, so the trial started late and time ran out.
Okay, Monokuma, now you're just making that up.
So then, it's time for voting time, okay? Everyone, please vote using the lever in front of you. But I guess we already know who the blackened is, don't we?
Sure. But you didn't let me do a comic. I'm not happy about this. I am very disappointed. Good job. You got it right. Brilliantly right. Brilliantly right. You got it right? Does that mean Kyoko really is the killer? But something strange is going on here. There's something strange wrong with this whole class trial. Yeah, they didn't let me do a comic. That's what's wrong. Kyoko.
Now then, I've prepared a very special punishment.
Is everyone ready? Okay then.
Let's give it everything we've got. It's punishment time!
Punishment time. Kyoko has been found guilty. Time for the punishment. Oh boy. Thank you, Monokuma. Do. After school lesson. You got this, Kyoko. Oh, she's turning red. I don't know if this is a good thing, but she's turning red. Oh, now she's turning purple. Or blue. Mixture of bluish purple. I don't know my colors. But that's okay. And that's how the class trial, Mukuro Ikusaba, came to an end. I still had to wonder whether Kyoko was actually innocent or not. Regardless, the truth was lost forever, even for me. I just stopped thinking about it. That was the end of Mukuro's class trial. And in the end, it would prove to be our last class trial. Once that case was over, there was never a single murder at Hope's Peak ever again. We had obtained peace in exchange for the lives of all the others. Peace, but only inside the school. Peace, but only for us. That was the only hope we had. Did they all have kids with Hina? Hope. Hope. Hope? This is Hope?
No! This isn't right!
Makoto, why are you staring off into space? Don't you have a rebuttal for Kyoko's claim?
Her claim? Oh, that's right, I have to. Do I expose Kyoko's lie or not? If you spend all your time trying to do it, you'll never move forward. We know the danger, but if at risk means solving the mystery, you have no choice. Am I wrong? She's not wrong. I have to think about this very carefully. I have to decide right here now. Look, I've made a decision. I have to believe in Kyoko. There's no way she would kill someone. There has to be some secret here. Something that has to do with the mastermind's trap that Kyoko had.
Well, does no one have a rebuttal? Have you decided to accept her assertion as fact?
Yep.
I see. So you still refuse to accept it. I suppose we have to admit that Kyoko didn't put the locker key in her room. That it was someone else.
But who else could it have been?
I mean, Byakuya had a room key, right?
You! What are you trying to imply?
But of course I have an alibi. From nighttime on, I was with you guys the entire time.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't possibly have killed anyone, or put the key in Kyoko's room.
Okay.
Someone had to put the key in there.
There's only one other possibility I can think of.
Tell him, Byakuya.
Someone could have had the key on them, then once they arrived at the scene, pretended to find it there.
Exactly.
It had to be Makoto, right?
I don't see any other option.
Do you see any other option?
Wait a second. You've got it all wrong. Let's think about it one more time. There's gotta be a hidden side to this case.
Huh? A hidden side?
First of all, there's something off about this entire trial. You all see it, don't you? Mukuro, who we didn't even know existed, suddenly shows up dead. And then we're thrown into a trial.
Okay.
And Kyoko even said it's a trap the mastermind set for us. So that's why this has to be...
Okay, time's up!
Huh?
Time's up! Class trial's all over! Everyone can stop talking now!
What?
What do you mean time's up? There's no time's up. Since when have we...
It's because you were late, so we had to push back the start time. So then, it's time for voting time, okay? Everyone, please vote using the lever in front of you!
Voting time?
Yep, it's voting time.
Now, who will be chosen as the Blackened? Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one?
I don't know.
Hey, hold on!
What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be?
Voting time. And again, no comic. How could you, Makoto? What? You think I'm the killer? Sorry, man. Yeah, sorry. It's all your fault. Everyone, you're wrong. You got it all wrong. I didn't do it.
Yes, indeed.
Good job, everyone. Good job. They got it right. Either option was right. No, I know that's not true. None of this makes any sense. This whole trial doesn't make any sense.
Hey!
It makes perfect sense.
Shing!
It's the same as always. It's just like all the other class trials. And I'm gonna end it the same way.
Thrills, chills, kills!
It's time for your heart-pounding, positively thrilling punishment. Wait, why do I...
I
Kyoko,
don't expect you to forgive me. I know this is all my fault.
Kyoko. Kyoko?
Let's give it everything we've got! It's punishment time!
Makoto has been found guilty. Time for the punishment. Oh boy. We got this. Obviously, this is all Makoto's fault. Every last inch of it is all Makoto's fault. Alright. After school lesson. Come on, Makoto, you got this. How could you? Oh, now he's red. The pinkish red. Nope, he's starting to turn purple. And now it's blue. Chihiro. And now Monokuma's breaking a sweat. As I just fall to my doom. Huh? What's this? What's going on? Hey, was that? Yeah, it had to be.
This is...
Alter Ego. Alter Ego? Is this some stupid virus from that stupid guy? He must have planted it when he invaded my network. Damn it all to hell. I don't believe this.
It would seem...
It seems you finally made a miscalculation. No. You miscalculated from the very beginning.
What the heck?
What was that?
In other words,
What I'm saying is, you shouldn't have underestimated us. Why are you talking like you've already won? I barely felt a thing. There's a pinch. An itch. The stupid virus is gone now. Got it? And so is Makoto. Maybe I didn't get smashing flat. But you're never gonna see him again. To waste away in a garbage-strewn pit. In a way, that's an even better special punishment. But it's still not enough. I'm still not satisfied. I'm still gonna bring despair to the rest of you. Bring despair to the entire world. Is he gone? Hey, Kyoko, what's the meaning of all this? Just what the hell is going on?
calm down.
It's okay. We're not the ones being trapped this time.
In other words,
Now it's the mastermind that's ensnared.
What did you say?
What are you talking about?
so...
You'll understand soon enough. Very soon indeed. The massive high school towers over all the other buildings in this bustling urban area. It's like the school stands at the center of the entire world. Hope's Peak Academy. It brings in top students from every field imaginable. A government-funded school of privilege. They say that if you come here and manage to graduate, you'll be set for life. With hundreds of years of tradition, it sends the cream of the crop into the workforce every year. It was built to raise hope in the nation's future, which makes Hope's Peak a pretty fitting name. There are two things you need to attend the school. One, you have to already be attending high school. Two, you have to be the very best at what you do. No ordinary student could enroll here. The only way in is if you're scouted by the school itself. And standing there at the gate, the ultimate school filled with the ultimate students, was me. Huh? What? Where am I? I woke up with my head resting on top of a hard wooden desk. My body felt heavy. It wouldn't be weird for me to zonk off in the middle of some boring class or whatever, but what was I doing asleep here just now? It wasn't any classroom I'd ever been in before. What the heck is going on? Finally. I could finally feel my mind and body start to come back together again, and then I was awake. Or was this just another dream? A dream inside a hopeless nightmare? No, this isn't a dream. I could tell, because the stench invading my nostrils was too powerful for a dream. What an awful smell. I was in a vast dark cavern, with the barest hint of light seeping in. Trash was piled high, all across the area. This must be some kind of underground garbage pit. A heck of a situation to find myself in. But that was just the beginning of my problems. Was I going to be stuck in there till I wasted away and died? No, I can't let that happen. Not after what my good friend went through to save me. I remembered all too well what had happened. Alter Ego saved me, and he used up the last little bit of his strength to do it. So I can't give up now. For myself, and for my friend. And with that, my pursuit of survival began. First up was to start looking for a way out of here. No, first up is to get a drink of water. That's a rocket in a tank. I'd better not think too much about what I'm seeing down here. This is the desk. It's probably the one that fell down here with me. Is that an airplane? How'd something like that, wind up in the school's garbage pit? Is there anything else? It's locked. No matter how many times I pushed or pulled or kicked at it, it didn't budge. Getting out of here isn't going to be that easy. Well, if I'm not getting out of here anytime soon, I decided to look around for some food. There's plenty of food here, but it's all rotten. But that was pointless too. Next, I searched for some water. How can I be sure which liquids I can drink, and which ones are an all-around bad idea? Again, pointless. I feel like I'm blocked in on all sides. But that's still not enough reason to give up, because I'm still alive. As long as I'm alive, I'll never give up. After making that proud declaration, the next thing I decided to do was go to sleep. My sleep was deep and uninterrupted. That was my only way to preserve what little strength I had left, after not being able to eat or drink. I can't be sure, but I think at least a full day had to have passed. And all I did was sleep and sleep. It was like I was waiting for some kind of sign to come falling out of the sky. However, what fell from the sky wasn't a sign. Not exactly. What the hell? A strange sound pierced my silent isolation, jarring me awake. As I watched, the pile of garbage jostled and formed an odd shape. Did something fall down over there? Something fell from up above. What could it have been? Did a giant piece of trash just fall down here? I carefully stretched my hand out toward whatever it was that had tumbled down here with me.
Just a second.
A giant piece of trash? Rude. Before she even emerged from the pile of garbage, I knew who it was.
It smells awful.
This place smells awful. Kyoko?
Indeed.
You look like you're doing better than I expected. What are you doing here?
So...
Isn't it obvious? I'm here to help you. I'm glad to hear that, Kyoko. You've got a bit of garbage in your hair. She gave her head a quick, sharp shake to get rid of the trash, then faced me again.
Hey.
First, I have something for you. Go ahead and eat it. We can talk once you're finished. Thank you. I snatched the bread and water that she was holding out for me. Within seconds, it was in my mouth and making its way toward my stomach. Phew, that really hit the spot. Now I've got all the energy I need to keep going. So you still haven't given up then? Of course not. After all, the fact that I can keep going forward is about all I'm good at. Well, that's not such a bad thing to be good at. There's an unbelievable amount of trash here. But Kyoko, why'd you come to rescue me?
So...
To pay a debt. Or no, to atone. Atone.
You...
During the trial, even though you knew I was lying, You didn't say anything. So you knew that I knew.
Indeed.
But even though I knew, I did nothing to help you.
I
Abandoned you. Don't say that. You didn't abandon me. No, that's exactly what I did. I abandoned you in order to save my own life. You were trying to save me, and I couldn't bring myself to do the same for you.
However,
But listen, not that I'm trying to make excuses, but there was a reason that I had to survive, no matter the cost. Why did you have to survive?
it's true.
I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything. The reason I have to survive
In other words,
is so that I can do what I came to this school to do. What? I made up my mind to come to Hope's Peak Academy for one very important reason. What's that? So you have some reason for coming to Hope's Peak Academy.
indeed.
That's right. At least I did once. Once?
I
Until recently, I had forgotten what it was. You forgot, but that's... I had no memory of what my purpose was. No memory, that's impossible. Amnesia? Then, is it really true? You lost your memory.
Makoto.
Do you remember, Makoto? Do you remember the first thing that happened to each of us? As soon as we arrived at the school. The first thing. You're talking about when we fainted, right? I fainted, and when I woke up, I was trapped here.
That's right.
I fainted too, and when I woke up, I noticed a strange feeling of separation from myself, within myself. A disconnect.
It would seem
Thinking back on it now, at that point, my memory was gone. At that time, I'd forgotten. I couldn't remember why I'd come to this school, and I couldn't remember what my ultimate ability was. But what would make you forget all that?
Hey,
Strange, isn't it? It's hard to imagine it happened by chance. It seems much too convenient. Are you saying you think you lost your memory because...
indeed.
I don't think. I'm positive it was the work of the mastermind. They stole my memory. But why would they want to do that? There's only one reason I can come up with. Because of my purpose and my ability, somehow, they would interfere with Mastermind's plans. So the Mastermind just stole them from you?
However,
And it could also mean somehow my memories may be connected to the mystery of the school and the Mastermind, which is why I have to get them back. That's why I've been investigating things by myself this whole time. But if what you say is true, why didn't you ask the rest of us to help you?
why is that?
If I did that, and we all worked as one, the Mastermind would have noticed right away. Plus, there's always the chance that the Mastermind is actually one of us. What?
Correct.
Well, don't make too big of a deal of it. It's just a possibility. But since it is a possibility, we can't ignore it, right? Mastermind, one of us. If she believed that, then of course she couldn't trust anyone around her. In which case, it only makes sense that she would look into her missing memory by herself.
However,
That being said, there was a limit to what I could do by myself, which is why I asked you to help me. But why me? Because among everyone, you were least likely to be the mastermind. That was just intuition. But I see. Your intuition was right, though. There's no way an ordinary kid like me could have been the mastermind.
I understand.
You understand now?
I should understand everything.
You should.
My goal isn't to get out of here. It's to stay here.
It's just like that dream I had before, but why did that just happen?
Listen,
Are you okay? Oh yeah, it's nothing. It is nothing, right?
hey,
Even now, I still trust you, you know. It's just, I'm not used to relying on others.
correct.
I know I never asked you for help. You're right. So I understand if you're not convinced. Honestly, I was convinced. I wasn't. She kept using you as bait. I think that's just her personality. Makoto, why am I arguing with you right now? You said you had a reason for doing all that investigating on your own. So how'd that turn out? Were you able to remember anything?
So,
I think there's still a lot I don't remember, but at the very least, I was finally able to recall my purpose and my ability. You mentioned your ability. My ability. What everyone should have known me for. I'm the ultimate detective. The ultimate detective?
correct.
And the reason I came to Hope Speak Academy. There was someone I had to find here in the school. You had to find someone? Who?
So,
Well, it was the headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy. The headmaster? Why did you want to find the headmaster? Because he's my father. What?
in other words,
I was separated from him as a child. As it turns out, he became the headmaster of Hope's Peak. Kyoko's dad is Hope's Peak's headmaster. Then that explains when Alter Ego told us how he thought the headmaster was involved. I'll find a way. No matter what it takes, I will find the
no
headmaster.
matter what?
No matter the cost.
So,
Kyoko, what's going on?
I,
My memory hadn't come back at that point. But when he said that, I felt strange. It makes perfect sense now, of course, since my whole purpose for coming here was to find him. That makes sense.
however,
But listen, Makoto, I want to make this perfectly clear so there's no misunderstanding. I said the headmaster wasn't the mastermind, but I didn't say that to protect him. I only said what I felt based on what I'd seen when I snuck into the headmaster's room. Then, what did you see in there?
so,
The room had been ransacked. The shelves were a mess. The desk drawers dumped on the floor. The only conclusion is that someone who didn't know where anything was had been in there. You mean the mastermind, right?
it's true.
That was my assumption, yes. And to confirm my suspicion, I decided to investigate the second floor of the dorms, using the key I found. But why there? Because I also found this in the headmaster's room. This is some kind of map.
Indeed.
It's a layout of the entirety of Hope's Peak Academy. I found it in the headmaster's room, along with Makoto's profile and that key. The map showed that the second floor was home to a number of rooms meant for faculty use. Some of the staff must have had to stay overnight from time to time, and I figured the headmaster would have had some kind of private room there. I assumed that if that was true, that room would likely hold more clues, so I went to check.
Correct.
And that's when I finally remembered. I remembered that my purpose was to find the owner of that room. So you went there to see if the headmaster really did have a private room.
However,
But once I got there, I noticed that the second floor of the dorms didn't have any cameras or monitors. So what was it like? That part of the school, I mean. It's hard to describe. All I can say is, the moment I saw it, I realized whatever's going on in the school is more horrific than we ever imagined. What do you mean?
so,
I can't explain it. You need to see it for yourself, and I'm sure you'll get your chance soon enough. It sounds like it must be important, and really ominous.
However,
I had no idea what was going on in the rest of the building. It has to do with Mukuro Ikusaba, doesn't it?
however,
Just to be perfectly clear, I didn't kill her. And I know it wasn't you either. I know you're right, but that just means everyone but you and me had an alibi. So then, who did kill her?
anyway,
What I can say for sure is that the mastermind is directly involved. To begin with, the point of the class trial of Mukuro Ikusaba was to get me killed. Get you killed.
indeed.
I stole that key and disappeared. And in retaliation, they wanted to draw me out and eliminate me.
Correct.
That was the point of the class trial. It was. The mastermind knew they couldn't interfere directly. You mean because of the school regulations?
That's right.
Exactly. With minimal restrictions, you are free to explore Hope's Peak Academy at your discretion.
In other words,
The mastermind is adamant about following the rules. And with that rule in place, they couldn't step in. Since they couldn't kill me themselves, they tried to use the class trial to do it. The mastermind couldn't step in because of the rules? That makes it sound like the mastermind themselves is somehow bound by the school regulations. There's one other thing I'd like to point out about the murder of Mukuro Ikusaba. What's that? There was a point where Mukuro may not have become the victim. It could have been you, Makoto. I could have become the victim?
indeed.
You know what I'm talking about, right? Do you mean during the night? I can hear them, you know. The footsteps of the god of death. What? I can hear the god of death as he moves. That ability naturally draws me into cases, just like this,
Anyway,
which is exactly what happened with you. I was in the dorms, and I had a sudden sense of dread. I looked down the stairwell, and I saw a white shadow cross the corridor. I gave chase right away. As I followed it, I saw the shadow go into your room.
correct.
I ran into your room, and I saw what was happening. I intervened immediately, of course.
However,
That wasn't the end of things, of course. I stopped them, but that led to whoever the masked assailant was, they ended up dead,
correct.
and their murder was disguised in the dojo key wound up in my room. It all has to be the work of the mastermind in an attempt to use the class trial to eliminate me. So all this would mean that whoever killed Mukuro is also the mastermind, right?
Indeed.
I don't have conclusive evidence, but that's what I think. But that's really bad if true. It means the mastermind can kill whoever they want, if they feel like it. Wait, but doesn't that create another contradiction? The mastermind wanted to use the class trial to try and kill you, so they couldn't interfere, right?
Correct.
You're right. That is a contradiction. And it's not just Mukuro. They needed the class trial to kill me, but seemed ready to kill you in your room. Everything they did is a contradiction. So what does it all mean?
In other words,
It means that the mastermind is the one who's been cornered. Huh?
Makoto.
Just a little more. A little more and I should be able to figure out the mastermind's identity. The identity of the other ultimate despair. The other ultimate despair? There's no doubt that Mukuro was the ultimate despair, and that she's dead. But I don't think the ultimate despair is just one person. It's not? Makoto, please follow her.
Indeed.
If you think about it, the ultimate despair seems to implicate whoever caused that event. You're
That's
talking
right.
about what happened a year ago. The biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. The tragedy. Whoever's responsible for that, they're the ultimate despair.
See,
That despicable group, whose only purpose and motivation comes from despair, then they're, make no mistake, they are the root of all the evil that has forced us to go through this. That is the ultimate despair, and that is our real enemy. To be continued. You received the Dream Island rocket present. I think I hit no. The ultimate despair. A group of people who caused the tragedy. I'm going to double save. Just to be sure. Those same people put together this killing game and began broadcasting it around the world. The most desperately awful group of people ever. That is the mastermind's true identity. Our enemy has finally been revealed. But right now, we have to get out of this horrible place. Figuring out the rest of the story can come after. Yeah, you're right. It's locked though. We have a way to open this door. Kyoko, do you still have that one thing? Monokuma's secret tool that you got from the headmaster's room.
Indeed.
Of course I do. It's an absolute vital part of ensnaring the mastermind. I would never part with it. And it can open any door in the school, right?
That's right.
That's right. Then we should be able to use it on that door, right?
Indeed. That's right.
Hey, Kyoko. We can use that key on viewers to open this door, right?
It's true.
Let's find out. Kyoko took out the key with the Monokuma design on it and slid it into the keyhole. Yes, it opened.
Indeed.
And now we can get out of here. Let's go. Sounds good. We quickly opened the door and made our escape from the garbage pit. Finally. We were finally free. But there wasn't even time to take a breath of relief. Because the real fight had just begun. Chapter 6. Ultimate pain. Ultimate suffering. Ultimate despair. Ultimate execution. Ultimate death. After leaving the garbage pit, we found ourselves in a tunnel, extending straight up, like a chimney. There was a metal ladder leading up into the tunnel. We started climbing the ladder, intent on reaching the surface. The ladder was impossibly long. I couldn't even see where it ended. We climbed into darkness. Passage was so dark and cramped, I couldn't even see my own feet beneath me. I had no idea we were so far down.
Hey.
Don't lose your footing. If you slip, I won't be able to catch you. Yeah, I'll be careful. But now that you said that, I'm getting kind of nervous. Maybe talking will help keep my mind off of it. So Kyoko, there's something I wanted to ask you. You said you're the ultimate detective, right? So how long have you been doing detective work?
So...
How long? Ever since I can remember. Remember, I come from a long line of detectives. Detective work is in my blood. There was a time when being a detective was considered a sacred duty. My family's always seen it that way. Then, is your family famous?
Wrong.
Quite the opposite, actually. Even among actual detectives, many people haven't heard of us. Huh? But how come? It's like your family tradition, right? So...
Right.
Because we take pride in it. Pride?
Indeed.
A detective is neither light nor shadow. We represent neither justice nor evil. That is how we can uncover the absolute truth. Thank you for the follow. We have anonymous follows here, so feel free to lurk or chat and say hi. Either or, and just enjoy. Obviously not. Which is why we've made, and welcome on in, Lorenzo, made a conscious effort to conceal our existence. A conscious episode. Yep.
It's true.
It's kind of old-fashioned. I can't say it's entirely rational. But it's our family creed. And we do what we must to protect it. Because, like I said, it's our source of pride. So that explains it. Before I came here, when I was looking up info about the school online, I never saw anything about her. Because she hid herself on purpose to protect the pride of her family.
However,
And yet, I gave up some of that pride. In order to enter Hope's Peak, I had to reveal myself to the school. I did it knowing it was something a true Kirigiri and a detective would never do. But the reason you gave up that pride, the reason you would go so far to enter Hope's Peak, was because that's how much you wanted to reconnect with your dad, right? There's no shame in that.
what?
Reconnect. I had absolutely no desire to reconnect with my father. Huh? You'd be reuniting after all those years, right? You would have had so much to talk about.
Wrong.
There's nothing I want to talk about. Talk to my father about.
However,
There is something I want to say to him, though. What? No matter what it takes, I have to find him and tell him, face to face. What is it?
So,
I want to sever all ties with him. Sever? The last time I saw him, I was still very young. Okay, Kyoko, I'm relating to you too much. So I don't remember myself. But apparently, he was extremely intelligent. He was in line to become the next head of the Kirigiri family. He was talented. He had a promising future.
however,
But he had no interest in detective work. So he cut himself off from the family. Not long after that, my mother died, and he simply ran away. He went to my grandfather, and they had a huge argument. And young as I was, he left me behind. I'm sure there was a reason for that. I'm sure your dad wanted to take you with him.
right.
If that's true, then I need to thank him. Thank him for leaving me. Because unlike him, I take pride in the work I do. I take pride in my family name. So every last part of me is happy he didn't take me with him. If I had gone with him, I never would have had the chance to become a detective. I was above Kyoko on the ladder, so I wasn't able to see her expression. So I couldn't tell. I couldn't see how she looked when she said that. What she might have been feeling. All I could tell was that compared to her usual self, she was more talkative and more emotional. Don't blame him, He had his own life to live. Game, can you start talking again? You normally talk in these scenes. That's what anyone in my position might say, right? But it's not true.
However,
But there's one thing. One thing I can never forgive. Really.
so,
The way everyone else looked at me. I was never sad about being left behind. Like I said, I think it was a good thing.
However,
But when the rest of my family looked at me, they saw something different. They only saw me as the little girl that was abandoned by her father. That's how they see me, even to this day. To this day. Words. Work. His shadow has been following me my entire life. I'm sick of it. I need him out of my life. I need to step out of his shadow.
Correct.
That's why I have to find him and tell him. We're no longer family. In order to settle the past. In order to remove him from my life forever. I have no doubt he forgot about me years ago. But your family, to just cut him out like that? Makoto, sometimes it's best. Okay? Don't try and talk her out of it.
wrong.
Our only connection is through blood. Nothing more. Are we connected by heart and soul? No.
Okay,
Is blood really enough to call someone family? No, it's not. Only connected by blood, not by heart or soul. I was so shocked to hear her say something like that. I didn't know how to respond. Sometimes not responding is the best thing, Makoto. So instead, I said nothing. I just kept climbing the ladder in complete silence. And after, I don't know how long, we finally reached the top. This is too long of a ladder. Looks like this is it.
indeed.
On the other side of this door, Hope's Peak is waiting for us. We're
That's
back.
right.
Remember that hatch on the ground near the trash room? I'm fairly certain that's where we'll come out. I unlocked it earlier, so it should open without much trouble. Well, here goes nothing. I reached my right hand up and pushed against the hatch. The hatch opened with ease, and so. Looks like we're back.
Whew.
But I can't believe how long that ladder was. I'm exhausted. I can't exactly say we're safe and sound, but at least we're out of there. Now, we're back in Hope's Peak Academy. Kyoko, thank you. I never would have gotten out of there without you. No thanks necessary. I was just returning the favor. So now what do we do? I'm glad I didn't die, of course, but if the mastermind finds out, and I'm worried about you too, you help me, so they might...
Listen,
You're worried? Yeah, of course.
so then,
Then let's just get a concrete answer.
in other words,
Let's ask Monokuma if there's a problem with you escaping. Well, wait, that's...
however,
If we try to hide, it's only a matter of time till we're found out. And it's not like we can run away. As she said that, she pointed at the nearby surveillance camera. So you're saying, rather than stressing out over getting caught, we should just give up now? Don't worry. What you think is going to happen is that
because
the mastermind is the one that's ensnared. The mastermind is ensnared. You said something like that before. What does it mean?
so
The mastermind stood exposed during the investigation into Mukuro's death. There was a moment where the mastermind let their guard down. There was.
right.
If we can talk to Monokuma, we can confirm it. And it'll be better for us if we go to him directly before he tracks us down. That should help with our negotiations. I'm still a little, super uneasy about this. But we don't really have a choice, do we?
Indeed.
Monokuma should be in the gym.
Shall we go?
Well, let's get going. That was a lot of talking. You're just gonna let me teleport there? Oh, it's already nighttime.
Well now.
Hey. Kyoko, I don't mind so much.
I don't.
But Makoto's supposed to be dead. What's he doing here? That's exactly how I thought he'd react. Are we really gonna be okay? You were supposed to be punished. Did Kyoko help you?
What?
So what if I did? What will you do? If the guilty party is exposed during the class trial, they alone will be executed. It's unfortunate, but that is the rule. So now I gotta punish you again. And this time, I won't leave anything to chance.
Right.
Kyoko, do whatever you feel you have to. What?
However,
But before you do, let me just say one thing.
now,
If you execute Makoto, that means you lose. Not that that matters to you, right? Lose? You. Explain yourself. What do you mean by that?
because
Well, you set up this latest class trial yourself, right? I was getting in your way, so you wanted an excuse to kill me.
in other words,
I was supposed to be chosen as the black, and then executed, right? Hey, what are you talking about?
however,
But when Makoto chose to overlook my lie, your plan came crashing down. The results of the trial weren't at all what you expected. Because you would never imagined that in that position, one person would protect another like that.
right,
And in response to that unexpected development,
indeed,
you reacted by proclaiming Makoto the Blackened and trying to execute him. You made the choice out of desperation. No, more than that. You must have realized that Makoto, who refused to be manipulated, was a threat to you as well. Oh, Monokuma, now you're silent?
however,
But then, there was another unexpected development waiting for you. An entity that would throw a wrench, so to speak, in your precious execution machinery. Alter ego. You never imagined the possibility of a being that could come to our aid even after you'd killed it.
am I wrong?
Now here's the absolute truth. Makoto didn't kill Mukuro. You did. And he's still silent.
Listen to me.
I'm glad Kyoko has the brain cell right now. So executing Makoto for it would surely be a violation of your rules, which I know you love so much. If the Blackened is exposed, they alone will be executed. That's what you told us, right? And that means I lose? You talk a big game. You're saying that Blackened is me, not Makoto.
Well,
And you can prove this, right?
Well,
No, I can't. Don't just say it like that. What is this, a comedy routine? To make such bold claims without a shred of evidence.
that doesn't matter.
I don't have any right now. But with a little more time, I guarantee I'll find some.
That's right.
Because no matter how deeply you try to bury it, there's only ever one absolute truth. And now you're trying to talk like some kind of famous detective type.
Because
If Makoto really was the killer, he never would have come to you willingly, like this. Don't words hard. He would have feared for his life, feared another execution. He would have tried to run and hide. He would have been gripped by the despair you so love to inspire.
however,
But here we are, confronting you with nothing but hope in our hearts.
what the heck?
And that's supposed to be enough to convince me in the absence of evidence?
indeed,
It's not you I'm trying to
Hey.
convince. If you were to execute Makoto now, everyone out there watching this would be extremely displeased.
Indeed.
Imagine what everyone out there would think if you killed Makoto. They would assume that you killed him because what we said is exactly right.
Listen to me.
Despair can never kill hope.
Hey,
Of course, you can say we're just making this all up. You're welcome to prove us wrong. No, you have no choice but to prove it. Because if you can kill Makoto without proving your own innocence, you'll be accepting your own defeat. Monokuma, claws away, please. If you want to earn our despair, fair and square,
that's what we have to do.
then I suggest you take my advice. So what is this advice of
It's
yours?
true.
To do Mukuro's trial over again. Only this time, you follow the school regulations to ensure a fair trial.
It's time for one last showdown. One final battle between hope and despair.
Okay?
Hey,
Well, that would make for a proper climax, wouldn't it, you say? A fair trial. One last showdown, in other words. This would be our chance to expose the true identity of Mukuro's killer, of the mastermind themselves. But what reason would the mastermind have to accept the challenge? They'll probably just execute me without another word. Interesting.
Barrett!
Very interesting indeed. Very.
What's wrong?
Oh, I was getting bored, so I decided to change things up a little. So time for bear jokes. Now what you're saying, you've suggested might be possible. It would certainly make for one honey of a climax.
in other words,
Does that mean you accept?
You guys!
If we do things your way, that'll be enough to convince you and the viewers, right? And it would cause you unbearable despair, right? Then I'm prepared to agree to your terms. Oh, there's too many bear fronts. Will your hope win out? Or will my despair? Are you done yet, Monokuma? Playing
I
cricket.
can barely contain myself!
Oh. Let's have one final Grizzly showdown. He agreed. Then we still have a shot at this.
Barrett!
But this is the long-awaited climax, right? Just guessing. The killer is barely a fleeing enemy.
Guys!
So for this final face-off, you'll have to unearth all the mysteries that have been buried. All the mysteries. That's right. Every last mystery that's crawling around the school. If you can do that,
I can barely contain myself!
then that'll be enough to qualify as a victory for you.
it's true.
That's what we've been trying to do all along. Okay, well, good. Then let's bear it all. If you can claw your way to the truth of Mukuro's death and solve the mysteries of the school,
Guys!
then you win. But if you can't do all that, we'll all face execution, right? I can barely contain my excitement. When you learn the whole truth, what kind of despair will you show me? We are as excited as you are, I'm sure.
Listen to me.
When we've uncovered every last truth, how will the ultimate despair reveal their own despair? I honestly can't believe how this has all turned
Hey.
out. But before we get started, I want to clarify one more thing. Do you remember the rule? When one student kills another, that's when a class trial is held.
What's wrong?
I remember that for sure. So what?
Hey.
I just want to confirm that is what you said, right, and it's a true statement. You don't have to be so suspicious. I've said it before, but it bears repeating. Everything is based on the school regulations, and having a trial for Mukuro is no exception to that. Mukuro's trial is no exception. Then it's part of the regulations, which would have to mean that whoever killed Mukuro. It's a very polarizing approach, I know. But okay, enough puns. Anyway, here's a hint. I'm sure I told you this already, but this killing game began with 16 participants, all of them high school students. And the only people to take a single step in Hope's Peak since the killing game began are those 16 students. What?
Listen.
Are you telling the truth? Why do you go quiet all of a sudden? I'm done talking.
Angry!
Okay, Monokuma. I got nothing left to say to you. So get lost, would you? Why so mad? You seem emotionally unstable. Leave me alone. Get out of here. Okay, I'm going. Just, you're really gonna let me go? I don't even care anymore. You're all gonna get your punishment later anyway. Need to start getting ready. A super duper, extra, special punishment, overflowing with despair.
Hey,
Come on, Makoto, let's go. I think Monokuma's lost it. Monokuma's unstable laughter seemed to cling to us as we walked away. And just like that, we were out of the gym. I could hardly believe it, but somehow I ended up not getting executed. I still had my life, and we still had a chance. Overall, things turned out way better than expected. Once again, I was in Kyoko's debt. Yeah. Kyoko, thank you. Everything I have right now is because of you.
however,
Don't thank me just yet. The real battle is still ahead of us. Yeah, true. But still, I'm glad it worked out. I wasn't sure if the enemy would accept my proposal. But honestly, why would the mastermind agree to that? I mean, they don't stand to gain anything from a final showdown, do they?
so
They had no choice but to accept.
because
It's all because of that one moment that the mastermind let their guard down the guard, like I said. So when was it that the mastermind let their guard down?
so
I wasn't there to hear it myself. But do you remember what the mastermind said? They said they had hijacked the airwaves, broadcast our school to the outside world, right? Yeah, they definitely said that.
Listen.
And what did you think when you heard that? Pretty hard to believe, right? Well, I mean, the idea of actually taking over the airwaves seems so unbelievable.
indeed.
You don't exactly read about something like that happening very often. So it's hard to imagine. In other words, that kind of thing is extremely difficult to pull off.
However,
And yet, somehow, the mastermind was able to do
in
it.
other words,
But think of it another way. There must have been some reason they had to do something that difficult. A reason?
so
They had to show the world something, no matter the cost. Us killing each other. They wanted to show the world.
it would seem
The mastermind has been very adamant about not killing us directly, but forcing us to kill each other. And all the rules and regulations, were designed to encourage that. Yeah, that makes sense. If those stupid regulations didn't exist, nobody would have killed anybody.
in other words,
So the mastermind's ultimate goal was to make us kill each other. and show that off to the world. But why?
Correct.
To prove a point, most likely. Prove a point?
Hey,
The outside world has a name for the students of Hope's Peak, right? A certain concept. You're talking about hope.
that's right.
And for those of us who represent hope, to kill each other and sink into despair. The mastermind wants the world to see that, to try and prove that despair is better than hope. That's their goal, as the ultimate despair. What? They want to prove that despair is better than hope? But that's ridiculous.
It's true.
You're right. It is ridiculous. Completely irrational. It's the kind of thing that nobody but those who call themselves the ultimate despair would devise. That group, whose only purpose and motivation comes from despair. But is that really their only reason for making the rest of us suffer?
Makoto.
I know how angry it must make you, and yet that same motivation is what led to the mastermind revealing their weakness. What?
In other words,
Because their goal is to broadcast this killing game to the world. The mastermind has had to be more particular than is reasonable about their own regulations. If the mastermind simply ignored their rules, this wouldn't have been a game, but a one-sided slaughter.
at the very least,
At least that's how those who are watching this would have seen it. And that's why the mastermind couldn't kill any of us themselves.
indeed.
That is precisely the reason. No matter how much they may hate what I'm doing, I haven't violated a single one of their regulations. Junko broke the rules, so she was punished. But in my case, they couldn't lay a finger on me.
Right.
So instead, they tried to use the class trial, following all their proper rules to get me killed. They began a trial that didn't have a right answer, then made me out to be the killer. But even that didn't work.
It's true.
Yes, thanks to you. And due to that failure, the mastermind took yet another risk. They attempted to kill you instead, who also was not the killer. And when that fact was exposed on live TV to the entire outside world, the mastermind had to accept your suggestion
Indeed.
to prove to the world that despair is better than hope. They have to defeat us in perfect form.
In other words,
It would only do the mastermind harm to have it shown that they'd violated their own regulations. But all of that was a hunch, right? And you were still able to get the mastermind to accept your challenge.
however,
Well, it's only thanks to you that we got that chance, because you believed in me. Another path opened up. Still, I can't believe how much of the mastermind's thoughts and plans you were able to figure out. I didn't have the slightest clue.
wrong.
In the end, though, I couldn't prove any of it. It was just my reasoning. Essentially, I was making a bet,
Whew.
but it looks like I got it right this time. This time, at least, I won the bet. She let out a quick sigh. I took it as a small sign of relief. To be honest, I haven't been that nervous in a long time. I totally couldn't tell you were nervous at all. You seemed totally confident from the moment you decided to go talk to him. Well, presenting a strong demeanor is a fundamental part of negotiation and persuasion, wouldn't you say? Plus, if I'd shown my uneasiness, that would have just made you that much more uneasy. Yeah, you're probably right. How pathetic. No, it's okay if you're faced with death there, Makoto. Come on.
However,
Anyway, we can't relax just yet. All we've done is earn another chance to fight. We have to win this time,
Correct.
or everything we've gone through will have been for nothing. You are right. If we can't defeat the mastermind, it'll cost us our lives. There is no option except to win.
Hey,
But before we begin the final battle, we have to tell the others what's going on. True. But now we know who our real enemy is. All we have to do is work together with everyone to destroy the mastermind. Work together with everyone.
however,
Is that really possible? Huh?
anyway,
Right now, we have to go find the
shall we
others.
go?
They're probably in the dorm somewhere. Shall we go? Okay. This is about you.
Hey,
I don't think he's here. Come on. And suddenly we were greeted with you again. Is he broken? I suppose his emotional instability is useful. I don't understand you, Monokuma. I'm sorry. Jeez, what the-
however,
I wonder what that was all about. I couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Ah,
Is that Makoto?
You guys!
It is! There's no two ways about it. That's Makoto.
I'm stepping away for like a few seconds. If I can mute my mic. Okay. Everyone in the house is okay.
you survived?
Jeez. You're like a stubborn little cockroach, you know that?
I'm just asking to make sure, but you're not a ghost, right?
No, hero. Everyone was there. All my friends who had struggled together and survived. As soon as I saw their faces, I couldn't help myself. I started to tear up.
What?
Wait, what's that smell?
What the heck?
Yeah, man, that seriously stinks. It's Makoto. He smells like a wet dog. Get away. Shoo. Shoo! And in a flash, my tears dried up.
Makoto,
There's no time to indulge in extended happy. We need to explain to everyone what happened with Monokuma.
Yes.
Explain. Explain what? But is it okay that you're here? What if the mastermind catches you?
it's true.
That's related to what I have to tell you. I need to tell you all about the last class trial.
Huh?
Last class
In
trial,
other words,
we are going to redo Mukuro's trial.
Huh?
Seriously,
How about that?
what's the point of redoing it? Makoto killed her, right? No, I didn't do it, like I keep telling you.
wrong.
Makoto isn't the killer, and of course it's not me or any of you. Then who is it?
I see.
What she's saying is, it was all the work of the mastermind. What? You're saying the mastermind killed Mukuro?
That's right.
It was all an elaborate trap, contrived by the mastermind. Makoto spotted the trap in time and did what he had to stop it.
However,
But his decision meant that he would be the one to die.
What did you say?
You spotted the trap, did you, Makoto? Yes, Makoto had a brain cell. We will ignore the fact that I sprung the trap instead and exposed her lie. We will ignore that fact. You make it sound like it was easy. I just,
however,
But executing Makoto, who wasn't the Blackened, is a clear violation of the school rules. The rules state that only the Blackened is to be executed. The mastermind broke their own rules, which is why I went and negotiated with them to have the trial one more time.
Huh?
And the mastermind agreed? Does that mean though they really did break the rules? They had no choice but to agree. You used the TV broadcast to gain the levers you needed, didn't you?
correct.
Very observant of you.
Naturally.
I recall what you said at the end of the last trial. When you said, now it's the mastermind that's ensnared. That's what you were referring to.
Don't be mean.
Hey, I'm totally in the dark here. Well, at least we don't have to worry about you being the mastermind hero. For anyone who doesn't understand, you can ask Hiyoko to explain it again, later. So knowing all this, what do we do now?
About that.
It's about who killed Mukuro, right? So our job is to expose the mastermind? But there's more to it than that, correct? Yeah. For us to win this time, we have to solve every last mystery surrounding the school. Every last mystery.
But
But we've been looking around all this time, and we still don't know anything, right?
Anyway,
You've probably guessed already, but if we lose this time, everyone dies.
Oh,
Everyone?
I hate you.
Hey, who said you could agree to those terms without talking to the rest of us? I'm fine with things the way they are. I'm fine living here forever with Master. Meanwhile, I want to get out of here as soon as humanly possible.
anyway,
At this point, the only way for us to survive, is to unravel the truth.
Interesting.
In other words, one decisive final battle. A rather interesting development, I'd say.
But
Figuring out who the mastermind is, and how they killed Mukuro, and all the school's mysteries. It's a pretty tall frickin' order. Maybe. But this time, the trial is different. We know who our enemy is now. So if we work together and search as hard as we can, I'm sure we'll solve all those mysteries. I'm not so sure about that. Huh?
I
Can't agree with the idea of working together with everyone. You can't agree, why not? I mean, working together with everyone seems like the most obvious way to solve all the mysteries.
indeed.
That's what I thought too, at first. Until Monokuma gave us that little hint of his. Hint? Makoto! I take back saying you have the brain cell. It's a very polarizing approach, I know, but okay, enough puns. Anyway, here's the hint. The killing game began with 16 participants. All of them high school students. And the only people to take a single step in Hope's Peak since the killing game began are those 16 students.
I see.
Monokuma said that, did he? Then, Kyoko's opinion is perfectly reasonable. But why?
So, in other words,
If the mastermind really is the one who killed Mukuro, as Kyoko says, then the mastermind would have had to set foot in the school, right? Monokuma could probably murder Mukuro, but there's no way he could have disguised the scene like that.
in other words,
But according to Monokuma, the only people who have set foot in Hope's Peak are the 16 students who have been taking part in the killing game. Then the mastermind is... There were 15 of us in the main hall at the very beginning. Add in Mukuro, and you get 16. So the mastermind would have to be one of them.
that's right.
And of those 16 people, he started out with the only one still alive are the people standing right here. Need I continue? Or do you get it now? You're saying the mastermind is one of us?
No way!
You can't be serious. Wait, you can't say that for sure that's true yet. Monokuma might have just said all that to confuse us. It's certainly a possibility, but only one among the many. The mastermind being one of us is also a possibility. And that is one possibility we can't ignore. Yeah, I mean, they're an ultimate, right? The ultimate despair. So they must be a high schooler. Yeah, you can't say it's not possible. But if one of us was the mastermind, they'd have to be controlling Monokuma somehow, right? But did you ever see anyone acting suspicious anytime Monokuma was active?
Well,
Maybe they snuck off and controlled him in secret.
but
I don't care how sneaky you are. We would have noticed someone sneaking off that many times.
I'm right?
Then maybe Monokuma was on autopilot. Maybe they loaded up all the dialogue and actions beforehand. In that case, there's no way he could have had all those back and forth conversations with us. Well, it wouldn't be entirely impossible if they directed the flow of the conversation. Well, maybe, but still.
This is a school announcement. You've
Cool.
all probably figured this out by now, but at this point, the killing game has now entered true ending mode. So, in the name of fairness, I will unlock every room in the school.
Thank you, Monokuma.
Look wherever you want. Solve the mystery in whatever way you see fit.
Okay.
Then we can all meet up at the class trial, okay?
Hmm?
How very magnanimous of him to unlock all the
That's
rooms.
fine.
The time for talk is done. Now we need to begin our investigation. But I was planning on working alone from the beginning
In
anyway.
the name of my family.
At this point, I can rely only on myself, and the Togami blood flowing through my veins. I have no time to worry about the rest of you. Each of you must uphold your responsibility. Well then, after making his final statement, Byakuya left the dining hall. Master, he didn't take me with him.
Hey,
Do you blame him? Without Master, the rest of you are like coffee with cream without the cream. Or coffee. So an empty cup? You're totally useless. So bye. With that, Toko trudged off. out of the dining hall. And now she's gone. And you're gonna go off by yourself, right, Kyoko?
Indeed.
That's right. Which just leaves Makoto, Hina, and me.
You know?
In that case, I'm gonna go by myself too.
Just a second.
Wait, how come?
How about that?
Just wait and see. I'm gonna use my totally awesome spirit power to figure out the mastermind's identity. Laughing loudly, Hiro left the dining hall. Everyone's really gonna go off by themselves. What about you, Hina? I guess I'll do the same thing.
But
Way to be different, Hina. I mean, it's not that I don't trust everyone, you know?
I mean,
But up till now, I haven't really been all that useful. Not true, Hina. I just depended on Sakura and everyone else. You're not useless. If you hadn't been here, I would have died. Makoto, that's really nice of you to say. Still, I know I've mostly been totally useless. So I figure at least here at the end, maybe I can find something that'll help us all get out of here. So I'm gonna go off and do it all on my own. Okay, see you later. Hina was in surprisingly high spirits as she dashed out of the dining hall. And once again, it's just us two.
Indeed.
So you're gonna go off on your own too, right,
However,
Kyoko? Well, don't misunderstand. Just because we're gonna do our searches separately doesn't mean we can't still work together.
so
That goes for all of us. I think I see what you mean. Doing our own investigating doesn't mean we can't work together in the end. I should just see it as us splitting up to cover more ground. And then we can get back together and share what we found. Yeah, that's right.
So then,
Well, I'd better get going. I have an endless list of things I need to check.
Correct.
Monokuma said all the doors in the school were locked, right? So we should be able to investigate every nook and cranny in the school. We can visit all the places we couldn't go before.
Makoto,
No matter what it takes, we have to uncover the truth by any means necessary. With that, Kyoko was gone, leaving only me. I don't have time to waste either. I have to begin my search. I still can't believe the mastermind might be one of us. So that's what I have to prove. I'll prove that the mastermind isn't one of us. I'll expose the mastermind's true identity and solve the mystery of the school. And then we can all escape together. I guess I'll start by taking another look at Mukuro's Monokuma file. Due to the explosion, the victim's identity is unknown. They were, however, dead before the blast. The victim had been stabbed a single time with a knife, which went completely through the body. They had also been struck in the head with an object about as thick as a metal pipe. The body was covered with other wounds, but these were at least several days old. Once you find out who killed Kuro Ikusaba, then we'll know who the mastermind is. So where should I start with my investigation to figure out who killed her? I guess I should start with the rooms that were locked up until now. The headmaster's room, the bio lab, and the door in the data center, with Monokuma's face on it. Oh, and the second floor of the dorms where the gate was down before. That should be open now, right? After that, I'll have to double check the areas that are connected to the murder. Which means the garden and the dojo. Okay, time to get started. Places to check has been added to the truth bullet section here. And then we'll go in here. This is the headmaster's room. I'd heard a lot about it, but this will be my first time seeing it for myself. Ah, Makoto, it's you. Oh, Byakuya. There are documents scattered all over the floor. Somehow, it makes me feel anxious. There are trophies and even a shield in the display case. The bookshelf seems really well made and it's filled with files and thick books.
Come on.
Hey,
Not
Makoto,
possible.
are you ignoring me? You think I'll forgive that just
Such
because you...
ignorance.
When we get out of here, remember this moment. Okay, fine, I'll talk to you first. Well, you came to the right place this time. Would you like to see something interesting? What do you mean, something interesting? Take a look at this. It was on top of that pathetically ostentatious desk. Class 78 student register. Okay. It contains profiles for all of us. And Mukuro.
So, in other words,
Apparently Class 78 refers to us. Wait. When we found Mukuro's profile in Kyoto's room.
I see.
That's right. It also mentioned class number 78. This must be where Kyoko got that page. And since the rest of our profiles are listed in there, along with
In
hers,
other words,
there can be no doubt Mukuro was a student here at Hope's Peak Academy, just like the rest of us. Mukuro Ikusaba, the 16th student. That must be how Kyoko learned about him. But it seems like Kyoko was in a hurry. What do you mean? I'm talking about when she stole it. The uneven tearing, the way the paper had been crumpled. She must have been in a hurry. Well, she snuck in to get it. I'm sure she wanted to get out as fast as possible. But what's your point? She was in so much of a hurry that she only got the first page. The first page? Correct. Mukuro's profile actually contains 2 pages. What?
so in other words,
When it comes to this profile, there was more information about Mukuro that we still didn't have. What kind of information is it? Why do you ask me to explain every little thing? You can read, can't you? It seems to be some sort of detailed report put together by the headmaster himself.
interesting.
I don't know what kind of man he was, but I'm glad he left us such an interesting clue. I was half listening to Bayuki as I skimmed through the report. Mukuro reappeared suddenly, and in the background, an entity floats, close but just out of reach. The entity known as the ultimate despair. Right now, I can't be sure if this is a single person or some kind of group. Whatever it is, Mukuro definitely has some sort of connection to it. I have a bad feeling about all this. I need to push forward my research into the ultimate despair. And I need to pay attention to Mukuro's behavior too. This is just my gut feeling, but I think she's dangerous. Despite the countless battles she must have gone through as a member of Fenrir, when she entered Hope's Peak, she didn't display any signs of battle wounds or scars. That fact alone proves her tremendous skill in battle. Naturally, I want to believe in her. She is one of my students after all. But if I decide she's a danger to the other students, I will be forced to take all reasonable measures. Mukuro was a part of the ultimate despair. I don't think there can be any doubt. But wouldn't that mean Mukuro and the Mastermind were allies? So why? Why would they kill Mukuro? Plus, even the headmasters seemed to be afraid of what Mukuro was capable of. They would have had to take her completely by surprise to kill her like that. Or maybe it means the Mastermind is even stronger than Mukuro was. What's wrong, Makoto?
That's fine.
You seem to be lost in thought, but I should probably point out one other thing. There's another important bit of information within the file that you should note. What is it? Did you notice the picture in there? A picture of a girl perhaps you've never seen before? A girl who seems to be included as part of our class. Number 78. That should be enough for you to figure out who the girl is. And further information about the girl. That girl's included in the file. 5'7" inches, 97 pounds, and it even lists her vitals, 31, 22, 32. Well, what do you think? What do I think? Are you asking me, like, if she has a nice body? No, Makoto, I don't think that's what he's asking. You hopeless idiot. What I'm trying to tell you is, maybe you'll want to keep that in mind for later. Maybe you'll make your way back to the corpse and maybe you'll think, oh, could that mean... Wait, is he trying to say... There's a chance the body isn't actually Mukuro. Is that what he's saying? Personally, what I'm thinking seems all but impossible. But it wouldn't hurt to confirm,
It's
right?
all clear now.
That's all I was trying to say. What you do with that information is your business. So I'm back to being Byakuya's errand boy. Mukuro's profile has been added to the Truth Bullets section of your handbook. Oh, and one last thing. It's a bit of advice from me, so I suggest you pay attention. Advice. You seem to be getting along well. With Kyoko quite well. It's not that we're getting along. She's just done a lot to help me. Well, don't put too much faith in it.
In other words,
The cost of that faith might be more than you can afford. What are you saying? Just what I think. Call it a hunch. A hunch. But my hunches tend to be proven right. The advice is free this time. Take it or don't, as you will. I'll keep it in mind, thanks. Okay.
Hey, Makoto.
Ah, Makoto, are you here to look around too? Is that what you're doing here? Yeah, I can't help but wonder about that Monokuma door. So I figured, if all the doors in the school had been unlocked, that one should be unopened. It should be open too, right? Although I couldn't bring myself to it. Because it might explode, right? And that'd really suck, so you open it. I'm sure she didn't mean it, but she made it sound like she was okay with me getting blown up.
Okay.
Thanks, Makoto. Okay, so I guess wait, let me take cover first. I don't want to get exploded. Hina raced over to a nearby desk and hid underneath it. Okay, go ahead. Everything will be okay, right? Alright, here goes nothing. I threw all my weight into it. But the door opened much easier than I expected. There was no explosion, thankfully. My first impression was, whoa, this place is totally sci-fi. Yeah, I was kind of thinking the same thing. There's some kind of hatch on the floor. But right now I'm more concerned about the weird device. What is this device? It looks like some kind of control panel. It's really over the top, though. Like some kind of military installation or something. Yeah, it kind of looks like a mech cockpit or something, right? Ifumi would probably freak out if he saw it. Cockpit. So the Monokuma room has a control panel that looks like some kind of cockpit. Then could that mean... Alright, let's start poking at it or whatever. I'm gonna start pushing buttons. Let's not push buttons we don't know what will be done. Hold on. You can't just or whatever something like this. But it was too late. Hina was already jabbing away at the control panel. That didn't help any. Okay. Huh? Did you hear that? Yeah, I think it came from the other room. Hina, what did you push? I'm not totally sure, but I think it was that one. The button says Data Center. Data Center. I took a good look at the controller. And I saw a bunch of buttons, each with the name of a room next to it. And just like Hina said, there was one labeled Data Center. That must be the one she pushed. The Data Center. That's right next door. The room we were just in. That's where the strange noise came from. I'd probably better go check it out. Yes, please. I'm kind of scared out of my mind right now. So I'll just cheer you on from over here. Did I just hear what I think I heard? Is that Monokuma? Hey! Give me all your donuts. Is that you, Hina? What? Oh man, busted. How did you know? Anyway, what is this? Some kind of remote control camera kind of setup? You don't even know what you're controlling. Well, I mean, I can't really see anything from in here. Ah, guess what I found? A self-destruct button. Whatever you do, don't push it. Aw, man. Are you seriously gonna push it? Anyway, I guess that settles it. The room with the Monokuma drawing on it. And the control panel on the side. Hey Makoto, what the heck was that just now? Monokuma. What do you mean? What you were controlling just now. It was Monokuma. Monokuma? For real? Yep. It looks like that panel definitely controls Monokuma. Which means the mastermind has been controlling Monokuma from this room. Yeah, they were definitely in here. The mastermind has been controlling Monokuma from this room. And this control room is totally separate from the data center area with all the monitors. In other words,
Hey,
maybe the mastermind can't monitor us and control Monokuma at the same time. Kyoko's theory was right. If the mastermind's been controlling Monokuma from here, that means they've been inside the school this whole time, right? I guess that would have to be true. But if that is true, it's a very polarizing. But okay, enough puns. Anyway, here's a hint. I'm sure I told you this already, but this killing game began with 16 participants. All of them high school students. And the only people left to take a single step in high school in Hope's Peak since the killing game began are those 16 students. In the mastermind, Monokuma's puppeteer really is the 16th student. No, it can't be. There's no way, right? The Monokuma control room has been added to the truth bullet section of your hand. What's wrong, Victoria? I don't like that face of you. Oh no, it's not. Okay. What about you? Is everything okay?
I mean,
It's just, this is where the mastermind's been hiding, right? Who knows if they set up traps or something? I can't say it isn't possible. But I really hope it's not true. So like, you want to leave soon, there's still a lot of other places to check out. Yeah, good point. We can't waste all our time standing around here. Okay, you want to get going? Yeah. As soon as the door to the data center was closed, I heard a strange sound. What was that? The door just locked on its own. What? My hand shot out to grab the doorknob. You're right, it's locked, but why? Of course it's locked. Because the data center is now restricted. Monokuma!
Just a second.
Hey, no fair. You can't just go around restricting whatever you feel like. It's for your benefit. So if that room stays open, I won't be able to move around. Imagine how depressed everyone would get if the school mascot just up and stopped moving. Then that room. As you may have guessed, that's where my controls are. So right now you're being operated by someone in that room.
Yes, indeed.
Correctamundo.
You're a liar.
That doesn't make any sense. We were just in there and we didn't see anyone. Oh, you didn't, did you? Be sure you were as thorough as you could have been. Did you happen to check a certain suspicious hatch? No way. The hatch on the floor. Too bad, that was your one big chance and you blew it. The game wouldn't let me. I wanted to be thorough. The game said no.
Too bad.
Of course, that hatch can't be opened from the outside, so whatever. Now then, this room is officially restricted, so no more investigating. I'll be relying on you guys to tell the others. Peace. He's gone, but
So,
was he telling the truth? The mastermind was hiding in there. In fact, if you think back to when we got locked out of the control room, that proves it for sure.
Huh?
Then, when I said we should leave, well, that hatch couldn't be opened from the outside anyway, right? So it's not your fault.
sorry.
Okay. Anyway, we don't have to let it get to us. We have to stay positive and make the most of the time we have left. You're right. If there's one thing I'm good at, it's keeping my body moving. Okay. I'm gonna go run around and tell everyone we found. Nice. You've got me all motivated again.
You got it.
Okay, I'm out. See you later. Hina took off at a full sprint. And I have to do what I can too. That's the only way forward. Okay, go the right way. Well, here I am in the biolab. It's so cold. It's like abnormally cold. I feel like I'm in a giant refrigerator. Seriously, why is it so cold? There's some kind of weird machinery or something built into the wall. And on the left side, there's a bunch of glowing blue lights. But on the other side, there's a stack of tarps here. I've been seeing a lot of these things lately. Alright, so cool. That's the first thing I need to figure out. There's some kind of weird machine. Has it? Seems kind of thing, horror movie stuff. It's a fridge for storing dead bodies. So that means this biolab is actually a morgue. I should probably take a closer look at that. Listen. The right hand lights are off. I don't think I've done. There are icicles hanging from me. I'm surprised the surveillance camera can work. How cool. Wait, hold on. I'm not trying to. Oh, there's some kind of book there. It looks like an instruction manual. We offer an eco-friendly alternative to standard dry ice for all your cadaver needs. In addition to the germicidal lamps, we also provide an ozone generator for the removal of ethylene gas. Simply enter the cadaver, and the blue light will let you know the automated systems have been activated. Temperature and humidity levels will be adjusted automatically for optimum settings. With our system, anyone can keep a body fresh as a daisy for as long as you need. In the unlikely event of a problem, the red light will activate, and an alarm will sound immediately. The exterior is stainless steel, and we do offer an optional leather upholstery upgrade package. This is the instruction manual for the fridge. Looking at it seems clear. It's some kind of makeshift morgue. Buy a lesson. And about those lights. It looks like it's set up so that when a slot is occupied, the blue light comes on, which will mean inside each slot lit up in blue. Another one of the videos. File. I can't let my emotions take control now. There's only one thing I can do for everyone who's died, and that's defeat the mastermind. And to do that, I have to continue my investigation. I don't have any other option. Can you just open it? The gate's open. We can finally check out the second floor of the dorms, which means I have to do it. This is the second floor of the dorms. It looks like some ancient ruins. Or no. It's more like a battlefield. Like a bomb blew up here or something. This bed is completely torn apart. I mean, it's not even really a bed anymore, it's just garbage. I opened the door just a crack, glanced inside and realized there wasn't even a hint of a bathroom, just a big pile of rubble. This room is filled with lockers. It must have been for the Hope's Peak students who came before us. The class before ours must have used the lockers. It looks like this locker's open. I wonder if nope. There's a card reader installed. And that must be how you get the locker, after all. It's pretty similar to card readers for the locker rooms of the faculty. You have to use the e-handbook to open. So that's neat. Well, let's just give it a try. I took out my handbook and ran it across the cart. No luck. Maybe only the walker's own can do this. This room doesn't really feel like a student's room. It has a more adult atmosphere.
Correct.
It's the headmaster's private.
Indeed.
Kyoko. I've been through this room several times already, but I still have one little regret, so I decided to check it out one more time. Huh? A regret? Kyoko looks up to me. She must be thinking about something. You probably shouldn't bother her. There's a PC on the desk. It must belong to the headmaster.
It would seem.
Whoever used this last, it looks like they were very interested in the ultimate despair. The PC still has some search results left on it. Then we might be able to get some info on the ultimate despair.
However,
There's not much though. Nothing we
in
don't
other
really know.
words,
The ultimate despair isn't one individual, but instead points to some kind of group. That group is responsible for the tragedy which happened 1 year ago. They're the worst sorts of people whose driving force comes from despair.
however,
And that's all there is. Not much to it, is there? But I guess that's the best he could do as a complete Kirigiri failure. But any information about the mastermind is helpful, right? I appreciate whatever info we can get our
Correct.
hands on. I see. That's a good outlook to have. The ultimate despair. I don't think it didn't. I love the shirt. I can't imagine a student using something like this. It must have been masters. The desk is a home to a computer. It must have belonged to the headmaster. Huh? There's a strange gap in the wall. Is it some kind of design mistake or a construction deficit or something?
so
There's a gap here, but not just any normal gap. I can feel a breeze coming out. A breeze?
indeed.
There's likely an open space on the other side of this wall. Open space, does that mean? You mean like a hidden room? I think I might know how to. You know how to open it. Did you figure out some kind of trick or something?
Indeed.
A very easy trick, yes. So easy, I'm not sure you can even call it a trick. I saw a program on that PC that I think controls it. Enter the right password, and the door should open up. Right up.
However,
But I don't have a clue what that password might be. All we know is it's probably made up of letters and or numbers. We can't really go from there. You're right, that's not nearly enough
it's
to
true.
go. I looked through all his paperwork, all the files on the PC, everything I could think of. I learned more about him than I had any desire to, but nothing that might have been his password. When I think of how much time I wasted on this. Jeez. So there's a hidden room she couldn't get into. That's what she meant by regret. I think we can assume there must be some kind of clue waiting in there. But maybe for her, there's more to it than that. Anyway, if we want to get in there, we need to figure out the password. And if Kyoko can't figure it out, no way do I stand a chance. No, wait, there might be a chance. The password could be something Kyoko wouldn't have thought of, or something she didn't want to think of. For example, what about your name? Huh? Oh, sorry, I was just trying to think of what the password might be. I'm sure she hasn't tried it. I mean, it's totally understandable. After the way she talked about her dad, the idea that he would use her name as his password, knowing how she is, I bet the idea never even occurred to her. Do you mind if I try it? Just to be sure.
Well,
It's not like you need my permission. If you want to try it, try it. Do whatever you want. Okay. You know, I'm glad I thought of trying Kyoko's name. But that's not it. That might just hurt Kyoko even more.
hey,
If you're worried about me, Makoto, don't be. I already know that your guess is wrong. Okay. In that case, here goes nothing. I collected myself, then turned to face the computer monitor. Let me just type the password here. I typed in her full name, Kyoko Hirogiri. My hands are tense, slightly trembling as I finished typing it in. What? That did it? Kyoko, it worked.
why?
Kyoko? Without looking at me, she disappeared into the hidden room. She looked grim. Kyoko. Okay, let's go. Hey, Kyoko. I may as well not even have been in the room. Her gaze was fixed on only one thing. A present? Wrapped and covered with such joy. That's what made it so unusual. I'd better check out the suspicious present. Okay, fine. There's a brightly colored box here. It seems totally out of place in here. The more I look at it, the more suspicious I get. Should we open it? I'm kind of getting a bad vibe from it. But I mean, we can't not open it. Okay.
Makoto.
Be careful, Makoto. Why? You think it's dangerous? No, not dangerous. But surprising, probably.
It
Huh?
would seem...
If it is what I think it is, at the very least, it's not something you'll be happy to see. Wait, so you know what's in there?
Anyway,
Just don't scream or anything, okay? Are you saying it's something that will make me want to scream? Okay, I'm just gonna open it. Step by heavy step, I approached the box. I took a deep breath, then took hold of the lid. Slowly, ever so slowly, I lifted it up. Light began to sneak its way into the box. I stole a hesitant glance, and inside and... You just got told not to scream! Kyoko's advice was of no use. I let out a trembling cry. What was in the box? It was bones. Human bones. It was the last thing I expected to find in such a bright, joyful box. I mean, who could have possibly imagined?
I see.
Just as I thought. What? Kyoko? Just as you thought. How could you have known that? I mean, there were bones in there. Human bones.
Wrong.
It's not that I was thinking of bones specifically. I just had a feeling it would be his body. That's pretty much the same thing. A dead guy in a box. My father. Huh? What about him?
Correct.
What you found in the box? Those bones. That body. That's my father. Or at least, what's left of him. Are you serious? This is Kyoko's dad? The same man she's been searching for? Hold on. How could you know that for sure? How do you know that's him?
So,
Given all the information we have already, that's the only possible answer. So that same person may very well be the mastermind who planned all this out. And according to his files, the headmaster is a man in his late 30s. It seems possible, even likely, that he's somewhere in the school right now. It's a very polarizing approach, I know, but okay. Enough puns. Anyway, here's a hint. I'm sure I told you this already, but this killing game began with 16 participants, all of them high school students. And the only people to take a single step in Hope's Peak since the killing game began are those 16 students. Alter Ego said that the headmaster was probably here in the school, but the only ones who were alive at the start of the killing game were us 16 students. When you put those two ideas together, it doesn't take much to
In
assume
other words,
that most likely my father was in this school, but he was also dead. That's my assumption anyway. As Kyoko explained her analysis, she was completely calm. Or no, she wasn't calm. She was only trying to seem calm. She said it was just as she thought, so she knew it was a possibility. But I have to believe that at some point, she wanted to be proven wrong, which is why she never looked in the box herself. Though she had plenty of chances, I know Kyoko said she wanted to see her father so she could cut off all ties. But was that all there was to it? I gave up some of that pride. In order to enter Hope's Peak, I had to reveal myself to the school. I did it knowing it was something a true Kirigiri detective would never do. Would she really give up her pride just for that? I couldn't help but wonder. Hidden room present has been added to the troop. Huh? This picture. It's all faded. It must be pretty old. Wait, is this a picture of... Hey, Kyoko.
why would you?
Well, this is annoying. I came here to cut myself free of the past. And yet... to now find something like this. So what do you expect me to do now? Then I was right. It's a picture of Kyoko when she was a little girl. Knowing the headmaster had this picture all this time, he must have really cared about her.
Why?
What? I wanted to face him and tell him myself, to cut him out of my life for abandoning me. That's the whole reason I came here. And now, he's abandoned me again. And this time, he even stole the opportunity I had, only opportunity I had to move on. Has there ever been a worse father? Kyoko. Photo of Kyoko and the headmaster. The headmaster's desk. It's probably hiding some kind of clue, so I really want to check it out, but I really don't want to touch Kyoko's dad's desk without her permission.
Hey,
Don't worry about me. Feel free to look around as much as you like.
because...
Are you sure? Never let anything get in the way of the investigation. I don't. Okay then, if you don't mind. Starting from the top, I opened all the desk drawers and looked inside. I rummaged through each one, finding nothing but unrelated documents. But in the last drawer... Huh? Is this... It's an e-handbook, right? And it has a label on it that says, in case of emergency. I'd found some kind of emergency handbook in the headmaster's
In
desk.
other words,
A handbook with no limitations, given to the school's ultimate authority, the headmaster. I'm assuming that's what that is. I think
it
you're
would
probably right.
seem-
It might prove useful as we continue our investigation. Why don't you hold on to it? Huh? But Kyoko. I don't need it. If you don't want it, go ahead and leave it here. Then I guess I'll take it. Is it really okay?
Hey,
Listen, Makoto. Can I ask you a favor? A favor, what is it?
so-
I know it's completely unreasonable to ask you this, and I know it'll only inconvenience you
Hey.
that much more, but could you leave?
Correct.
Just for a little while. I'd just like to be alone for a bit. Kyoko, don't worry, I'm fine. I just need to calm down a little.
Just a second.
I need to get my emotions in order. You know, Kyoko, You told me before about the relationship you had with your dad. How you're only connected by blood, not by heart and soul. But maybe that picture motivated him. Maybe he hoped to see me again someday. Is that what you were going to say? If so, it's just a theory. And this isn't an issue that can be settled with theories. That picture doesn't change the facts of what happened, what I went through. That problem can't be solved so easily. You're right. I'm sorry.
Anyway,
Once I've got myself under control, I'll return to the investigation immediately. So please, just give me some time to myself. Okay, I understand. Then I'll see you later. Is she really okay? Kyoko? It must have been a complete shock to her. I mean, it was a shock to me. To find out what happened to the headmaster. There's no doubt the mastermind performed that evil deed. They killed the headmaster. Killed Kyoko's father. They killed him. The headmaster is dead. The one leading the Hope's Peak staff, the one who finalized the plan to isolate you, was the Hope's Peak headmaster. So that same person may very well be the mastermind who planned all this out. And according to the files, the headmaster is a man in his late 30s. It seems possible, even likely, that he's somewhere in the school right now. But we were wrong about that. The headmaster wasn't the mastermind. Which means the mastermind's true identity is... It's a very... Yeah. 15 of us met in the main hall. Add Mukuro in that mix, and you get 16. And including me, only 6 of us are still alive. Everyone else is dead. Thank you for reminding me this. Even Mukuro. Even she's undeniably dead. So the one still left alive are me, Byakuya, Hiro, Toko, Hina, and Kyoko. Only those 6 people are still alive, and there's no question. Wait, no, that can't be. I refuse to believe it. There has to be some other way. There just has to be. I wonder if I can open this locker. Nope, lock. There's a card reader installed. That must be how you get the card book, after all. It's pretty similar to the card readers for the locker rooms on the 2nd floor at school. And you have to use your e-handbook to open this. So that, well, let's just skip it. Took out my handbook and ran it across the card. No luck. Maybe only the locker's owner can open it, which means none of us. Wait, but what about the emergency handbook? I found it in the headmaster's hidden room. Okay, let's give it one more try. I took the emergency handbook and ran that across the card reader. Alright, just what I was hoping for. Now let's see what we've got inside. I don't see anything that might be a clue. Looks like the locker. Now let's see what's going on. Nope, don't see anything that can be a clue. What about this locker? Looks like the locker open. This thing is practically empty. There's just one thing, some kind of pocketbook. I don't see a name written on it, so I can't say for sure whose it is. But there's something writing inside. It could be important. I don't like violating the owner's privacy, but I'd better take a look. It looks like a girl's handwriting. And all the letters are spaced out evenly, like whoever wrote them was measuring them. Whoever wrote this must have been really meticulous. Huh? I was flipping through the pocketbook, but my hand froze when I got to a certain page. I saw something familiar in there, words I'd heard before. There's a plan to turn Hope's Peak into a shelter, and isolate the students here in a communal life. I decided to talk to the one who came up with the plan directly. It just so happens to be the headmaster, my father. He was willing to give me some more details regarding the plan. Here's what he said. The point is to keep our student prodigies safe, to keep them as our hope for the future. Only their genius can overcome disaster, and only their hope can overcome despair. For the future of our country, our world, it's not an exaggeration to call this our final hope. We must isolate our superior youth from the corrupted world to serve as the foundation for a new era. This is the only hope we have. I hope that you'll be willing to go along with this plan. So that's what my father had to say to me. As usual, he made a selfish decision, without consulting anyone else. I can't imagine a worse father. This can't be true, can it? But I knew it was, and I knew exactly who the pocketbook belonged to. Kyoko. It couldn't be anyone else. But if this belongs to Kyoko, what was it doing in this locker? And what she wrote here completely contradicts what she already told me. She said she hasn't seen her dad since he left when she was little. I decided to talk to the one who came up with the plan directly. It just so happens to be the headmaster, my father. What does this all mean? I quickly scanned the remaining pages of the notebook. I must have been looking for something that would prove me wrong about this whole thing. But when I reached the last page, the question mark spinning through my mind just started spinning that much faster. When I looked at it, unlike the rest of the pocketbook, the writing here was messy, disorganized, scrawled. What is this? What does it mean? I have no idea. How could this possibly make any sense? Despair walks among us, and so we survive. There's a second despair. The lock. And last door. This locker is totally disorganized. Whoever it belongs to probably has the organization problems in every part of their life. This is a crystal ball. Huh, a crystal ball? No, it can't be. There's no way he ever used his locker. It's just not possible. There are all kinds of textbooks and notebooks stacked up in no particular order. Dust everywhere. I have to assume whoever stuff this is. Didn't do a lot of studying. Not that I can really talk. Trying to act as casual and natural as possible. I picked up one of the notebooks I saw. The moment I looked inside the notebook, any sense of easiness I may have had evaporated. What? There was no denying what I saw. Inside the notebook was written Yasuhiro Hagakure. Is this our Yasuhiro? The notebook also contained a large number of notes for a variety of different classes, which would mean he attended classes here. No, that can't be possible. I mean, Hiro came to the school at the same time as the rest of us, and we were all sucked into this evil world. We never had the chance to take any classes. So what is this notebook? Locker note. But the more I see, the less it makes sense. Because these lockers, I mean, they had to belong to the previous students, right? So why am I seeing this? Why are there things in the lockers that look like they belong to people here? A notebook that seems like it belongs to Hiro. And a pocketbook that seems like it belongs to Kyoko. There has to be some kind of explanation. But if I want to find that out, I have to keep moving the investigation forward, and I have to believe in everyone. Oh, Toko. So this is where you...
What do you want?
Am I so disgusting you want me out of your sight? Absolutely not. No, that's not it at all. I just thought maybe you'd found a clue. Well, I haven't. I didn't find anything. Not one single clue. I figured since this place was related to the case, it would have to have something, right? There isn't anything out of the ordinary here. Give it back. Give me back my precious time. Calm down, Toko. Makoto, didn't we learn from Celeste not to say those words?
What's your problem?
Don't tell me to calm down. Do you have any idea what I'm going through right now? See, Makoto? When everyone finds out, they're gonna call me useless. Good for nothing. Nobody's gonna say that. Master will. Not sure I can disagree with that. I don't want that. I'm sick of always being looked down on. Why won't anyone accept me? Well, I don't think there are any clues here, so maybe I'm gonna... Okay. Huh? It's gone. Mukuro's body. It's not here? I'm sure there's more down there. There are still just the 4 chicks left. Honestly, I'd be kind of terrified if there were more than that. Hey, I figured I'd check. Maybe the body is inside the tool shed. I'd better check, just to be sure. I didn't find anything else close to the dead body. But if it's not here in here either, then it must be. Could it be in the biolab? But corpses aren't the only thing I need to check in here. There's one other thing. That tarp. A tarp played a key role in another case, so I'd better look into it. The killer used the tarp to keep the sprinklers from getting the body wet. Which means the killer might have left some clue behind here. Huh? I didn't notice this before, but there's a small stamp on the one corner of the tarp. It says Biolab. Then this originally came from the Biolab. Tarp has been added to the Truth Bullet section handbook. Okay. That's all I really needed to check. Fine, I'll go back to the Biolab. Or not? I guess I'm not going to the Biolab.
This is a school announcement. Is everyone working hard? Is your investigation coming along nicely?
Monokuma would be coming along nicely if you stopped interrupting me.
Since you're all giving it your best, your generous headmaster will give you a little hint. For those of you who are interested, please make your way to the gym ASAP possible.
What? Now he wants to give us a hint? He's suspicious. There's no doubt about that. This could be a trap. But even knowing that, he said to go to the gym, right? Oh, hey, hero. Makoto, why'd you act so surprised? No reason. You heard Monokuma's announcement, right? Are you here to find out what he has to say? I just did, actually. I'm on my way out. You already talked to him. What did he say? Listen, sorry, but I gotta go. Hero, wait! There was no point in trying to stop him. He ran off like a frightened animal. Hero? It was like he was trying to avoid me. I was hoping to talk to him about the notebook I found in the locker. Has he been hiding something this whole time? Hi, Monokuma.
I am Monokuma!
Hello, welcome. Hello. Are you ready for your final hint? Well, it just so happens to be in the envelope on the ground in front of you. The envelope. This must be the envelope. And just so you know, I won't be answering any questions about what you find inside. What? Don't worry, just get on with it. Monokuma's cryptic words didn't make me feel any better, but I picked up the envelope and opened it. What I found was a single photograph. It featured a bunch of faces I recognized extremely well. It was everyone who'd come to Hope's Peak at the same time as me. Wait, but there's someone behind Sayaka. She's the only one I don't recognize. Wait, that's not true. I do recognize her. That's right. When Byakuya and I were in the headmaster's room, and we looked at that file, Mukuro Ikusaba, and this girl is... What? Why is Mukuro here with everyone else? And even more than that, just having everyone here posed like this is weird enough by itself, and we're all wearing matching uniforms. I don't remember anything like this. And now that I'm looking at it, it's not even everyone. I'm not in the picture. I'm the only one not there. The picture has all 15 other students, but not me. But I guess that makes sense. After all, I don't remember ever taking a picture like this. I went to junior high with Sayaka, but the first time I met everyone else was when I arrived here at Hope's Peak Academy. So it's natural for me not to be in this picture, but what's definitely unnatural is that everyone else is in the picture. I thought everyone was like me and didn't know each other till they got here. But if this picture is real, then could it be everyone else and just me? Everyone here except me is... How long are you gonna keep up this rambling soliloquy of yours, huh?
What are you gonna do?
You're kinda getting in the way standing there. So I mean, get out. But I told you I'm not fielding any questions.
Unbelievable.
What kind of mystery would this be if I gave you all the answers? That'd be totally out of left field. I guess that means he's done talking. Damn it. The group photo has been added to the project. So in the end, all I found in the gym was even more confusion. And with that confusion in hand, I left the gym dejected. How does that count as a hint? It just made me even more confused. Is that what Monokuma was going for? Did he put together a fake photo just to confuse me? But it looks so real, so full of life. How could anyone fake that? Which would mean everyone but me. Maybe I should just ask everyone directly. That should clear all this up. No, I have to clear all this up. I decided to visit the biolab one more time, and the first thing I saw when I got there was her, passed out again. Huh, Toko? It's It's opened over Toko. Toko, are you okay? No, she's not dead, is she? Oh. It's cold. It's super cold. It's so cold I think I might catch a cold. If you keep taking naps in places like this, I'm sure you will. What? I was asleep? Ah, I must have fainted again. I bet you were standing there staring at me getting all excited, weren't you? No, I wasn't.
Have you reached
Oh,
that
then what? Hot and bothered? Straight up horny? Okay, so why did you pass out? I don't know. Last thing I remember was me waking up just now. What did you do to Miss Morose? Oh, that's right. Your memory stops and starts each time you switch. Bingo bazinga! We share some basic knowledge, but our memories are very much separate. And don't say it like it's a bad thing. It's a blessing as far as I'm concerned. Because even if she forgets something, I totally remember. So it's like double the memory. No, it's more like half. Genocide Jackson has been added to the teaching. But all I want to know right now is, where's my little darling? Tell me now or I'll slit your throat. I don't know. I'm sure Bayuku is around somewhere doing his own investigating.
Yes.
By himself? I assume so.
I'm on fire.
I knew it. I totally knew it. I'm a total pro when it comes to all things master. Anyway, I gotta hurry. I can't even imagine how lonely he must be right now. Good luck. Genocide Jack shot off. Her eerie laughter echoing behind her. I totally forgot to ask her about the picture. Well, there's no point asking Genocide Jack anyway. Besides, I have more important things to do now. Why did Toko faint? There's gotta be some reason for it. The fridge. It's open. But I'm sure they were all shut last time I was here. That must be why she passed out.
Right.
She faints so easily.
Makoto.
Kyoko. It's getting late, isn't it? Are you
Indeed.
okay? I'm sorry if I made you worry. No, you don't have to apologize. But listen, about this room.
It
Oh,
would
yes.
seem
It's a morgue.
I
Yeah.
knew it.
I suspected as much. And Toko must have looked inside the fridge, seen what was in there, and well, there you have it. You knew she'd fainted? I was on my way here, when Genocide Jack came running past me. I assumed she must have sneezed, but once I got inside, the real reason
It would
became clear.
seem-
I imagined she came here to investigate, and when she opened the slot there, that's when she saw the body inside and dropped like a bag of rocks. Why has everything got to be so difficult with her?
Anyway,
Anyway, we should close it up. Don't want to leave it hanging open like that. Yeah, good idea. Give me a hand with this. Kyoko approached the fridge, with hands outstretched. But suddenly she stopped. What's
listen.
wrong? Maybe we should wait a second before closing it. Oh, how come? Because Mukuro's body is in here. What?
It would seem
Mukuro's corpse? Mukuro's body is inside the fridge?
seem-
Just like every other time, the Mastermind probably brought it up here while we were in the class trial. The Mastermind did it? Because they assumed we wouldn't be doing the class trial over again, I guess. You may be right. Either way, now I can finally get a good look at the body. Oh, that's right. Kyoko didn't get a chance to check the body during the last investigation. I need to do my own examination of the corpse as soon as possible. I'm going to find a clue this time. And I'm going to grab the Mastermind by the tail. Okay, so what should I do?
then,
Why don't you just wait over there? I'll let you know as soon as I'm finished. Just wait over there? That's it? It's a fridge meant for storing. I can't do it. I can't look inside. You know, I think I've seen this tarp recently. It's the same as the one I found in the gardening tool shop. If I remember that tarp, it had a stamp on it that said about. And that's the tarp that was used to help camouflage the murder in the garden. At some point, someone got it from the bio lab and took it over there. Tarp has been updated. On the left side of the refrigerator.
It would seem...
The blue light comes on when the slot is occupied. So when someone's in there, the blue light comes on. Looking around the number of lights that are on, including Mukuro's, there's 9 in 9. 9 lights. Wait a minute. There's 6 of us. And there were 16 students. 16 minus 9 is 7. But there's only supposed to be 6 of us left. Whose body's missing? Are you done? I should ask Kyoko about this. After all, she's in it too. Don't let me interrupt your investigation, but I wanted to talk to you about something. What is it? It's about that announcement Monokuma made earlier. You mean the one about a hint or something? I didn't take him up on the offer. Huh? Why not? The only reason he'd give us a hint at this point would be to confuse us, to cloud our judgment. I can solve this mystery on my own, without whatever hints he may have to offer. That's a good point. I wish I could go back and do the same thing, but what's done is done, I guess. Standing here looking at her, I don't think she's hiding anything. Is she right? Did that the mastermind forge that picture as a trap to confuse us? It's gotta be it. There's no other explanation. Okay, Makoto, I'm done. Already? Jeez, that was fast.
Indeed.
Anyone can do good work if they go slow. In that spirit, I'll make my report, please. So did you find anything? I paid careful attention to the wounds and the traces of blood, and it seems highly likely that the stomach wound and blow to the back of the head were inflicted after death. Really? The burnt tissue made things a little difficult, but I'm completely confident in my findings. One second. I'm trying to... So that means neither of those with the fatal injury. Then what was the fatal injury? Due to the explosion, the victim's identity is unknown. They were, however, dead before the blast. The victim had been stabbed a single time with a knife, which went completely through the body. They had also been struck in the head with an object about as thick as a metal pipe. The body was covered with other wounds, but these were at least several days old. The only other option is those other wounds, but the file said they were old.
Right?
Where does it say they're old?
Because...
All the Monokuma file says is that they were inflicted at least several days ago. I guess I don't see the difference. Well, the difference is immense, considering the impression they give. You seem to be equating several days old with simply old.
However...
But that doesn't quite follow logically. Old wounds, it makes it sound like they've been there forever. Like they're not related to the murder. Are you saying they are? But we all got the Monokuma file, right? After she was killed, right? So if the wounds were at least a few days old, there's no way they could have had anything to do with it. But what if Mukuro herself wasn't killed within the last few days?
At the very least...
Certainly you can allow it as one of the many possibilities, can't you?
Right.
One of many. A detective doesn't have supernatural powers. There's no way to predict the answer from the beginning. Instead, the ideal detective begins by imagining as many possible scenarios as they can.
In other words...
They envision these possibilities without prejudice, without bias, using only their logic and common sense. Then, as they investigate, they test what they find against each of these possibilities. Of course, me telling you this doesn't mean you'll be any good at detective work, but beyond using that to solve this particular mystery, you should keep it in mind for the future. Kyoko's account has been...
Hey,
So if there's anything else you'd like to know about the condition of the body, what is it? Come to think of it, there is one thing. Early when I was looking at Mukuro's profile, it listed her height.
so
5 foot 7 inches, 97 pounds, vitals were 31, 22, 20, 30, 31, 22, 32. Did I get all of them right? You remembered all that? They are indeed consistent with the corpse.
indeed.
So then. And don't forget about the Fenrir tattoo. There's absolutely no mistaking it. Our victim in this case is, without a doubt, Mukuro Ikusaba. Mukuro Ikusaba's profile has been updated.
And
Is that all you wanted to ask?
so then,
Then it looks like we have no further business with Mukuro's body. Let's get going. It's kind of chilling. Oh wait, are we not going to put the body back? Don't you think it's kind of sad leaving it out like this? Sad? Did you forget she was our enemy once? A part of the ultimate despair. But she still got killed. She's still a victim. Have you ever heard the phrase, you reap what you sow? Well, yeah, but still. You really are naive. You know that? It's really quite appalling. She could have abandoned me, but she decided to help me instead. So, for someone like that, what does it mean to be naive?
so then,
I think we've done all we can do here. Back to our separate investigations, yes? Oh, hold on. Still one more thing. Something I need to talk to Kyoko about. I need to ask her about the pocketbook I found in that locker. If I don't do it now. Hey Kyoko. I did have one less thing. I know I shouldn't, but I feel like I have to ask. Go ahead then. Elephant. Have you really not seen your dad even once since you
What?
got here?
so
What do you mean? Well, you know about all those lockers on the second floor of the dorms? I do, yes. But to get into any of the lockers, you need the handbook of whoever the locker belongs to. Actually, I managed to get them open using that emergency
I
handbook.
see.
The one you found in the headmaster's hidden
And?
room. So, did you find anything worthwhile in the lockers? I found a pocketbook, and after looking through it, I think it must be your pocketbook.
Why is that?
What makes you say it?
Because
That? Like I said, only the locker's owner should be able to get into it, right? I can't imagine those lockers belong to any of us. After all, we only got access to that area just recently. What I'm saying is, there's no way I could have had access to any of those lockers. And if I did have a pocketbook, why would I bother putting it in a locker? Everything you just said makes perfect sense. But there was something written inside. It was about the headmaster, about your father.
if that's true,
Does that mean that video is real too?
Makoto,
Video. I think everything is finally starting to fit together to reveal a cohesive picture. Although I'm afraid to admit that the picture might be worse than anything we could have imagined. But what are you talking about? I need to go investigate those lockers right now. I need to confirm what you just said with my own 2 eyes. Oh, let me give you the headmaster's handbook. That way you can. That won't be necessary. If I'm right about this, I shouldn't have any problem opening the locker with my own handbook. After all, it would seem that it's my locker. Your locker. If you watch this, it'll all make sense. A DVD. And it says Class 78. Urgent interviews. I found it in that hidden room after you
Anyway.
left. I don't have time to explain what I think it means, so just watch it and see it for yourself. I think you'll realize exactly what it means. You'll understand why you found my pocketbook in a place none of us have ever seen before. None of this makes sense right now. But I guess that means there's some important clue on this DVD. Interview DVD has been...
Makoto,
Oh, and now it's my turn. Do you have a second to listen to me ramble? Ramble!
in other words,
So as it turns out, the arrangements I'd made didn't stick. What I mean is, I'm less and less sure of everything, even my own feelings. You're talking about your dad, right? I can never find the answers to the questions I wanted to ask for the rest of my life, and all because of the mastermind.
however,
But there's one thing I am sure of. When it comes to the mastermind, there's no room in my heart for forgiveness. I swore to destroy the mastermind. This is just one more reason to follow through on that. Kyoko's eyes burned with the fire of determination. The determination to defeat the mastermind. It's strange to be confronted with his death and suddenly feel this way. I couldn't care less if my father had found happiness.
Why?
So why does it bother me so much to know he suffered? It's ridiculous. There's just no understanding it, I guess. She let out a small laugh as she said it. But her smile was filled with sorrow. So that's it for my rambling. There's still much to do before I can consider my task complete. Yeah, you're right. But keep this in mind. There's only one absolute truth. Whether that truth serves justice or suffering, whether it's the greatest truth or the worst.
Makoto.
What do you mean? Even if the truth you uncover is filled with hopelessness, you still can't give up hope. Absolutely not, because all I can do is keep moving forward. That's pretty much all I'm good at, you know? Indeed. Sorry if that was strange.
So then.
Anyway, I need to get going. I'll see you at the class trial. Leaving behind that final farewell, Kyoko was gone. I'd better get going myself. I got that DVD from Kyoko. I should head to the AV room to check it out. Kyoko said something about hope is truth. But no matter what happens, I won't lose hope. Even if it's the worst truth in the world. I can't afford to lose. Why am I going the long way? Of course I'm going the wrong way. Right. This should be able to play DVDs. Well then, I'd better take a look. I took the DVD Kyoko gave me and put it in the player. It said that it was playing, but nothing appeared on the screen. I stared into the black of the monitor. It must have only been a few seconds, but to me it felt like an eternity. And then all of a sudden, an image appeared. Sayaka? It took me by total surprise. I hadn't seen Sayaka in who knows how long, and there she was.
Are you ready to begin?
The voice I heard was of a man positioned on one side of the screen. It was the voice of a
I do
middle-aged man.
apologize, but I hope you don't mind if I record our conversation. I'm a little slow, you know. I never really got the
Okay.
hang of taking notes while having a conversation.
Fair enough. It sounded like he was trying to make a joke, but Sayaka's tense face didn't move a single
So
millimeter.
this video is meant to serve as a kind of contract substitute. It's not that I don't trust you guys. It's more like insurance. So please don't worry.
Contract?
Now then, let me get straight to the point. There is a chance that you may have to spend the rest of your life here in the school. Can you accept that?
You want me to accept that? Sayaka was obviously at a total loss. It made total sense. Who would agree to spend the rest of your life in this school? Except.
Thank you.
What?
And I'm sorry about all this. Well, I can promise you that I will do everything in my power to keep you safe. As the headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy, I give you my word.
The headmaster. As if on cue. That's where the video cut. There was a lot I hadn't understood up till now. But this, only this. I simply couldn't comprehend what I heard, because I know how much Sayaka wanted to get out of here. I know how much she wanted to escape and pursue her dreams of her friends again. She wanted that so bad she tried to frame me for a murder. So why? Why would she say yes to living here for the rest of her life? As I sat there thinking about it, I noticed a sudden light. On the monitor, the video that I thought was finished flashed back on screen. My eyes darted back to the screen. And if I was confused before, what I saw next pushed me right over the edge. Huh? What I saw was me. Impossibly, undeniably
So,
me.
Makoto, before we begin, I should let you know that I'll be recording our conversation.
Yes.
Me and the headmaster were looking at each other. He and I were having what seemed like a fairly normal conversation. But I, in the here and now, had absolutely no memory of it. I had no memory of even meeting the headmaster, much less sitting down to talk to him like this.
Shall we get straight to the point? Makoto, there's a chance you may have to spend the rest of your life here in the school. Can you accept that?
Poor Makoto.
Yes.
This can't be real.
I'm
said
sorry
yes?
I'm putting you through all this,
Well, I mean, we don't have much of a choice, do we?
but I promise that as long as you're in this school, I will do everything I can to protect you. As the headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy, that's the very least I can do for you.
Once again, the video cut out. From there, the video repeated the same scene again and again with the others. By Yukuya, Toko, Hina, everyone. They all said that they agreed to live in the school forever. And then Kyoko. Her interview with him had been recorded just as clearly. Without a doubt, she had met him. She sat down with the headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy, her father. And when he asked her his question, she answered the same as everyone else. She accepted a life within the school. Just as Kyoko's interview was wrapping up, the monitor suddenly went black. Huh? It wasn't just the monitor. The DVD player itself had apparently turned off, which of course meant that the DVD wasn't playing anymore. What the heck just happened?
Say what?
Oopsie, looked like it broke. Out of service. What? It just so happened to break just now. Now then, wouldn't it matter? Failure can strike anywhere, anytime. That's what failure is, right? Failure, my ass. You cut the power on purpose. Well, whatever. Even if I watched the whole thing, it'd just be more of the same. He'd ask them the question, and they'd all say yes. I couldn't help myself. I let out a huge, exasperated sigh, but as I did, I remembered something.
That's right.
I fainted too, and when I woke up, I noticed a strange feeling of separation within myself, a disconnect. Thinking back on it now, at that point, my memory was gone. At that time, I'd forgotten. I couldn't remember why I'd come to the school, and I couldn't remember what my ultimate ability was. But what would make you forget all that? Strange, isn't it? It's hard to imagine it happened by chance. It seems much too convenient. A convenient outcome. Something that seemed to obviously work in favor of the mastermind. So does that mean I've lost my memory too? What about the others? Have we all forgotten? Or interview DVD has been updated.
For anything that has a start, there has to be an end. And if the end comes, then that means it's time for a fresh start. There is no night that doesn't have a dawn. Although that dawn is totally pitch black. There is no storm that won't eventually end. Of course, then that leads to drought. But as I said, every end is the promise of a new beginning. Which is why I'm sure we'll get to meet again. Because the end is only the beginning.
Okay, Monokuma.
Anyway, let's get started. The beginning of the end of the class trial. Everyone gather once again at you know where.
It's about to begin again. The class trial is going to start. The final class trial. The last time all our lives will be on the line. The last time hope and despair are on the line. I don't have a choice. I have to do this. Okay then. This is the end. I guess I'm the first one this time. You are early, Makoto.
Listen,
Does that mean you feel prepared? Yeah, for now at least. But where's everyone else? Why aren't they here
however,
yet? Don't worry. I'm sure they'll be here soon. And just like she said. Byakuya. They arrived, one after another. But they were all in the same state of shock. Hina? Hiro? Silence. And it wasn't any normal silence. It was the deafening silence of fear and suspicion. It was like the first class trial.
You called for me, and so I appear.
Ah, I'm late.
I'm on fire.
Ah, strong silent master, so wonderful. So cool, so hot, my lungs are ablaze. Now listen, everything will be just fine if you leave it to me.
Beautiful scissors.
With my sharp scissors in hand, I'll stab and gouge and shiv the master of evil. But I thought you couldn't kill anyone but adorable little boys. If it's what master wants, it can be boy, girl, or anything in between. I can handle it. Where am I? No human language can describe the disappointment I'm feeling. Is everyone here? Ooh! And wearing a gloomy Gus face that I see. Okay, well then, let's begin.
Chills! Kills!
This final class trial is going to be slathered in pitch black despair. Climaxium
That's
sorrow.
fine.
You're right, this is the final class trial. And this time, it'll be fair. What do you mean, this time? Stop with all the slander. I'm a fair and good standing, you know.
Unbelievable.
If there was a Mr. Fair Guy Universe contest, I'd take home the tiara every year. I'm gonna win this game super fair and square.
I'm feeling
And I'll make sure everyone watching at home knows that despair is mightier than the hope.
Stop talking.
Enough of your tedious drill. Begin the trial already. Sure. Let's begin the trial already. I'll be waiting for you down below,
Guys,
so don't try and run away. Laughing as loud as ever. Monokuma disappeared.
In the
What?
name of my family.
This will be over in no time. With an inexplicable confidence, Byakuya was the first into the elevator. One by one, the others followed. Nobody made eye contact. Nobody said a word. They just disappeared into the elevator. They're all acting odd. Like they're paranoid, suspicious of each other.
however,
But you know why that is, don't you? Yeah, I think so.
however,
Well, you can tell us all about it soon. At the class trial. You're right. I'm ready.
so-
You're ready to win, right? Of course. I'm glad to hear you say that. And then Kyoko was aboard the elevator. I started making my way toward the opening. Step after step. Toward that gaping maw. I'd resolved that this would be the last time. I repeated to myself. There was no fear, No mystery left. I pushed the anxiety down, calmed my trembling body. And finally, on steady legs, I passed the threshold and stood in the elevator. Without warning, it began to descend. Deeper and deeper. Deeper, deeper, deeper still. Deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper. Okay. Deeper and deeper it fell. I closed my eyes, and sight fell away. All sound too disappeared. Alone in the universe, I waited for the elevator doors to open for the last time. What could have been seconds or centuries later. I felt the gentle vibration of the elevator come to an end. I slowly opened my eyes. This is the final trial site. What do you think? Isn't it just the perfect background for deciding a person's fate? Okay, I'll be off. Okay, we just confirming what dinner was going to be. We're going to be having some pizza. It's the long-awaited last stage. The always exciting final boss battle. And I'm going to sit in on this one. I'll just sit right here in the vacant 16th seat.
Chills, kills!
Well then, let's begin.
Since this will be the final class trial, I've come up with a special rule. So listen up! If you can figure out Mukuro's killer and go on to solve the mystery of this school, you guys win! But if you can't,
Okay.
then I win! And of course, waiting for the loser is the super exciting, super heart-pounding punishment!
Alright.
Are you saying that if you lose,
Yep, sure will.
and that's final? No loopholes? No wiggling out of it later?
Asking the good questions here, Kyoko.
Of course not. Bears never go back on their word.
Never mind all that. I just have one question for you.
Oh, you're taking this serious, huh? Are you feeling okay?
Is the mastermind only one person?
Hmm?
Don't bother. I already know the answer. You're all the mastermind, aren't you? You're all out to get me!
Okay. Hero, I was getting all happy that you were taking this seriously.
I'm right, aren't I? You guys have all been working together, haven't you? I have evidence, so I know I'm right.
Okay.
Hey, you stole my line. You're all out to get me. I'm sure of it. I have evidence of my own.
What a coincidence. I too have evidence to present. Evidence that proves everyone other than me has been working together.
What? Wait, hold on. This doesn't make any sense. How can the three of us each have that kind of evidence?
All three of them think that everyone around us. There's no doubt this is a trap Monokuma set. He said it afterwards.
You guys have all been working together, haven't you?
Is there a speed up?
I have evidence.
Hey, you're all out to get me. I have evidence.
How did I just find about this now?
Evidence that proves every. What? This doesn't make any sense.
How could the three of us each have that kind of evidence?
No, that's wrong.
I just found the fast forward button now on the final trial.
It's not just you three. I have evidence too.
What? You two?
The evidence you're all referring to is this group photo, right?
There we go.
Well, yeah. Huh? Wait, but mine's different. With the picture you have, I'm in it. But that can't be right. Because in my picture... See? I'm the only one not...
I figured as much.
Hero,
In which case,
you have a picture too, right? Let's see it.
Okay, but be careful with it. It's pretty important evidence.
sure, Hero. Whatever you say. This one too. It's just like I thought.
So the secret in these pictures has been revealed.
Secret or whatever, I don't care. You guys are all in on this together. That's why I'm the
Hero.
only one missing.
But you're in my picture. You're the ones trying to trick me.
Oh boy.
So the whole purpose behind these photos was to get us questioning and fighting with each other. The mastermind laid a trap to make us each think everyone else was working against us.
Yep.
Huh? I laid a trap? A trap? How rude! What grounds do you have for such audacious accusations?
The proof I need to reveal Marku's trap. Each photo has a certain something in common. There's a connection regarding what person isn't shown in the group photos. And that person is the ones who got the photos.
In each case, the only one not in the picture is the person who received it. So, in the picture I got, I'm the only one missing. In the picture Hina got, she's the only one missing. And in the picture Hero got, he's the only one missing.
As long as we're talking about it, I suppose I should show you my photo as well.
Yes, you should. Come on, Bayukuya.
In other words, Monokuma gave each of us a group photo in which that person wasn't included.
Yes, he did.
And when we each saw our picture, we just assumed everyone else was the enemy?
Yep.
Figured it out, huh?
Yeah, I thought that must be it. But how was that a hint?
You know, there might be more to this than just Monokuma trying to convince us. There's something else that bothers me about everyone's pictures. What is it? What's digging you?
Can I see everyone's group photo one more time? It's not directly connected to what we're talking about, but I'd like to double check something.
Okay.
Sure, no problem.
Yeah, I don't mind.
I'm sure there's something unusual with these group photos. What is it? I need to compare each of them one more time. Bayukuya's photo. Hina's picture. Hero's picture. And mine. There's something strange about all of them. Something I can't quite pin down. Something... Group photo has been updated
Can you
in
just
2
forget about the photo already?
I can't!
Ugh. Trying to trick me with such an obviously fake photo? I'm still pissed about this.
And on top of that, they went to all that trouble to make it look like we were wearing matching...
So you think they're fake? No, I assure you, they're quite real.
What are you talking about? There's no way.
Yeah! I don't remember ever taking a picture like that, so it's gotta be a fake!
But you know, can we really be so sure?
I don't know.
Don't get me wrong. I don't remember taking this picture either. But is that really enough to be absolutely positive they're fake?
What do you mean?
The reason I don't remember this picture isn't necessarily because it's fake. There might be some other reason. Some terrible reason. An unbelievable but entirely horrifying reason. Oh, hang on, it's Gambit time.
Now I understand.
There we go.
Let's
got that
say
part.
Somehow, we'd all lost our memories. That could explain it, couldn't it?
Yes, that could.
I get it. So we all just lost our memories at the same time and forgot about the photo. Makes sense. As if. You expect me to believe such an unbelievable occult-type story?
I mean, it would be nice if you helped.
We all lost our memories? That's just crazy.
It's only natural that they wouldn't believe it. But no matter how much they refuse, if that's the absolute truth, they have no choice. We can't move forward until they accept it. Alright, make your argument.
You're saying we all got spontaneous amnesia? Since when did this turn into some kind of sci-fi fantasy?
I promise you, I haven't lost my memory. Ever since I got to this school, I remember everything that's happened. So the idea that we all lost our memories...
It's totally stupid, obviously.
Sure.
You're saying we all...
Since when did this turn into some kind of
I promise you, I haven't lost my memory. Ever since I got to this school, I remember everything that's happened. So the idea that we all lost our memory...
It's totally stupid, obviously.
Even if we don't want to believe it, if it's the truth, we don't have a choice. Otherwise, we'll all die.
You're saying we all...
Since when did this turn into some kind of
I promise you, I haven't lost my memory. Ever since I got to this school, I remember everything that's happened. So the idea that we all lost...
It's totally stupid, obviously.
You gonna cooperate, game?
You're saying we all... Since when did this turn into...
I promise you, ever since I got to... I remember everything that's happened.
No, it's
Sure.
wrong. Those photos aren't the only things that point to the possibility of memory loss.
Mm-hmm.
This DVD does
Tell
the
him,
same
Makoto.
thing.
You're not gonna show us something indecent, are you?
No, it's nothing like that.
No, Toko.
It's a video of all of us being interviewed by the Hope's Peak Academy
Mm-hmm.
headmaster.
When you say all of us, you mean...
I mean all of us, including you.
Exactly.
You lie! I never did any kinds of interview.
No, it's not a lie. Just watch the DVD and you'll see for yourself. The headmaster did, in fact, interview you.
Mm-hmm.
What are you saying?
I didn't imagine you would remember.
Exactly.
It's not about whether or not I remember. You expect me to believe all this? That I lost my memory somehow?
Well, we don't have any way to refute it, so we have no choice but to accept it as reality.
Thank you for, working with me here.
How can you say that? We're talking about living, breathing amnesia here.
To be honest, I have something else on my mind right now.
Okay.
Else?
You said the DVD contains recordings of us being interviewed by the headmaster. What were the interviews about?
The headmaster sat each of us down, one at a time, and asked us the same question. He
Exactly.
asked us if we could accept the idea of spending the rest of our lives in this school.
What kind of question is that?
And how did we answer?
We'd say no, obviously.
Actually, we all said we could.
Yep.
Even me. I heard myself say yes. I could spend the rest of my life at this school.
Why? Why would you say yes to something like that?
I don't know. I don't remember a thing.
The
Exactly.
same goes for everyone else. Nobody remembers. You don't remember choosing to live here forever, or even talking to the headmaster about it at all.
It doesn't matter if I remember or not. Even if I bought the whole amnesia thing, the idea that I would want to live here forever? That's just insane! How can I believe that?
Insane or not, we can't move forward until you accept it. Am I right?
Exactly.
Sure are, 'cause it's all true.
Thank you, Monokuma.
I know it sounds absurd, but if it's the truth, there's nothing we can do about it.
Indeed. We only have one path in front of us.
Then, we really...
Yep, you all totally lost your memory at the same time.
Thank you, Monokuma.
Making my head hurt.
And this isn't like some normal kind of memory loss. You stole those specific memories from us, didn't you?
Oopsie. You figured that part out too, huh?
Yes,
Of
we did,
course.
Monokuma.
There's no way we would all just happen to get amnesia at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
How could someone just steal our memories?
How? Come. That hardly matters right now.
I think it matters,
If I
Monokuma.
said it was hypnotism, would you believe me? Or we opened up your skulls and messed with your brains? Would you really believe anything I said? How it happened doesn't matter right now.
Okay,
What
Monokuma.
matters is figuring out what memories you took from us. That's what you're trying to say, right?
I knew I could count on you.
The interview with the headmaster, taking that group photo, those can't be the only memories we lost. There must have been a purpose to it all. A reason for taking away our memories.
Of course there was a purpose. It all has to do with the original motive.
You mean
The
the
original
motive you came up with to try and get us to all kill each other?
That has something to do with the memories you stole from us?
Probably.
It sure does. But that part's still a secret. Anyway, I'm sure it's not easy, but let's all focus on the class trial for the murder of Mukuro Ikusaba.
Okay, so you want us to figure out who killed her before we do anything else.
So until we do that, either way, we have to explain every last remaining mystery. So, the one who killed Mukuro, the true mastermind, that's what we need to expose.
So who did it? Who killed her?
Whoever did it is the same one who's behind everything. That much I'm sure of.
But when you think about it, is the mastermind really here in the school?
Of course! They have to be here somewhere.
What makes you so sure?
What does make me so sure? Exactly! You're just making stuff up! There's no way the mastermind is here! The mastermind is probably a million miles away! Those masterminds always lurk off in the background, right?
The mastermind, the one controlling Mark. Where is the mastermind?
So who did it? Whoever did it is that much I
When you is the mastermind?
Of course, they have to be.
What makes you so...
Exactly. You're just making stuff up. The mastermind is probably a million miles away.
No, it's wrong.
Sorry, Coco.
There's
I have to
no
do this.
question that the mastermind is somewhere within the school.
How do you know? Did you find some evidence or something?
In the back of the data center, I found a panel that controls Monokuma. The mastermind must have been using that to control him all this time.
Yep.
So there can't be any doubt. The mastermind has been inside the school all along.
There can't be any doubt. In which case, there also can be no doubt that the mastermind is one of us.
What? Why?
Recall what Makoto told us Monokuma said to him earlier.
But have you been to the morgue by Ukuya? I'm sure I told you this already. This killing game began with 16 student participants, all of them high school students, and the only people to take a single step in Hope's Peak Academy since the killing game began are those 16 students.
So if the mastermind is in the school, we have to assume it can only be that 16th student.
But how'd they manage to survive all of this?
So we're the only one. It's not me! I'm not the mastermind!
Well, it's not me. I blame What?
Why me?
Yeah, why Makoto?
It's super weird how you're the only one who survived being
Oh, I get it. The only way he could have survived is if he was actually the mastermind himself, right?
Oh boy.
Ah, nuts! Wait!
Everyone, calm down. The mastermind's true identity will become clear soon enough. Just as soon as we find out who killed her.
That's a
Exactly.
good point. Rather than wasting time bickering, we should put our minds to work solving this mystery.
Yeah, well, how much time have we already spent talking about the murder?
He's right. What more is there to talk about?
If you want something to talk about, I think we haven't fully established what Mukuro's fatal injury was.
Yep.
But I thought we figured that out.
No.
That isn't actually what killed her. It was something entirely
Please tell them,
different.
Kyoko.
Wouldn't you agree, Makoto?
The
got
other
it.
wounds.
All of the wounds covering her body. That's what really killed her.
Hey, now hold on a second. You did read the Monokuma file, right?
Yes, I did read it. The body was covered with other wounds, but these were at least
It
several
made
days
it
old.
pretty clear. Those wounds were made at least a few days ago, so they can't possibly be what killed her.
Consider this. What if the murder itself took place at least a few days ago?
What?
What if, when we discovered her body, she'd already been dead for several days?
Exactly.
If that's true, then naturally the wounds that killed her would appear to be however many days old.
Yep.
That doesn't make any sense. Because she had all those wounds before she ever came here. Huh? How do you know that?
Yeah, how do you know
Isn't
that,
it
Toko?
obvious? She was the ultimate soldier, right? So that means, you know,
Really?
Wrong.
she denied me before I could even say
No, you said something.
anything.
You just were wrong.
Come on.
No.
You think I'm not weird, okay? At least listen to what I have to say.
I was listening.
Before you deny me.
So was Kyoko. You're just wrong. If you're so sure we're going to deny you, why bother saying it?
Mukuro was the ultimate soldier. She must have been in 100 different battles. So, when you think about it, obviously, she got all those wounds in battle.
Are you finished?
You didn't deny me this time, Z-Wimsey. You made me go all cute.
Don't worry, there wasn't anything cute about it.
The victim was the ultimate soldier who strolled across 1,000 battlefields. Is that how she got all these wounds? No.
Mukuro was the ultimate soldier. She must have been in 100 different battles. So, when you think about it, obviously, she got all those wounds in battle.
Are you finished?
You didn't deny that.
Don't worry, there wasn't anything cute about it.
Yeah.
Mukuro was the ultimate soldier. She must have been in 100 different battles. So, when you think about it, obviously, she got all those wounds in battle.
Are you finished?
You didn't deny that. You made...
Don't worry, there wasn't anything cute about it.
Mukuro was the ultimate soldier. She must have been in 100 different battles. So, when you think about it, obviously, she got all those wounds in battle.
Are you finished?
You didn't deny that.
Okay.
Don't worry, there wasn't anything cute about it.
Yeah.
Mukuro was the ultimate. She must have been. So, obviously, she got all those wounds in battle.
Are you finished?
You didn't deny me that.
I think I might need to stop
Don't worry,
slowing it down.
there wasn't
I
anything
think that's
cute
good.
about it.
Mukuro was. She must have been in So, when you think about it, obviously, she got all those wounds.
Oh boy. Thank you for the poll. We have 9 polls here. Feel free to lurk. Say hi. I'm just fixing my thing being silly again.
You didn't deny me this time either. You made.
Don't worry, there wasn't anything cute about it.
Mukuro was the ultimate. She must have been. So, when you think about it, obviously, she got all those.
There we go. I knew that was the problem.
No, Mukuro didn't suffer those wounds in battle. The file we found in the headmaster's room said as much.
Exactly.
Despite the time she spent in battle after battle as a member of Fenrir, when she entered this school, she hadn't sustained a single injury.
Still be denied so completely. Actually, it's kind of refreshing.
Well, that's good.
Maybe it's because of all of Master's training.
Anyway, so we can be sure that Mukuro suffered all those wounds after coming to this school.
Mm-hmm.
In which case, they could be the very thing that killed her.
Yes, they could.
As a matter of fact, it's hard to imagine any other possibility. When examining her body, I found that her stomach and head wounds came after she was already dead.
Unless anyone has any better suggestions, I think we can say this with confidence. The wounds Mukuro sustained all over her body are what ultimately killed her.
Mukuro's fatal injury has been added to the Truth Bullets section of your handbook.
But if that's what killed her, then does that mean she's really been dead for who knows how long?
Yes.
That's exactly what it means.
Thank you for catching up, Hero.
When we found her body in the garden, she'd already been dead for several days.
So then, what about the little matter of what happened last night? Makoto, you said you were attacked in your room by a masked assailant.
Mm-hmm.
If Mukuro had already been dead for several days, certainly it couldn't have been her. So who was it that...
The identity of the one who attacked me. The mastermind.
Got it! The one who attacked me was the true mastermind. When we discovered Mukuro in the garden wearing the same mask, I naturally assumed she must have been the one who attacked me. But I was wrong. It wasn't her at all.
Thank you for admitting
It
you
was
were
the
wrong, Makoto.
mastermind.
What are you?
Oh, don't mind me. I'm just getting a little impatient sitting here listening. Let's start off with a nut. Your assumption that I attacked Makoto is just that, right? An assumption. You can't really know who was under that mask, can you? The true identity of the masked attacker. Do you have any evidence that might convince...
No, there's no way Mukuro is the one that attacked me. Even if I didn't see her face. If you compare what we know about it should be obvious. The tattoo.
You never saw their face, right? So you can't have any idea who was under that mask. I'm telling you now, it was Mukuro Ikusaba!
You're wrong. Even without seeing their face, there is another part of the attacker we can use to prove it was... wasn't her.
Oh? And what is this other part? Is it the right hand? Or the left hand? Maybe the right foot? Or perhaps the left foot? Or could it be the hips?
We're attacking. We have some.
You never saw their face, right? So you can't have any idea who was under that mask. I'm telling you now, it was Mukuro Ikusaba.
You're wrong. There's another part of the attack.
Oh? Is it the right hand or the left hand?
You ruined it.
Shoot.
What?
You never saw their face. Right? So you can't have any idea. I'm telling you now, it was Mukuro Ikusaba.
You're wrong. Even without seeing their face, there is another part of the attacker we can use to prove it was...
Oh? And is it the right hand? Or the left hand? Maybe the right, or perhaps, or could it be the hips? You never saw their face, right? So you can't have any idea who... I'm telling you now, it was Mukuro Ikusaba!
You're wrong. Even without seeing their face,
There's another part of the...
Oh? Is it the... or the left hand? Maybe the right foot? Or perhaps the left foot? Or could it be the hips? You never saw their face, so you can't have any idea. I'm telling you now, it was Mukuro Ikusaba!
you're wrong. Even without seeing their face,
There's another
Okay,
part of the...
you're
Oh?
really
Is it the
testing
right or
me.
the left hand? Maybe the... or perhaps the left... or could it be the hips? You never saw their... so you can't have... I'm telling you now, it was Mukuro Ikusaba!
you're wrong.
There's another part of the...
Oh? Is it the right hand or the left hand?
No, it's wrong.
There we go.
Mukuro had a tattoo on her right hand, if I remember
Mhm.
correctly. A representation of Fenrir. In other words, a wolf tattoo. But I saw the right hand of the person who attacked me,
Exactly.
and there was no such tattoo. So there's no way the person behind the mask was Mukuro.
Yeah, well, okay. You got me. I guess it wasn't her.
Thank you for admitting you were wrong, Monokuma.
But that still doesn't prove that it was me. It could have been, you know, some...
Hiro, Toko, Hina, and I all have solid alibis for that entire night.
Yeah! We were in the gym tearing you apart!
Oh, okay, sure. It couldn't, but what about Kyoko? Uh-oh, nose.
If you insist.
Huh?
What do you think? I'll show you the one thing...
Before anyone could say anything. Kyoko was removing her gloves.
Your hands!
Without thinking, I let out a gasp. It was more than just a little burned skin.
Awful, isn't it? It happened when I was first learning to be a detective. I was inexperienced.
Okay.
I thought you didn't want anyone to see those scars.
If it means we get another step closer to unmasking the mastermind, it doesn't really bother me.
Okay, thank you, Kyoko. Kyoko seemed to savor the words as she said them. Then she put her gloves back on.
My scars should suffice as proof. Makoto, did the person who attacked you have scars like mine?
No. They absolutely did
No.
not.
Not at all. I'm positive.
Then this much has been made clear. There can be no doubt that the one who attacked Makoto is the true mastermind.
This is just awful. On top of my secret being revealed, I had to look at those positively grotesque scars of
Monokuma.
yours. Sorry. Did I say that out loud? I do hope I didn't hurt your feelings.
Not at all. You can say whatever you want.
Exactly.
Sure, as long as it means pushing me farther into the corner, right? But I'm not cornered just yet, because if you haven't noticed, the circumstances surrounding Mukuro's death
Are they?
That's true. All we know right now is she was killed a good while before this morning.
It's... Wait a minute. It's still the same day?
On the contrary, we don't know anything other than that.
You're not going to tell us she was already dead before we arrived here or something, are you?
In that regard, you have nothing to worry about.
Okay.
I promise you, without a doubt, she died after our little killing thing began.
Then somehow she was killed in secret
Oh,
without any of us
okay.
knowing.
And after she died, who knows how much time went by? Did the culprit stash her somewhere? She couldn't have been in the garden the whole time.
If she was, she would have been totally decomposed. Just like your brain.
Yeah, exactly.
Then she was being stored somewhere?
Yes, she was.
But to hide a body.
There's only one place. I can't think of anywhere else. The body could have been stored.
I got it! Mukuro's body was probably kept hidden in the biolab.
Exactly.
Biolab? You mean on the 5th floor?
The only place the
That's
mastermind
right.
could have got.
It's actually set up for use as a morgue. So it's the perfect place to hide a body. And it'd keep the body preserved at the
True.
same time.
Very true.
Then you're also saying the body was moved from the biolab to the garden.
And I have no doubt that that's exactly what happened. In fact, I have proof.
This-
I got it! What makes me so sure the body was carried from the biolab to the garden is the tarp that we found in the garden. When I was checking it over again, I noticed something.
Okay.
I noticed that some text had been stamped on one corner of the tarp.
Oh, it says Biolab.
Thank you, Hina.
Holy cow! How'd you notice that tiny little thing?
Makoto's nitpicky nature seems to have surfaced with perfect timing.
Thank you, Byakuya, even though I know you're trying to insult me, but thank you.
This proves that the tarp originally came from the biolab. In fact, there's a whole stack of tarps just like it in there.
So when the killer moved the body to the garden, they must have grabbed a tarp to wrap it in. Then they simply left it as it was to protect against the sprinklers, and put the coat on it afterwards.
You made everything sound so amazingly consistent.
She's pretty good at that, Toko.
That's just a wild guess.
Then why are you sweating, Monokuma?
Where's your evidence? Prove that the body was wrapped in a tarp and moved.
There is no evidence. I was simply explaining what I think happened. But you seem to be getting pretty worked up about it, wouldn't you say?
Worked up?
Now that the conversation has turned to the topic of the biolab, you must be getting pretty nervous.
Especially since nobody else could get in there until You unlocked it.
Because the key to uncovering your secret identity is hidden within that room, isn't it?
You talking about unmasking the mastermind?
You see, the biolab contained an inconsistency. One so major it
Yep.
can't be overlooked.
An inconsistency in the biolab. Makoto, keep up with me and Kyoko, please. I just did a whole entire math problem.
La la la, I can't hear you. La 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 la.
Such a child. Oh well, just ignore him.
I need to pull myself together. The inconsistency in the biolab. Could you tell me?
By the way, Makoto, what about that one thing?
What?
What do you think? You're fat.
What?
Don't tell me you forgot about that video message.
And actually, I did.
So what do you think? Are you sure your family's still okay?
Monokuma, don't be distracting me.
Why are you bringing that up now?
Your mom, your dad, your little sister. What do you think has happened to your family?
Monokuma?
Are they really as safe as you might have assumed?
Monokuma? Shh! Enough!
Stop talking about that!
You tell him, Makoto.
Calm down, Makoto. He wants
Exactly.
you to get upset.
Yeah, you need to calm down. I can't let him get to you. He's just saying that because he knows you're getting close to the truth of the Bible. So I want to shut him up. I need to expose the inconsistency in his family. Oh boy.
Are you sure about this? Are you sure about this? What? What do you want? Are you sure about this? Are you sure about this? Are you sure about this?
Yes.
Are you sure about this? What? What do you want? Are you sure about this? 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 What? What do you want? Are you sure about this? Are you sure about this? I'm not listening!
This should prove it.
I thought that said lights the first time.
The inconsistency Kyoko's talking about
Yeah, exactly.
What are you talking about? What about the lights?
Like I said before, the biolab also acts as a morgue. And as part of that, a giant refrigerator was installed in there.
Nice little giant.
That's where everyone who's died is stored.
And it was set up so that when a slot had a body in it, a blue light would turn.
In other words, if the blue light is on, that means there's a body in that slot.
Exactly.
But I counted up the number of blue lights that were on, including the one Mukuro was in. And there were only 9.
Why does that matter? You gotta give me the bite-sized version
boy.
here, man.
9 lights doesn't make sense. Because the number of lights that should be on is 10.
I got it! 10 of the lights should have been on. Any other number is incredibly suspicious.
Suspicious?
Do the math, you people. Why? Why is Makoto the one with the brain cell right now?
That's simple. Just recall who's died.
I think it's
here
shared
so far,
between
and it
Makoto
should
and
become
Kyoko.
clear.
Kyoko right now. That's right, the key to solving this mystery. Sayaka died first. Junko was second. Leon was third. Chihiro was fourth. Mondo was 5th. Taka was 6th, then Hifumi was 7th. Celeste was 8th. Sokka was 9th. And victim number 10 was Mukuro.
So 10 people in all?
Yes.
That's right. Any other number should make you immediately suspicious. But according to the lights in the biolab, only 9 people were being stored there.
You're saying a dead body just up and disappeared?
Or was never dead in the first place.
I got it! The masterminds destroyed one of the bodies to get rid of evidence.
But if they wanted to do that, they would have destroyed Mukuro's body, since they actually
Exactly.
killed her. And yet, her body was left alone.
Then, whose body disappeared?
It may very well be that none of them disappear.
But if that's true, then why doesn't the body count match?
Because the mastermind may be one of the dead, Toko.
Including Monokuma's executions, there have apparently been 10 deaths, but there were only 9 bodies.
Mm-hmm.
That's the point I'm trying to make.
I'm completely lost. How can the number of victims be less than the number of murders?
The reason there are less bodies than murders. The explanation for more murders than victims. Why is that? Why would it take for... The same person is killed twice.
What about if the same person was killed twice?
Because those aren't my other options.
Officially, 10 murders have been committed so far. But one of the victims may have been murdered, and then murdered again.
Murdered and murdered again?
If that's the case, there could have been 10 killings, but still only 9 victims, right?
Loophole.
Technically, you're right, I guess. Still,
Could easily have happened. No, it is what happened.
Sounds like you're already convinced. Then can you tell us who was killed twice?
It was Mukuro, of course. Before she was killed as Mukuro Ikusaba, she was killed as someone else.
Exactly.
And that's why the body had to be stored in the biolab until the moment we found it in the garden.
No, that's crazy talk. She was killed as someone else? Come on! Besides, who could that someone else even...
All you have to do is look at those bodily injuries of hers, and that will become obvious.
Nothing's gonna become obvious,
Sure, Monokuma.
because Kyoko's total...
Whatever you... helps you sleep at night, Monokuma.
Who is this someone else that Mukuro was billed as? Was it Sayaka Maizono? Junko Enoshima? Leon Kuwata? Shoot! Who is this someone else? Was it Junko Enoshima? Leon Kuwata? Chihiro Fujisaki? Mondo Owada? Kiyotaka Ishimaru? Hifumi Yamada? Celestia Lu... whatever?
Hey, you remember
Or
Celeste's name.
maybe Sakura Ogami? No. There's no way anyone was murdered twice!
No, it's wrong.
Junko's
Junko.
wounds line up with Mukuro's.
Wasn't her fatal injury pretty similar to Mukuro's?
what do you mean?
Well, remember what happened to her? She was impaled by a bunch of spears.
Yep.
All over her body.
And Mukuro died from a number of wounds across her body. When you compare that to the stab wounds Junko suffered,
Thank you, Baikuya.
Similarities.
Yes, and those are the only fatal injuries that match up.
Mm-hmm.
that explains why those two bodies are actually
Exactly.
one and the same.
So let me see if I have this straight. Junko, or someone going by that name, was stabbed to death with multiple spears.
Yes.
Then her body was kept in the biolab for however long before being dragged out again.
Yes.
Only this time, it was presented as the corpse of one Mukuro Ikusaba.
Mm-hmm.
It all matches up, right? Those wounds Junko suffered could easily be the same
Yes, they could.
injury.
It's really true? Mukuro and Junko are the same person? Wait, so then... what does it all mean?
It means that there haven't been 10 victims,
Exactly.
9. Which also
Keep up, hero.
means that among the people we thought were dead, one is still alive.
And that's the true identity of the mastermind?
Mm-hmm.
Who is it? Who's behind all this?
Hero, if you've been following, you would know.
We already know the answer to that. It's Mukuro.
Toko, no.
She took Junko's body and made it look like she was the one who died. So Mukuro... Total silence? Then I must be right.
No, you're not, Toko.
Right, aren't I?
Toko, stop talking. Toko, stop talking. Mukuro. The one that's still alive is Mukuro. But can we really believe that? Why?
The body we found in the garden. It wasn't Mukuro.
I'm not entertaining this. Come on, Toko. The one we found in the body had a tattoo.
No, the body we found in the garden was Mukuro. That's one thing we can be sure of. The body's appearance and measurements are consistent with her records.
Exactly.
Right, Kyoko?
She was 5 foot 6 inches tall and weighed 97 pounds. Her vitals were 31, 21, 32. Everything in her profile is consistent with that corpse.
And then there's the matter of the Fenrir tattoo. So there's no question it's her.
Yes, you can't forget the tattoo.
But if Mukuro's not the mastermind, then
Oh my word.
who's actually still alive?
Why? Why? Someone's made it look like they died, but they're actually still alive. It's only one person who it could be.
Here's my answer. Junko is still alive. It's the only possibility.
Are you sure about that?
Huh?
I admit, since Mukuro is undoubtedly dead, Junko does seem to be the only other explanation.
Mm-hmm.
But we saw her get impaled. She died right before
Yes.
our very eyes.
But was that really Junko?
If Junko were still alive, the death we saw would had to have been some kind of charade.
But was that really Junko?
But you yourself confirmed she was dead, did you not?
Now that you mention it. I gently placed my hand on Junko's lifeless body. Touched her wrist to check her pulse, like they do in movies. She really is dead. There wasn't anything else to say. She was gone. I did check absolutely.
She was dead. There's no question. Junko,
So, the idea that she's still alive,
it must be...
then you're withdrawing your previous...
Makoto, stand your ground.
I know you gave it your best shot, but too bad. I guess you're too bad.
This case hasn't been decided just
Exactly.
yet. Oh? You haven't given up already, have you, Makoto?
Huh?
No, of course not. There's no way I'd give up that easy.
That's all well and good, but how do you intend to solve the problem standing in your way? Junko absolutely died. Mukuro absolutely died.
Then both of them are dead, right? There can't be any kind of survivor story.
Oh boy. This is not going well.
I think we need to look at this from the...
Huh? The opposite direction?
Let's assume Junko is still alive. If so, how could she have survived?
How could Junko have survived? I checked her, she was dead. But still, if she were alive somehow, could it be that Junko's not the one who died? It wasn't Junko, but someone else entirely. Maybe she used some sort of trick. There we go.
Now I understand.
I can't apparently spell the word replaced.
That's it. What if she switched places with someone else?
Switch places?
That's right. Before the spears could kill her, she got someone to take her place. Specifically, Mukuro Ikusaba.
Then that would make it Mukuro's corpse that showed up later.
Exactly.
Which is why the body's height and weight and everything match Mukuro's profile, right?
I don't know anything about this switching places thing, but that had to be Junko who got stabbed to death, right?
Yeah, you're saying they switched? When could they even have... Right when she was about to die? Like she used some kind of ninja replacement technique?
Sure. We'll go with that, Toko.
Good point. There's just no way they could... So maybe the whole idea is wrong.
There has to be some way. We need to figure it out. They switched at the
I
beginning.
got it! The two of them may have switched places from the
Exactly.
very beginning.
What? From the beginning?
Yes, from the moment we first met. If that's when they switched, then they wouldn't have had to switch at the moment of death, right?
Exactly. Why is everyone else making this so much harder than it has to be?
After all, the one we saw at that point would have already been Mukuro.
Mm-hmm.
But hold on. So you're saying the Junko we first met was actually Mukuro all along?
Then we'd already met her? I had, like, a normal conversation with her.
Exactly.
When we first met, none of us knew who anyone else was.
Mm-hmm. Nobody knew.
So Mukuro could have simply told us her name was Junko, and we never would have known the difference. That would easily allow the two of them to switch places from the very
Exactly.
beginning.
Wait, but Mukuro had a... Junko never had any tattoo like that, did she?
She could have hidden it with foundation or something
Mhm.
like that. If she did, it likely melted away in the explosion, exposing the tattoo after the body was extinguished.
Exactly.
Plus, there were the fake nails found on the hands of Mukuro's body. They were the same fake red nails she was wearing when we all met for the first time.
But if she really did use foundation...
Correct. Even if there was no tattoo on her hand, I couldn't say for certain it wasn't Mukuro.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm glad nobody noticed that glaring hole when we were trying to figure out who attacked Makoto. But too bad for you, Monokuma. You can't deny it anymore.
Exactly.
Wait, so this whole thing was a setup from the very beginning?
Yes, hero.
If that's true, it was quite an elaborate plan to be sure, making it look like Mukuro was...
The reason such an elaborate plan was possible is because the two of them were working
Exactly.
together.
So Mukuro, the ultimate despair, teamed up with someone like her. In other words, it would be fair to say that Junko herself was also the ultimate despair.
What's wrong? Lost the will to fight back?
I think he's just afraid.
Afraid? that
Oh,
mean?
you know her words.
Fear is only possible where hope is possible. I only have despair, so fear is an alien concept to me.
Really,
Then
Monokuma?
why haven't you been saying anything?
Because it's a bunch of nonsense. Junko's my secret identity? As if.
Then why did you try and protect Junko's real identity?
I tried to protect her identity? When did I do that?
So he still refuses to admit it, but he can try to deceive us all he wants, doesn't he? Because I've already figured it out. He tried to hide Junko's identity, not just once, but twice. First time was during our latest investigation. Hold on, what matters now is presenting the right evidence.
Shoot!
Oh, right. I'm rude.
I got it! While I was in the AV room, watching the DVD of our interviews with the headmaster,
Okay. It wasn't just the monitor. The DVD player itself had apparently turned off, which of course meant that the DVD wasn't playing anymore. What the heck just happened? Oopsie, looked like it broke. Out of service. What? It just so happened to break just now? Now then. When? Doesn't matter. Failure can strike anywhere, anytime. That's what failure is, right?
you made sure I couldn't finish watching the video. And the reason you did that is because you didn't want me to see the real Junko, did you?
Oh, yeah! If everyone was in that video, of course Junko would have had to show up.
Mm-hmm.
And if Makoto saw the real Junko, it would have been totally obvious
Yes, it
that
would
the
have.
Junko we met was an imposter.
That whole power outage thing was just a fluke.
Sure it was. Whatever you say, Monokuma, I believe you completely. No, it wasn't a fluke. The mastermind definitely orchestrated that power outage. And that's not the only time they tried to hide Junko's identity. The mastermind tried to cover up. And one other piece of evidence.
Punishment is waiting for you. I'm not listening. What are you even talking about? Punishment is waiting for you. I'm not listening. What are you even talking about?
Okay. Yes, I want to give it another shot.
refuse to give up yet.
I didn't realize I had that low of health.
Punishment is waiting for you. I'm not listening. What are you even talking about? Punishment is waiting for you. I'm not listening. What are you even talking about?
You can not listen all you want.
That's impossible!
This should prove it.
Come on.
The video wasn't the only thing you tried to cover up. You did
Exactly.
the same thing with this group photo.
Oh.
I
Exactly.
noticed it just a little while ago, when we were all comparing the photos we'd gotten. In all the photos, there's a certain similarity, an unusual circumstance.
What's so unusual about them?
Well, if you let Monokuma me talk, Monokuma, maybe Makoto will tell you. The unusual circumstance common to all these pictures. The unusual is Junko's face.
Junko's face. The one thing common to every single photo is that you can't see her face.
Exactly.
It's hard to believe her face would just happen to be hidden in every single picture.
Exactly.
Don't you think? And on top of that, in this photo, you can see that Mukuro is clearly visible. So in other words, at that point, the two of them hadn't switched yet.
Nope, they haven't.
With all that in mind, there's no doubt that the girl whose face is hidden here is the real Junko.
Yep,
Which is why you had to have pictures that didn't show her face.
exactly.
Because if we could have seen her face, then it would have clearly revealed that the Junko in the pictures wasn't the Junko that
Exactly.
we knew.
Thank you, Makoto.
I believe everything Makoto said is true. Junko and Mukuro switched places before we met either of them.
So she killed Mukuro, who had taken her place, making it look like she'd died. And the real Junko is still alive.
And she's the one behind this whole murderous situation. She's the true mastermind and the ultimate despair.
Xanadu times 2!
With this, the identity and the crimes of the mastermind have been exposed.
No, wait! Hold on!
Don't bother trying to deny it.
Exactly.
There's no more room for debate. You don't have anywhere left to run. I'll prove everything, right now.
Closing the argument. What was the identity? Where did the mastermind keep Mukuro's body? The mastermind attacking you something. What was it? When the masked mastermind attacked me, who was it that stopped me? What did the mastermind do with the mask after they took it off? What was the condition of the dead body when it first got it? We couldn't identify the mysterious body because of that.
killer is you! We met the ultimate fashionista, Junko and Oshima, right after we all arrived here. But that wasn't the real Junko. The girl we saw before us was actually the 16th student who had taken Junko's place. And that girl's name was Mukuro Ikusaba. But it wasn't long before she died at the hands of Monokuma. In other words, the mastermind, Junko and Oshima. Her body was kept in a biolab, which had been converted into a morgue until Junko decided to put her body to use. Junko dragged the body out of the biolab, using the tarp to carry her to the garden. She fabricated the murder to try and frame Kyoko, who proved to be one big thorn in her side.
Fair enough.
Meanwhile, she wanted us all to think Mukuro was still alive and hiding somewhere inside the
Understandable.
school. So she put on a mask and then attacked me. After making sure I'd gotten a good look at the mask, she left the room. Then she put the same mask on Mukuro's body. This was all to make us think the person who attacked me and the corpse were one and the same.
Understandable.
She wanted
Keep
us
going,
to
Makoto.
believe the murder had only recently taken place.
I believe in you.
Finally, by strapping a bomb to the body, she was able to destroy any remaining evidence. She needed to hide the body's true identity.
Yes, she did.
She had to make sure we didn't find out it was actually the same person we'd met in the beginning. This is the truth behind Mukuro's murder, and the one who carried it all out is the true mastermind. The one controlling Monokuma. The real Junko and Oshima.
You tell him, Makoto.
That's the whole story behind this incident. Well, what do you have to say to that?
What? Are you broken again?
You can't get out of this, so don't even try.
Come on! It's time you finally...
It's not like you're an endangered species or something. How long do you plan to keep hiding?
Give it up, Junko. The game's over.
Over? Did you really think the story would end once we reached the climax of the case?
But, Monokuma.
Wrong! There's still plenty more to go!
Uh-oh. Ultimate Despair, Junko Inishida.
We have been
Fine.
waiting so very long for peasants like you to appear.
Oh boy.
If you swear your fealty to us, we will reward you with half of
Junko,
the
no.
entire world. We've even drawn up the deed already. We will grant you honor, status, in some of our home cooking.
Please stop.
Have you made your choice? Will you serve under
No.
us?
Oh, did you think I was being serious? Sorry, I was just messing with you.
I kind of figured.
It's been so long since I've had an audience. Even I'm not sure what kind of role I'm supposed to play.
This is the mastermind. She's the real Junko Inoshima.
Anyway, looks like I've finally been set free. Having to play Monokuma all the time, day after day. It was like I was stuck in purgatory. Or like a slow suicide. I get bored so easy, you know?
I get it.
Huh? What about my face? What's wrong with my beautiful face? People have told me I'm cuter than 100 chihuahuas combined.
I feel like this isn't the first time I've seen you.
No, I do remember seeing it. Here it is.
Shoot! I got it!
Before arriving at school.
That's right. It was before I ever came to this school. I remember seeing a magazine cover. And you were on it.
Wow, you have a pretty good memory. I guess that's why you've made it this far, huh?
I guess it is.
So I was right. Then what you told me in the main hall.
I've seen her on tons of magazine covers, but I feel like that doesn't quite match up to reality. Oh, are you talking about my cover photos and junk? Now, of course, those are totally photoshopped. Yeah, you know, edited hell out. Well, like computers and junk. What's the name?
Sometimes a little lie is necessary to keep things moving along. Wouldn't you agree?
That explains why she didn't quite seem the same, because she was a different person all along.
I'm me. And Mukuro is Mukuro.
Fair.
She tried her best. But there's just no way she could have passed as the ultimate fashionista. Two people can never become one as long as the walls of mind and body exist. Not even if they're twins.
Twins!
I know, it's such a cliche, right? I'm almost embarrassed to admit it. So basically, Mukuro and I had your stereotypical twin relationship.
Okay.
The older sister, tough and proud. That was Mukuro. The younger sister, smart and cute.
Me! Junko fucking Enoshima!
Oh boy.
And together, we were the Despair Sisters, aka the Ultimate Despair!
Whoa! She's a totally different person now!
Like I said, I get bored easy as hell! I even get fucking bored with myself! But if you're twins, why do you have different last names? Oh, that again? You have any idea how many times people ask me that shit? Maybe it's new to your dumb ass, but it bores me to tears. Answering the same questions over and over? Just make up whatever answer you want. I don't give a shit. The truth's fucking lame anyway.
But if she was your twin, that means you killed your own sister?
And for reasons deeper and darker than the ocean. Ha! As if!
Well, I suppose I'd better explain.
Oh no.
For my plan to work, someone had to be able to control the killing game from behind the scenes. The so-called mastermind had to operate Monokuma, keep an eye on everyone, things like that. But after looking at the situation, I determined it would be impossible for Mukuro to perform such duties.
Okay.
Because naturally, she turned out to be the letdown of the family.
Did she?
Leaving me behind to run off and join some band of mercenaries. Such a disappointment. So, I decided to play the role of director and have her join the rest of you in your school life. I could have let her work alongside me, but she would have been useless to me that way.
Fair enough.
Besides, 15 students seemed like a solid number to start with. Of course, the fact that she was the ultimate soldier posed something of a problem.
Okay.
She had what I call the three atrocities. Atrociously rank, atrociously filthy, atrociously repulsive. It was atrociously clear just how out of touch she was with the rest of society. Meanwhile, my ultimate fashionista status has an undeniable appeal that I didn't want to go to waste.
Understandable. Okay, keep going on, Juko.
And that's why you switched identity? Sadly, her inability to match my personality was even greater than I'd calculated. It was a lost cause. She was nothing more than a bit player, an extra unworthy of lines. Being the utter disappointment that she was, anyone would have expected her to get killed off right away.
Which is precisely why I killed her. To meet everyone's expectations.
That can't be your only reason, can it?
Well, no, of course not. I also did it to avoid becoming bored.
I've never been a stickler for following a plan to the letter, you know? If I planned everything out and knew just what was gonna happen, that'd be so boring.
Oh my word, Junko.
So, I changed things just a bit and decided to use Mukuro to make a little point.
In other words, Mukuro's death was a one-sided, premeditated act of betrayal, just as I suspected. When Mukuro was killed, she must have been as surprised as anybody else.
What?
So, you figured it out? Well,
Yes.
you're right. There's no way Mukuro could have pulled off such a convincing performance. But she did teach you all a very valuable lesson, don't you think?
Yes, Junko.
How can you talk like that? You sacrificed your own sister. How does that not even bother you?
What? I sacrificed her? That's what's got you so hot under the collar? Jeez, misunderstandings sure are scary. We were the ultimate despair, you know? So we never had any kind of hope or expectations. Nope. I felt despair as long as I can remember. Like I never should have been born at all. When I was born, I cried tears of total despair.
I'm not feeling bad for you, Junko.
So that's why for us, it's not a big deal whether we die or kill. We're just those kinds of people. We can do anything.
Sure.
We've always been filled with despair. So when we do something, we go all the way and live with. So you just murdered your own sister and didn't think anything of it? That's not true at all. We were twins. How could I not be sad? That's why it gets me so excited.
Hina, we don't ask the extra questions we don't want answers to.
Killing my precious sister with my own two hands. That act is filled with so much despair. You can't help but put a super in front of it. It's like super, 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 super despair. No, more than that.
Oh, please.
Super, 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 super despair. It just feels so good.
Just looking at them all the mushrooms.
What the hell is wrong with you?
And my sister, too. In that moment of death, I think she must have felt that despair. After all, to be murdered by your own sister, and only as an example to someone else,
Well, it's something.
she must have died feeling such excruciating hopelessness.
Sure, Junko.
I'm so jealous of her. Super jealous.
I knew you couldn't be just some ordinary person. You're some kind of abnormality.
You had to put it like that, Bayukia?
Turning your own despair into some kind of fetish. Abnormality doesn't even begin to describe it.
Like, Genocide Jill is crazy for sure, but this is a whole nother level of nuts!
You're saying I don't compare to some lowly beast that can only kill the weak, right? So I'm hopelessly attractive, hopelessly brilliant.
I love how you're looking only at the positive, Junko.
I'm the hopelessly perfect ultimate human.
No. I don't think there's anything perfect about anything you just said.
Thank you, Bayukia.
Yeah, Master's way more perfect. Because on top of everything else, he's got that
Toko, you're
noble blood.
missing the point here.
Don't you mean had that noble blood?
What did you just say? What do you mean by that?
You still haven't figured that part out yet? Man, you guys are so slow! You haven't even solved all the mysteries, and yet here you are, yapping away!
Are you talking about our memories?
You've already solved this mystery, right? I'm the killer! So how about the next one? Maybe you should solve the riddle of your missing memories. Then you can start gloating!
Damn straight! That's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to solve all these mysteries, and then we'll have our victory!
I can't wait!
Alright, then let's just get straight to the point. What memories did you steal from us?
Hero, we're supposed to figure that out.
When the group picked pictures were taken? I got it! It must have...
Don't dare! At least
Your brains are like sponges, all drippy and leaky. I already gave you a hint before. All the memories you lost share something in common with a few other things.
Thinking back to what Monku's told us, memories that were stolen from us. Who's that?
Shoot! I got it! You're talking about the motives you provided to try and get us to kill each other, right?
So you do remember after all. Well, I would hope you wouldn't forget something so important.
I probably would.
It was stupid of me to even ask. I apologize from the bottom of my heart for my bad manners. So then, let me ask you another question. Did you notice that each motive I presented you had a specific theme to it?
Theme?
Yep, you got it. So that's my question to you all. When Sayaka was murdered, what was the theme of the motive I presented?
Need the motive, Monku. Human
I got
connection.
it! The driving force behind the motive you presented us with at that point was human connections.
Ding, ding, ding. You got it. Remember those DVDs I gave you guys? Each video showed the total destruction of your most important relationships. For example, your family. For example, your friends. I ruined all those relationships and showed you the results. It was to motivate your desire to escape and kickstart your urge to kill.
Well, thank you, Junko.
But still, what a cruel thing to do.
So cruel.
You're the one that did it!
Yes, well, I'm perfectly happy to accept your disapproval.
Okay! Time
Oh,
for the
no.
next question! So, what was the theme for the second motive?
I'm doing my very best to hide my irritation. I'm just gonna pretend like I didn't hear that.
Shoot!
Looks like I didn't miss.
I got it!
Fast.
It was our past, right?
Yay! Makoto got it right again! That time, the theme was... embarrassing memories and secrets! And the whole reason Mondo did what he did was to protect his secret.
Okay, Junko.
So, how long do you plan on dragging this out?
Relax, relax. Okay, on to the next question. So, what was the motive for the third murder?
Greed.
I got it! It was money, wasn't it? Greed.
Seek and destroy! Hell yeah, you got it again! Goddamn straight it was money! Celeste killed Hifumi and Taka for a little personal gain. Her greed led to all kinds of death and destruction.
What's the point of all this? Why are you making us go through this case by case?
Don't worry, sweet cheeks. Just one more to go.
Please no.
Now, can you tell me the motive behind crazy-ass Sakura's crazy-ass death?
Betrayal.
I got it! In her case, it was betrayal.
Precisely. You see,
Oh boy.
once I revealed Sakura's betrayal, that led to everything that came afterward. Anyway, it looks like you answered all of my questions correctly. Oh, pain.
But what's the point? What meaning is there in asking those questions now?
Relationships, secrets, money, betrayal? These are all pretty standard motives, right? The most normal of normal. Totally middle of the road.
But of course, those aren't the only motives that exist in this world. In fact, there are as many reasons to kill as there are people on Earth.
That's great. Is any one of those pizza?
They compel humans to kill each other, bringing despair
Probably.
to the world. This is what
Even my OBS is all. Please stop her.
Seed of despair?
just as water, air, and food promote growth in living things, the seed of despair also needs nourishment. And that nourishment is hope. Despair can grow only in the presence of hope. Two sides of the same coin, divided by a razor-thin line.
Okay, Junko.
Such is hope and despair.
How much longer is this stupid speech of yours? Weren't we discussing our missing memories? Why are you trying to change the subject?
If you would listen, you would see I'm not changing the subject. We are discussing your memories. What I'm trying to say is, the seed of despair is closely tied to your own memories.
How so?
You see, by taking away your memories, I gave you hope.
Okay.
Of course, that hope merely existed to be consumed by despair.
Fair.
How could taking away someone's memories give them hope?
And plus, you haven't given us any hope anyway!
Is that so? All you've been able to think about during your time here is how to escape, right? The mere fact that that's what you want proves I gave you hope.
What are you talking about?
If none of you wanted to escape this school, the killings never would have taken place.
Okay, she's got a point.
That is why we took your memories, so that you would have the desire to leave.
The only reason we want to leave is because you took our memories. Is that what you're saying?
Correctamundo!
Which means if we did have our memories, then we wouldn't want to leave. Do I understand that right?
What? Why the hell would having our memories make us not want to leave?
A most troubling thought, isn't, but it's not enough. I want more distress, more despair. I put so much effort into creating hope in order to feed your despair and make it grow. So, just like Crazy Eddie slashing his prices and passing the savings on to you, let me give you a hint.
Really?
Then hurry up and tell us.
Okie dokie. Like they say, seeing is believing. I'd like for you to see the outside world.
The outside world.
You mean the world beyond the school walls?
So something really did happen out there.
Now are you interested in what I have to say? You wanna see what's out there?
Does it have pizza?
I wanna see too. See your faces sink into despair.
Of course you do, Junko.
Now then, open sesame! Behold, the world beyond the school wall! This is the outside world you've all been so anxious to claw your way back into.
Okay, Junko. Just tell us. Okay. Okay, OBS, I need you to cooperate for a little bit longer. The game's almost over.
Dangerous. The world has grown so very dangerous. That's what this means.
What are you talking about? None of this makes any sense!
Hero, it's not supposed to make sense.
What am I looking at?
This is a scene from a movie or something.
Sure, it's a movie,
Right.
guys.
What you just saw, all of you should recognize it.
We should recognize it? What about it should we recognize? This whole thing is insane.
That world is locked away within the memories that were taken from you. If you can't remember, Please, just try. Do your best to try.
Better kick your brain in the ass! Cause it's up to that gray lump whether you live or die. I don't remember, ain't a fucking excuse no more. Cause now it's time for the final class! Come on, bitches! Remember or die! What the fuck happened outside?
You want us to remember or whatever, but when it comes to that crazy, confusing video you showed us, I don't understand a damn thing!
What's the meaning of the footage we saw? Is this another one of your practical jokes?
I mean, you're telling us to remember, but what am I supposed to be remembering? Nobody can remember anything. This is the end for all of us. What other choice? Come on, bitches! What the fuck happened?
You want us to
When it comes to that crazy
Is... I refuse to give up yet!
Come on, bitches! Remember or die! What the fuck happened outside?
You want us to
When it comes to that crazy, confusing video you showed us, I don't understand a damn thing!
What's the meaning of the footage we saw? Is this another one of your practical jokes?
I mean, you're telling us to remember, but what am I supposed to be remembering?
Come on.
Nobody can remember anything. This is the end for all of us. What other choice do we have?
Come on, bitches! What the fuck happened?
You want us to remember when it comes to that crazy... I don't understand it. What's the meaning of the... Is this another one of your
I mean, what am I supposed to be?
Nobody can remember any. This is the end for all of us.
What other
Are you
choice
serious?
do we have? Come on, bitches! What the fuck happened?
You want us to... When it comes to that
Crazy, confused.
I don't understand it.
What's the meaning of the footage we saw? Is this another one of your practical jokes?
I mean, you're telling us to remember, but what am I supposed to be remembering?
Nobody can remember anything. This is the end
For all of us, what other
I know what the answer is.
Come on, bitches! Remember or die! What the fuck happened out?
You want us to remember...
I refuse to give up yet!
Come on. Like, come on.
Come on, bitches! Remember or die! What the fuck happened outside?
You want us to remember or whatever, but when it comes to that crazy, confusing video you showed us, I don't understand a damn thing!
What's the meaning of the footage we saw? Is this another one of your practical jokes?
I mean,
Is this
Yes.
I refuse to give up yet!
I will beat this.
Come on, bitches! Remember or die! What the fuck happened outside?
You want us to remember or whatever, but when it comes to that crazy, confusing video you showed us, I don't understand a damn thing!
What's the meaning of the footage we saw? Is this another one of your practical jokes?
I mean, you're telling us to remember, but what am I supposed to be remembering?
Nobody can remember anything.
Thank
no,
you.
it's wrong.
I've been trying to get that for a while.
Actually, she might remember.
Who might remember?
The other Toko, Genocide Jack. The two of them share certain kinds of knowledge, but their memories aren't linked, right?
I see. If their memories are separate, then even if one personality's forgotten, there's a chance the other may still have those memories.
What do you say, Toko?
Are you telling me to swap
Yes.
places with her?
Right now is our best shot, Toko.
No, absolutely not. That'd be like forfeiting my entire identity.
Toko, I need you to do it. Right now.
Toko, you're the only one we can rely on now.
Da-da-da-da! It's me, your friendly neighborhood serial killer. Boy, she just gave in like it was
It
nothing.
was for Byakuya.
I'm going to ask you a question, and I want to have it answered immediately. Do you know anything about this video?
Huh? What
The video that's playing.
Who the hell are you?
Oh, I'm the mastermind.
Oh, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
That's enough! Just look at the stupid
Come
screen.
on.
Aye, aye, Roger, you got it, Captain.
Well, does
I don't have all the details, but of course it does.
Then you remember all the stuff?
Of course I do.
So you didn't lose your memory after all.
Okay, Genocide. Be helpful, please.
Then why didn't you say something? I only answer questions when someone bothers to ask me. I'm the quiet kid, you know. Oh my God, she's the worst liar in the world.
More importantly, if you really do...
Huh? What's the matter, Master? Do you really not remember the tragedy?
No, that's why we're asking you.
A tragedy?
Oh no! You seriously forgot? Maybe I can help you remember with a kiss.
No.
Just answer the question!
Well, I can't really say if it happened or if it's still happening. But it was the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history.
What?
Why is that phrase coming...
Because it's all because of that event. What is? Are you serious? I'm talking about the way the world is now.
Is...
The world's been destroyed. Get it?
destroyed?
Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know.
Copy that, darling. Okay, so this big, awful, tragic event, they started just calling it the tragedy, happened about a year ago. It was so big and so bad that even this murderous fiend went pale at the... I guess you could say what happened was man-made. But it was more on the level of a worldwide natural disaster. Either way, there's no doubt that it was the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history.
Okay, thank you.
And as a result, in basically no time flat, the world turned out the way it did, and that's that.
That's all there is to it? Come on! There wasn't a single concrete description in there!
Hero, she at least confirmed that the video is true.
Well, it just so happens I don't know any of the specifics. Miss Moreau saw it all play out in real time, so why don't you ask her?
We already did, and she didn't know anything. That's why we're asking you.
Exactly.
Oh, I couldn't live up to Master's expectations! To die! This is...
Okay, that's enough of your little lover's quarrel.
Thank you, Junko.
Whatever happened, it doesn't matter at this exact point in time, right?
No, it doesn't.
The end justifies the means. Everything serves the outcome. In other words, the world has ended. That's the important thing.
How can the world just end? It's the world!
Calm down. It's okay. There's no need to panic. Every living person will be dead in 100 years anyway. So the world ending isn't that big a deal.
Oh, come on. Now you're just being ridiculous.
Well, as long as we're being ridiculous. I have another ridiculous story. It's the story of the Togami Corporation, which has given Byakuya's life all its...
What? What did you say?
I'm glad to see you took the bait. You bit into it like a middle-aged secretary at an all-you-can-eat cake buffet.
Hey! So, what do you think happened to the Togami family?
Correct. Well done, peasant.
You didn't give me much of a choice there.
But I I didn't say anything.
I just got so fucking bored waiting, I couldn't help it! Even if you're wrong, eventually you'll figure it out, right? Till then, you're just going in circles.
So, no matter what you pick, you get the right answer. Pretty innovative, don't you think? But, do you think it might be a disease? Getting bored so easy, I mean. Do you think I might be sick? Anyway, like I was saying, Byakuya's entire lineage has been totally annihilated.
Okay, Joe.
What? What the hell are you talking about?
I can confirm that his entire family has died. Even the distant relatives. The Tagami name has perished.
Stop with these idiotic jokes!
Stop! And said with such authority. A peasant would dare challenge us? The Avatar. You must learn your place, peasant. You are no longer the ultimate affluent progeny.
Uh-oh.
They couldn't possibly be gone. The Togami family is destined to guide the world.
Well, apparently not.
Hell, there is no world anymore, remember? It got fucked a full year ago.
Hold on. That just...
I don't make sense.
There's no way that happened. I mean, we only came to this school a few weeks ago.
Makoto, didn't you just discover that you lost your memories?
If some kind of world-ending event happened a year ago, then how do you explain the totally normal world we were living in up till...
Have you considered the possibility that you're mistaken about that?
Mistaken?
Well, if I'm understanding you right, it sounds like you think the tragedy happened a year before you arrived here. Well, yeah. I mean, like he said, we just... A few weeks ago... Ooh, I get it. You're saying that what happened 2 years ago actually happened more recently, right? Huh? Well, I mean, you guys all started attending Hope's Peak Academy 2 years ago.
Wait, what? 2 years ago, what was that?
What the hell is this chick trying to say?
That we've been here for 2 years?
I understand why you'd have trouble accepting it, but in the end, you can't deny the truth. And the truth is, everything is cause and effect. Deny that, and you may as well give yourself up to God. So, you must surely understand all the hints I've given you so far, right? What are the memories I took?
Now, answer us.
How are we supposed to answer?
I just don't know what's going on anymore.
Still, we have to answer somehow. If we don't, everything ends again. It's memories that were stolen from us. If what Junko says is true, if we first came here 2 years ago, the rest of us only remember Daniel. Some of these circles. And that's not what you're trying to say. It's your turn.
Shoot! I got it!
Our life at Hope's Peak.
If we accept that what you said, we've all lost our memories of the last 2 years after coming to this school.
Nope. Nope. No. Nope. No. I mean, no matter what anyone
Zero.
says.
Another correct answer. Well done, peasant.
Can you stop calling me a peasant?
Seriously? This routine again?
We've lost 2 years worth
Yes.
of memories?
That's right. You've already spent 2 full years here, and that entire period of time is precisely what you forgot.
I don't remember the last 2 years of
No,
my
you
life.
don't. Can we move on?
That's possible!
I want to think that too. I don't want to believe it. But that's nothing but our desire. I don't want to believe. I want it to be impossible. But if it's the truth, then we have to accept it.
Years worth of memories. I could never lose something like that.
We've been living here for 2 years? Hell no! That's impossible! I mean, I haven't gone to any awesome school events or anything. Heck, I've never even gone to a single class.
Sorry, Hero. I have to do this.
Hero, there's something I'd like you to take a look at. This notebook right here.
Huh? Hey, why is my name written on it?
I found it in the locker room on the 2nd floor. If you don't mind, could you take a look inside?
Sure, whatever you want. But I've never seen this notebook before in my life.
What's Is something wrong?
It's kinda similar. No, even... This is absolutely my handwriting, without a doubt!
Exactly.
But how is this... I don't remember ever writing in this thing! No! No way!
It looks like you actually did attend class here at Hope's Peak. But somehow, you forgot all about it.
Lies! It's all one big lie!
I don't want to believe it either. But there's also no explanation for this pocketbook.
And whose pocketbook is that?
It's mine. And the handwriting inside is also mine. There's no doubt about it. But just like Hero, I have no memory of ever writing in it.
And the reason for that is the 2 years of
Exactly.
missing memory?
After seeing all the evidence, do you have any choice but to acknowledge the truth?
Isn't it just so desperately dark? The mystery solved, but it's like, shit, man, I've never been to a funeral!
2 years of school life. How many moments of how many fun classes? How many school events? This was your chance to build lasting friendships, right? And on top of that, something tragically sad happened when the biggest, most awful, most tragic event right before everyone's eyes. You absorbed all that despair, and once you'd forgotten, you made the choice to subject yourselves to this killing game. Oh, and there's one other thing. To beat you...
Actually, never mind. I'm bored. Explaining stuff.
Please keep explaining, because I don't know who in this trial actually has the brain cell.
What?
We are bored of this world. Everyone always talks big, declaring all the great things they'll do. But then they always fizzle out. This world is just so desperately fucking boring!
What are you talking about?
In a way, I'm jealous of all of you. To give yourself over so completely to such stimulating despair.
Yeah, so figure out the rest for yourselves. I'm sick of expositioning all this shit.
I would prefer if you did.
Figure out where your memories come apart. That's at the heart of all.
Where our memories come apart.
I got it! The moment I lost my memories, I can't
There you
think
go.
of any time other than that day. When I first came to the gates of this school and stepped foot in the main, when I passed out, I was overcome with a strange sensation.
Wow, you still have enough spirit to keep on talking, huh?
I just want this done.
So I don't know much about the details, but it seems like everyone remembers passing out, right? And your sense of time got all messed up because of the memory loss after that? I guess it must have been something like that.
After I passed out, I woke up in a classroom with my head on a desk.
Mm-hmm.
I assume not much time had passed since I'd collapsed in the main hall.
But instead, 2 whole years had gone
2
by.
whole years.
The reason it felt so short was because our memories of the time in between had been completely removed.
You got it, honey. 2 years of memories? Poof, gone. Which means, of course,
When everyone met for the first time, it wasn't actually for the first time.
Okay.
Unaware of this fact, you took the time to introduce yourselves to each other.
But by that point, we'd already spent 2 years together at the school.
Mm-hmm.
That's what those photos reveal, isn't it?
Yep, that's what they reveal. You were all such close friends. You spent 2 years
to a world that's already been annihilated. What a terribly tragic tale. Even if you left now, there's nothing you could do to fix it.
Okay.
You're the one who set things up to be like this.
I love you all so much.
What?
Once your school life here began, I thought about you constantly.
Okay.
It's only natural that I would fall in love.
No. No, absolutely not.
So, since I love you guys so much, I'll tell you all
Please
about
don't.
it.
Please just say there's credits.
All about the idea we came up with as the ultimate despair. Our plan to bring despair to all mankind.
The ultimate despair. All mankind.
Let's go back in time 2 years, okay?
Okay.
Back to when everyone first came to this school.
Alright.
School life during that first year overflowed with hope and happiness.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy, it was just the worst.
Okay, Junko.
Everyone was enjoying themselves so much. You were all having the time of your lives.
But that couldn't last forever, of course. The peacefulness only made it through that first year. Because after that, an event unfolded that hammered a soul-crushing despair into all of humanity.
Alright.
The biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. All too soon, the world's days of peace came to a bloody end.
Okay.
And as you can imagine, the school was no exception. The tragedy even made its way here, leading to the extermination of most of the students.
Alright.
What are you?
What do you mean?
The most tragic event in human history. And the ultimate despair that caused it. I can't believe it's all because of just you and Mukuro. Was it some kind of organization? An angry mob? An incredibly motivated family?
You have a point. If I had to describe it, I'd say it was none of those. How can I put it? It was more of an ideological thing.
So called.
Despair is contagious, you know. It's almost like a natural phenomenon. Everyone is capable of it, and now the entire world has fallen into despair.
In other words, if you see despair as the enemy, then your enemy is the world itself.
I just don't understand why.
We didn't ask you to try to understand. This was a tangent anyway.
We just needed to
unrelated
know the
matter
truth.
at hand.
Everyone.
Okay, so let's get back to the story.
Let's not.
Hope's Peak had taken so much damage. You guys were the only survivors.
Okay.
The members of the 78th class of Hope's Peak Academy were the only ones left.
Alright.
And then something super neat happened. Now pay attention, because this is important, and I'm only gonna say it once.
Okay, Junko.
So guess what? To protect everyone who had survived, Hope's Peak was transformed into a shelter. That's right. It was transformed into a shelter.
I thought you said you were willing to say it once.
I said it twice.
Now, someone was responsible for that transformation, for creating what would eventually become your prison. Do any of you know who that might?
The one who turned the
I
headmaster.
got it! It could only have been the headmaster of... He wanted to turn the school into a shelter to try and protect us. To protect us from the despair and... That's why he asked us to make that promise, to say that we were willing to live in this school.
We believe he had something like that in mind, yes. If you, the collective hope of a new generation, could survive, maybe the world could have a fresh start.
Okay.
Yeah,
I can see that.
The headmaster put that much faith in you.
And because we had that same hope, that's why we all agreed to live here forever.
That makes sense.
But creating the shelter was also his single biggest mistake. It's laughable, really. He was the headmaster, but he had no idea. He had no idea that said we, the ultimate despair, had already made our way into the school. So what was supposed to be a shelter to keep you safe became a cage that made it impossible for you to escape despair.
Understandable.
I have to say, it really helped me out a lot. It saved me a ton of time.
By the way, it was you yourselves who blocked off the windows, the doors, all the exits. Under the headmaster's direction, you all went about your work like obedient little sheep.
Of course they did.
You mean we trapped ourselves in here?
And then you forgot all about it and started bitching about how you were trapped in here.
Once you'd finished building your little shelter, it was time for me and Mukuro to get to work. And thus began the killing game.
Me and Mukuro had come here, spending the last 2 years waiting for that moment.
That moment where you all began killing each other served as the climax of our global despair plan.
And the only reason you survived the tragedy was so that you could be a part of it.
You let us live, so we could go around.
Yes,
killing
that's what
each
she's
other?
saying.
Is that what you're saying?
Why? Why would you do that?
Because they were bored.
Because this was so much more than a simple high school death match.
Or that.
Rather, it was a method to hunt down and destroy every last remaining speck of hope in the world.
What are you saying?
Well, it would seem that there's a little bit left out there. A few souls unwilling to give up hope. So I thought I should show them, which is why
Well, why don't you tell me?
What the mastermind did. Showed him the rules. I'm hungry. I put the J.
Now I understand. You're talking about you hijacking the airwaves, aren't you?
Uh-huh. That's exactly what I'm talking about. To show the world the murders taking place at this school, which was meant to be a symbol of hope.
That was the whole point of the ultimate despair. When I said climax, that was what I was talking about.
Okay.
The world watched as you fell into despair and began to kill each other one after another. Despair is as contagious as any disease. Any hope left turns to despair.
Isn't the power of television just amazing?
Sure.
By the way, since we started broadcasting, a whole bunch of people have tried to come and rescue.
Are you serious?
Yes.
But utilizing the heavy weaponry I installed around the school grounds, I had no problem expelling them.
Expelled them?
I have to thank you all. They were a relentless bunch, refusing to give up on hope and trying to force their beliefs on the world. But in the end, I was able to give them the final despair. Death.
So you just used us? To bring despair to everyone in the outside world?
Okay, you guys not following what Junko's saying? Because yes, that's exactly what she just said.
Well, sure, but I also gave you a second chance at life, right? So it's like, give and take.
Give and take? You're so full of shit!
And there's
There's a reason I chose you guys to survive when all the other students were dropping like flies. I mean, we built up 2 years of memories together. You were all my treasured classmates.
Sure they were.
Sorry, that's a lie. I just figured you'd despair even more when you found out a friend had betrayed you.
And that's the truth, which is what you wanted, right? So, does it make you feel utterly lost and hopeless? You solved the mystery, but despair at the truth, right?
Don't tell me. Did you seriously count on the possibility that we would solve your mystery?
Yes.
And if we did, our final desire for creating this world of despair was so we could experience one last class trial. If you were bold enough to solve the mystery, only to discover that the truth was utterly hopeless, how would you react? What would you do?
See? Discovering the truth doesn't necessarily lead to a sense of hope.
Fair enough.
Truth can be full of despair, too. Like right fucking now.
Okay, Junko, calm down. Truthful despair.
Not to mention, all those motives I talked about were totally meaningless. I mean, with the world having ended and all.
Meaningless? Then we've been murdering each other?
I think
For
so.
nothing. And think about it. You chose to lock yourselves up here, then started murdering each other to get out.
We weren't just random strangers either. We were classmates. We'd spent 2 years together.
No, even I can't laugh at that.
We get it. We get it, okay? You're totally awesome, right? We get it already. Don't help us. I'll do anything. Just help me.
You guys are playing into their hands.
A peasant begging for his life? Oh, how delightful! We've never witnessed such a travesty firsthand.
But I'm sorry to say, begging doesn't work on me. All I want is despair, and there's no reason for it. And since there's no reason, there's no argument against it. There's just no understanding it.
I hear you, Junko.
No argument, no understanding. What better definition of ultimate despair could there be?
Wait, hold on. You've just been going on about whatever you feel like, but there's no real reason for us to believe anything you have to say.
Huh?
You say the world's fallen apart, but I haven't seen it for myself.
Fair enough.
So I don't acknowledge it. I don't accept it as the...
Until you see it with your own eyes. Truth and falsehood overlap. In other words, you're not unlike Schrodinger's cat right now. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's exactly what he's saying.
If so, what?
Are you saying you won't accept the truth until you can go outside and see for yourself? Well, you better not. You go out into that world and you're all gunners for sure. Trust me, I'm not lying about any of this.
Well, even if it's all... I refuse to give in. I refuse to lose to you.
Okay, Makoto. Where was this, like, the past multiple trials?
For the sake of everyone you've killed.
Huh? Everyone I've killed? What are you talking about? You're the ones who killed them.
I didn't kill anyone. I simply gave you a little nudge in the right direction.
And that's all it took for you to start killing each other. You're nothing but bloodthirsty animals.
That's why anyone was murdered here, peasant.
Say what you want about hope, but we're all creatures of instinct, right? Despair comes naturally.
Okay.
Hell yes! That's funny as shit!
No! This isn't just some... It's murder! Plain and simple. You stole our memories. Invented reasons for us to do it. You pushed us all into a corner. It's all your fault!
You certainly have a talent for passing the buck, don't you? That must be your hope, huh? But we don't have much time left to keep up this banter. We have to draw things to a close soon.
Thank you, Junko.
What do you mean?
I'm talking about the vote, of course. You didn't forget about that little rule, did ya? Oh, and also, since this will be the last vote, I decided to change the rules.
What?
You guys so full of hope, and me so full of despair. I've decided to have you vote which one will be punished. If even one of you votes to punish hope, well, then I'll consider that a win for me, and punish everyone on the side of hope.
Even if it's just just one person?
Oh, but don't worry. I won't be voting, of course.
Even if you don't, you still got the upper hand in all this.
It's okay. Nobody would actually vote to kill themselves, right?
Oh, let me just mention one more thing. When I win, to punish you guys, you'll have to stay here till you grow old and die. No fighting, no killing. That's your punishment.
What?
You mean we just...
We'd have to just live here?
She's saying she'll let us live.
If you're not happy with that, then go ahead and punish me. And make your way to the
Enter a world fallen from grace, where only despair exists, where you'd likely be dead within a day.
What are you saying? So no matter what, we're doomed.
Wait a sec! I just got hit with an inspiration! Dying of old age is boring as shit, right? The audience at home is gonna... So, here's what'll happen. One of you will get to experience an instant, super impressive punishment!
What? You can't just...
Hina, she gets bored easily. Of course she can.
Do you mean to say you'll execute one of us?
And I get to decide who's gonna have to suck it down! Makoto, you're up!
Me? Yeah, you've been acting up, causing all kinds of trouble. I hate you!
So let me make this clear. Everyone has two choices in front of them. If a single person votes for Hope to be punished, then only Makoto will receive a harsh punishment, and the rest of you will live here in peace.
If, on the other hand, you desire to see us punished, then you must all leave this place.
I will force you out, ensuring you all die horrible deaths in the outside world.
What I'm saying, if you sacrifice Makoto, the rest of you will get to live out your lives.
Sacrifice Makoto or die a horrible death. Sacrifice me. That's...
What? Has your resolve softened? Have you lost confidence? Are you afraid of being punished? Don't you have faith in your friends?
No, that's not it.
It's okay. You're right to be afraid. It would seem all of those around you have realized the futility of going against...
Guys?
It's so beautiful. Your
Why
lovely
didn't it
faces.
show Kyoko?
Besides, Kyoko, you could never betray your father, could you?
What?
I mean, the headmaster's only wish was that all of you would survive, right? That's why he tried to trap you all here after all. The least you can do is try to honor your dead father's
You
wishes.
just brought up the man that she's been saying she didn't like.
Kyoko!
One person's despair is enough to seal your fate. Isn't that just the most hopeless outcome ever?
So, who do you think's gonna give in? Whose despair is gonna sign your death warrant?
No one. Nobody's gonna give in to despair! We're not gonna lose to you!
So boring. Stubborn till the very end, huh?
Of course he is.
Well, that's fine. Then let's just hurry up and get it over with.
It's time for the final vote. Everything will come to an end.
Come on.
Your stupid hope.
And your stupid life.
The final vote. This is it. The ultimate confrontation. I have to show everyone. I have to make them remember. I have to convince them not to give up. To live in despair. That's not really living at all.
We won't give up! As long as there's hope, we'll never give up!
If I were to die, that would be the end of Hope's Peak Academy. By the way, the air outside is totally polluted, you know. The only reason we're okay in here is thanks to the air purifiers in the physics lab. If I die, the purifiers will screech to a halt. In other words, as soon as I die, the communal life you've all been living will come to an end.
Meh.
All of you will have to leave. You'll have to go into the world outside. So, will you just die?
We won't give up. As long as there's hope, we'll never give up.
If I were to die, that would be the end of Hope's Peak Academy.
Don't lose hope now.
All my fortune-telling senses are telling me not to leave this place.
Come on, hero.
But to live means moving forward,
Exactly.
right? So even if it's hard, even if we're scared, I want to keep on living. I want to open the next door. There must be something new waiting for me.
Exactly, hero. Let's find it out. Yeah.
So that's why. No matter what, I need to get out of here. The whole fortune.
Okay, OBS. We are almost done. We just need to get them to have hope, okay?
What matters?
Yeah.
We won't give up.
Own hope.
As long as there's hope, we'll never give up.
If I were to die, that would be the end of Hope.
I decided.
By the way, the only reason is thanks to the air. If I die, in other words, the communal life you've all of you will have to go into the world outside. So, will you just die?
I refuse to give up yet.
It's none of these things. Go away.
We won't give up. As long as there's hope, we'll never give up.
If I were to die, that would be the end of Hope's Peak.
Don't lose hope now.
All my fortune tell.
Yeah.
But to live, so I want to keep on living. So that's why. No matter what, the whole fortune tell.
We won't give up. As long as there's hope.
If I were to die, that would be the end of Hope's.
I decided.
I missed it.
The only reason is thanks to the air. If I die, in other words, the communal life you've all of you will have to go into the world outside. So, will you just die?
There is no hope left. We sleep. It's on a bed of despair. The world is in despair. You are in despair. If they don't do something, you will be consumed by despair. You claim there's no hope here. But if despair is contagious, and so is hope. I'll use my own hope to plant seed of it.
We won't give up. As long as there's hope, we'll never give up.
If I were to die, that would be the end.
I've decided to have faith in myself.
By the way, the air outside is totally cool. The only reason we're okay is thanks to the air purifier.
Don't lose
Come on,
hope
Hina.
now.
I've been thinking about all this, and I was thinking, at a time like this,
She wouldn't give
what
up.
would Sakura? You only get stronger by taking adversity by the horns. Confront that thorny path with
Exactly, Hina.
enthusiasm. That sounds like something she'd say, right?
Exactly.
No. I think that's definitely what she'd say. Which is why Yeah! I've made up my mind!
We won't give up. As long as there's hope, we'll never give up.
If I were to die, that would be the end.
I've decided to.
By the way, the only reason is thanks to the air purifier. Say whatever you want. I've made my decision. If I die, the purifiers, in other words, as soon as the communal life you've all been living will come.
Don't lose hope now.
I don't care either way. I'm fine with whichever one is more. Actually, I may not look like it. I always hated school. Hell, no matter how I look, still hate it.
Exactly.
Oh, but
You don't want
no
to live
matter
here.
what, Master has to come along.
We won't give up. As long as there's hope, we'll never give up.
if I were to die, that would be the end.
Decide.
By the way, the only reason is
Mhm,
thanks to the
yeah,
say whatever
yeah.
you want. If I die, in other words, the communal life you've all been. I can keep on living as long as I have my master's. All of you will have to leave. You'll have to go into the world outside, where only.
Don't lose hope now.
Come on, Byakuya.
What's the matter? You're not actually trying to encourage me,
Yes,
are you?
I am.
Ridiculous. It never even crossed my mind that I might give in to despair.
That's not what your face looked like 5 seconds ago.
But don't misunderstand me. I couldn't care in the slightest what happens to
sure.
you. I just have to keep my word. I swore I would end the life of the mastermind. Besides, the Togami family isn't dead, because I'm still alive.
Exactly.
So until I can restore the Togami family and bring it greater glory than it's ever known,
We won't give up. As long as there's hope, we'll never give up.
If I were to die, that would be the end.
Decide.
By the way, the only reason is thanks to the say whatever you want. If I die, in other words, the communal life you've all. I can keep on living. All of you will have to go into the world outside.
I already said I would claim the mastermind's life. By whatever.
So, what are you gonna do? You just die?
Don't lose hope now.
Come on, Kyoko.
I didn't really know my father, so I can't pretend
Exactly.
to know what he was thinking. But even if we're just connected by blood, there's one thing I am sure of. He would never want us to abandon Makoto and choose to stay here.
Right.
I can't explain why exactly. But if I'm sure of anything, I'm sure of that. Just because we don't actually know anything. Does that mean we can't understand? Could it be that... No, never mind. So, Makoto, I don't think you wound up at this school because you had good luck or bad luck.
Nope.
I think you came here for a different reason entirely. You came here to bring down the ultimate despair.
All right.
You came here to confront despair without ever giving up.
Kyoko, are you giving me the pep talk?
And if that's true, I think we could call you the ultimate hope. What do you think?
I like the sound of that.
What the hell are you?
The ultimate hope has been added to the shoot list.
So uncool. Your stupid faces, the stupid things you've said, the stupid way you all treat each other. It's all so uncool. Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. Lame.
I'm not any kind of elite anything. Hope isn't a talent you develop, but still. But I still.
You suck. So uncool. You dare to stand against us? Hope is a joke. Who are you? Your idiocy ends here. You're gross. Suffer from despair.
I just love despair.
You suck. So uncool.
You're unbearable.
Hope is a joke. Who are you? Would you like to die? You're gross. Suffer from despair. Everything is pointless. Suffer from despair.
I just love despair.
Suffer from despair. No. You suck. So uncool. You dare to stand against us? Hope is a joke. Who are you? Your idiocy ends here. You're gross. Suffer from despair.
I just love despair.
You suck. So uncool.
You're unbearable.
Hope
No.
Is this really the end for all of us? I refuse to give up yet!
You suck! So uncool! You dare to stand against us? Hope is a joke. Who are you? You're gross. Suffer from despair. I just love despair! You suck! So uncool!
You're unbearable!
Hope is a joke. Who are you?
Would you like to die?
You're gross. Suffer from despair. Everything is pointless. Suffer from despair.
I just love despair!
Suffer from despair. No, no. You suck. So uncool. You dare to stand against us? Hope is a joke. Who are you? Your idiocy ends here. You're gross. Suffer from despair.
I just love despair!
You suck. So uncool.
You're unbearable!
Hope is a joke. Who are you?
Would you like to die?
You're gross. Suffer from despair. Everything is pointless. Suffer from despair.
I just love despair!
Despair into tomorrow.
Hope keeps on going!
I kind of regret being on mean difficulty, but
I refuse to get bored! I refuse to throw it all away! I refuse to despair! Because all I have going for me is the desire to keep moving forward!
What's going on?
What's happening?
It looks like we've reached the end. I
yep.
think it may be time to vote.
We just gotta pull the lever, right?
Good! I'm ready to go!
Let's put an end to these trials. Put an end to the
You
killing
guys got this.
with our own hands.
And I'm glad that it's not Makoto.
The hell?
Indeed.
You've lost, Junko.
I lost?
I lost? Me? No, no way.
That's just...
It can't be. You still don't accept it? Even the ultimate despair herself is vulnerable to the onslaught of despair, it seems.
What the heck?
But there's no use trying to fight it now.
Well, that's just... totally the best!
Huh?
So this is despair.
We came to this school 2 years ago, created our incredibly detailed plan. I even killed my own sister for it.
And now
To come this far, fail at the very end.
true despair.
The most ultimate despair. What are you talking
Now
about?
I...
Don't you see? I was so hopelessly desperate. I was bored of the world the moment I was born. That's why I've been looking forward to this so desperately. This once-in-a-lifetime experience. It is my first and last colossal despair, here at the moment of death. To have the chance to taste of the highest grade, despair, the utter failure of my dreams.
True despair.
I am so hopelessly happy right now.
Huh?
Wait, is she enjoying this?
Anyway,
So are you prepared to admit defeat? You think I care whether I won or lost? Either way, it doesn't change a thing. Outside is only despair. Inside is only despair. No matter where you go, despair awaits you. That's not true.
Not possible.
You're wrong.
Don't make me repeat myself.
Let me tell you this right now. We no longer fear despair.
Okay.
Because we've decided to enter the outside world with hope. Yeah, Makoto totally seduced us over to his side. Okay, maybe not word it like that. Everyone, you said that despair is as contagious as any disease.
However,
But the same is true of hope. All you have to do is look at us to see how true that is. Kyoko,
No.
stop. I hate those faces you're making. See those awful looks? It causes me nothing but pain.
There's one last thing.
Fine, let me just say one last thing. If you guys want to get all hung up on the word hope, that's no skin off my nose. But just be warned, from this point on, one despair after another will stand in your way. No matter where you are, no matter where you hide, maybe you'll find some hope. But there is a very fine line dividing that hope from bitter despair. Knowing that, you still plan to cling to your hope. Of course, because we... Shut up. That was a rhetorical question. You interrupted my monologue. We could have interrupted you a long time ago. I'm almost done though, so what? Because it's almost punishment time, right? Do you really intend to go through with this? That was the agreement, right? Hold on. It's not like I want you to die. You don't have to.
Stop it!
What?
How many times do I have to tell you?
The act of living brings me no hope at all. All I want now is to taste that despair of death. That you only get once in life.
Don't get in my...
Exactly. Don't stop her.
So this is how the despair of death feels. It's so wonderful. Even 1/10 of this despair. Even 100th. I want every last soul on this planet to taste such despair. I want the entire world to die with that despair in its mouth. Okay, let's do this. I've reserved an extra special punishment for last. Let's give it everything we've got. It's punishment time!
Okay. Congratulations. Juko has been found guilty. Time for the punishment. Bye, Junko. The ultimate punishment. Uh-oh. The 1,000 blows. The cage of death. The burning of the Versailles Ridge. Excavator destroyer. Just look at her just taking it proudly. Blast off. After school lesson. Okay. They could have pushed that button at any time. And that's how everything came to an end. The final class trial. Junko Inoshima, the ultimate despair. Life at Hope's Peak Academy. It was all over. You received the Monokuma hair type. But even after saying it was all over, it's not like the building exploded or collapsed on itself. That wasn't the kind of ending we thought. Nothing changed. Well, with one exception. The air purifiers turned off. Just like Junko said. They shut off immediately. That was the only difference. Goodbye, Despair High School. We left the courtroom and made our way to the main hall. We stood in front of the door. Nobody made a sound. I felt almost absent-minded. This was our epilogue before the final ending. We were stuck there in limbo, unmoving, unsure. But, in the end...
Hey.
We can't just stand around like this forever. At some point, we need to leave. To nobody's surprise, it was Kyoko who broke the silence.
Makoto.
Would you do the honors? Okay. As if awakened by Kyoko's words, I took out the oxygen bottle. Up until the moment of her death, it had belonged to Junko, and in the end, she dropped it before us.
So,
But is that really it? Is that really the key to this door?
Indeed.
You don't have to read into what she said too much to find the answer.
If, on the other hand, you desire to see us punished,
I will force you out, ensuring you all die.
In other words,
I will force you out. She said that just before dropping. It makes sense that it would be our way out of here.
But...
You never know. Maybe it's actually a switch that's going to make the school self-destruct. I mean, Junko never said specifically that she'd let us leave here alive.
it's true.
Maybe you're right about that. Maybe.
Yes.
But even so, it's impossible to think we wouldn't take our chances. Yeah, I guess it's true. There's nothing to worry about. If something ever happened to Master, I'd take my scissors and jam him so far. Hey, where's the courtroom? Where's the mastermind? It's all over. We're just about to leave the school. What, leave? We can go outside? Then that means me and Master can get married? And then he'll give me a little jewel of a baby?
That's enough.
Please stop. That would be a greater horror than anything I've encountered so far.
Anyway,
Don't worry. Have no doubt that we'll be able to leave here without a problem.
but...
It's what happens after we get out that I'm worried about. But you know, in the end, I think part of me still thinks
serious.
maybe when we get out there, we'll see that everything she said about the world was a lie. That on the other side of this door is a world as peaceful as we remember. A lie. Peaceful as we remember. Well, no matter what it looks like, it's still our world. It's where we are meant to live. Yeah, I guess so. And how do I put this? Unlike the school, the world is really big, right? Since it's so big, I'm sure there must be some despair no matter what. But there also has to be lots of hope, right?
in other words,
The act of searching for hope to try and find it. That by itself is the true meaning of hope. As long as you have that hope, you can keep moving forward, no matter what trouble you may fall into.
am I wrong?
Is that what you mean, Makoto? Yeah, that's pretty much the gist of it. I don't need any of you to spell that out for me. You know, Junko mentioned that there were still others out there who hadn't cast away hope just yet. Maybe I should find them and make them work. To rebuild the world, we must first rebuild the Togami dynasty. I'll go with you. I'll follow you anywhere you want to go.
You got it!
Well, my first stop is going to be the closest donut shop. I can figure out the rest from there.
Hey.
And what are you going to do if there are no more donut shops? Or donuts?
Okay.
I'll just get some flour and make some myself. And if there's no flour, I'll just grow some wheat. I get it. If there's no road, you just gotta build one. Creation, fate is telling me to remake the world.
Could it be?
That's my hope.
How about that?
If reach the next stage, the next chapter of Yasuhiro's Hagakure's life story is about to begin. Thanks, Hina. You've totally opened my eyes. Hey, personal space, buddy. You're seriously creeping me out.
Makoto.
Come on, Makoto. Even if everyone in the outside world is gone, even if the world is steeped in despair, as long as I have people like you around, I can face forward and keep moving. If we can get out there and do something, have some sort of impact. But what can't we do? There's so few of us and we're so small, so what can we do? No, we can probably do anything. Yeah, we can do anything.
Well, I guess this is goodbye. And goodbye to Sakura.
Goodbye, Sakura.
But hey, if we gotta say goodbye, we may as well do it with a smile on our face.
Exactly.
Hey guys! You guys want your fortunes told anywhere, anytime. You just let me know. I'll be there.
You know how much I hate being annoyed, but if something does come up, you may as well let me know. I can't guarantee I'll actually bother listening, but, you know.
I don't know why, but I have a burning desire to start writing. I might be able to pull it off. A story about Master and me, and the others, I guess.
I can't say I'm sorry about what happened, but still. It does feel
Goodbye,
kind of
Kyoko,
strange.
Byakuya, Toko, Hiro, and Hina, and Makoto.
Really don't know what to say. I guess we graduated?
I guess so. Push the button. It looks like hope really is spreading. As long as I never give up. I have to push even harder. I'm gonna keep moving forward with hope in my heart. Since I have hope, I can show courage. Since I have hope, I can move ahead. The world can move ahead. Push the button. The door began to open with my hands, with our hands. Hope and despair mingled together, opening the door to the future. Come on. There's a bright light. And that's the end. So, thank you for watching. And I will see you guys all tomorrow for some more, for the finishing Final Fantasy VII Remake. Make sure you guys go get some rest. Take care of the weekend if I don't see you. And we'll be starting Danganronpa Goodbye Despair next Friday. Alright. But for now, take care. Thank you again for watching. If anything changes, it will be in my Discord. Tell you down below. And take care, everybody. Okay. Bye.